6 decades of self-governance, resilience, and progress. Dignitaries gathered at the Jubilee House to celebrate Ghana's achievements since gaining independence from British colonial rule in 1957. Traditionally, Independence Day celebrations take place at the Independence Square. However, in 2019, former President Akufo-Addo introduced the policy to rotate the event across different regions. A few weeks after taking office, the Mahama administration reversed this decision as a cost-cutting measure to curb government expenditure amid economic challenges. As a result, this year's celebration was modest, with only a limited number of invited guests in attendance. National leaders, including former presidents Nana Akufo-Addo and John Agyekum Kufuor, along with other government officials, were present to honor Ghana's past and reaffirm the country's commitment to a brighter future. The event featured a grand parade with the Ghanaian military, police, and other security agencies, alongside performances by school pupils. The celebration also included the inspection of the parade and the lighting of the perpetual flame. In his speech, President Mahama justified the decision to hold the event at the Jubilee House.
This year, we received estimates of at least 20 million Ghana cedis for holding the event at the Independence Square on the same scale as the previous years. In a year when we are calling on all to sacrifice, including workers who have graciously accepted a base pay adjustment far below the rate of inflation, it is unconscionable to spend that kind of money on a few hours of celebration. Today's event would save us 95% of the estimated cost of the event.
The president emphasized that Ghana's Independence Day should serve as a reminder to its leaders of their duty to uphold accountability, protect freedoms, and fulfill their promises to the people.
Every anniversary of our independence must present an opportunity for us to account for the legacy we are building for our next generation. We of this generation are merely custodians of this country and resources. They are entrusted to us to manage them wisely today for the generation of tomorrow. These independence anniversaries must therefore be a moment of reflection, not on what we have done for ourselves, but on how well we have stewarded national assets for those we will hand them over to in the future.
He also used the occasion to call for peace and reconciliation, urging residents of Bawku and other conflict-prone areas to prioritize unity amid harmony.
The people of Bawku and other areas, it is time for lasting peace to prevail. Our children deserve to inherit a peaceful land where their dreams are nurtured, not where their nightmares are relived. They deserve to inherit a land where our markets are bustling with trade, not tension and conflict.
We'll still stay with President John Dramani Mahama, who has assured residents of the tidal wave affected areas in Ketu South that the second phase of the Blekusu Sea Defense Project will be included in next week's budget presentation. During a tour of the devastated communities, President Mahama reiterated the government's commitment to completing the abandoned project and implementing a comprehensive resettlement plan for displaced residents. Channel One News' Volta Regional Correspondent Desmond Selasiago reports.
The Blekusu Sea Defense Project was initiated to combat coastal erosion and protect vulnerable communities along the Volta region's shoreline. However, the project stalled after the completion of the Phase 1, leaving residents in Ketu South and surrounding areas exposed to the ravages of the sea. The prolonged abandonment of the second phase has led to widespread destruction of homes and properties, displacing many residents. During his visit to the affected areas, President Mahama assured the communities that the second phase of the Blekusu Sea Defense Project would be prioritized in the upcoming budget, paving the way for its completion.
The thing was that when the contractor finishes Phase 1, he will continue with Phase 2. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So the project ended at Phase 1. Government did not provide funding to continue Phase 2. And so that basically is the problem. The feasibility study ready, the design is ready. We just have to allocate the funding so that the project will start. Happily, the finance minister next week is going to present the budget. So I'm going to ask the finance minister to include funding to start phase 2 of the Blekusu Sea Defense project.
Many residents have lost their homes and livelihoods due to the recurring coastal erosion. President Mahama also announced a comprehensive resettlement plan aimed at providing a safer and more sustainable living environment for those displaced. He emphasized the government's dedication to supporting affected families as they rebuild their lives. Relief items have already been distributed to displaced residents to alleviate their immediate needs.
Before we came here, we went to the resettlement project that I believe or I've heard is being financed by Ghana Gas. I don't think the project was well thought through. The work is shoddy, and even the area where the resettlement is being built is a flood area, and so if it floods, it will affect those buildings too. And so those buildings are not fit for purpose. There are two things we need to do. Start the building of the phase 2 of the defense wall, but at the same time resettle those whose houses have been affected. We brought some items to be distributed to those who have been displaced.
Meanwhile, Engineer Rex Edeko, who briefed the president, told Channel 1 News that proper land reclamation must be undertaken to create new communities and mitigate future coastal erosion.
That is also long term. Once they put the beach reclamation and put groins in it, it's quite long term. But again, on the other side of the road, you see the lagoon flood things. So if we dredge the lagoon and do reclamation there, we will create a new township altogether far away from the sea for these communities.
The completion of the sea defense projects here at Adina, Amotinu, Salakope, Agaveji, and its enclaves in the Ketu South municipality of the Volta region is expected to see an end to the sea and its ravaging effects. Reporting for Channel 1 News from Salakope in the Ketu South municipality of the Volta region. My name is Desmond Celestial.
Let's go over the phone lines now and speak to the Deputy Presidential Spokesperson, Shamima Muslim, to share her perspective on today's Independence Day celebration and the President's visit to the Volta region to assess the impact of the tidal waves on the affected residents there. Good evening, Shamima. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening to you, and thanks for having me.
Right. Now, there are some Ghanaians who are not happy with the way today's celebration went. That is, having it in the Jubilee House open to a few people and then denying school children of the excitement and experience where they have to march and represent their schools. What's your reaction to this?
Well, thank you. Perhaps those Ghanaians have not been adequately informed about the alternative plans that were put in place to ensure the participation of our children. Because in as much as we scaled down the national celebration and we scrapped the regional celebration, all districts today celebrated the independence anniversary. I'm sure your reporters from across the regions have reported on activities that took place in various districts to commemorate the day, which involved children at the core of the celebration. Even the national event was all about the children and the future of this country. All the performances were children and young learners who showed their talents in poetry, in song and music, as well as dance and drumming. So I am not sure that what we tried to achieve was to actually disenfranchise children, but we would all agree the hours of sunshine on children on a park like the Independence celebration, where a lot of children went through a lot of stress. I know children were also expectant to participate in those celebrations. Is not something we think. And if you speak to the broad mass of our citizens, a lot of people also did express concerns about that aspect of the independence parade. Into the future, after we have reviewed the process a bit further, I'm sure what is the majority view on how to curate a commemoration that is both inclusive and diverse, but that is also still cost sensitive to the times, as well as nationalistic in approach, will be adopted. We don't have any problems with that. But for today, the purpose for which we wanted a scaled down version was germane. There were good reasons for it, and at the base of it is that we are in an austere time that calls for austerity and prudence in the management of our very scarce resources. And so we are very happy at the way the event turned out. It was beautifully organized. It was orderly. It was streamed across the country and beyond our borders, and many people participated, and we are generally happy at the outcome of today's event.
Now, the president also made an appeal for peace in Boko and other conflict-prone areas. Beyond these appeals, what concrete steps is the government taking to resolve the conflicts?
In fact, one of the most concrete steps that the president took when he was sworn in is to visit Boko and to engage with the key stakeholders. It was also to instruct the Interior Minister to put a committee in place with the key stakeholders to begin to fashion out a roadmap. Look, the women, the children, the majority of people in these conflict areas are just tired. They just want peace so they can go about their daily life. I mean, a once bustling trade town has become a pale shadow of itself. I don't think that this is what we want. And there is nothing on this earth that is not solvable. There's no conflict that, with commitment on the side of both parties, that a solution cannot be, found. And so I would just reiterate His Excellency's message to the stakeholders in this conflict to truly commit to give peace a chance. Look, the entire nation is going ahead. Children from other regions are going ahead. Education and other opportunities for the children in these communities, for the women who are mostly left behind as the young people flee from this conflict zone, are being left behind. And so I don't think that is the legacy the leaders of both sides today want to leave for their children, and generations after them.
All right. Now, the president, after the 68th Independence Day celebration, also moved to the Volta region, Ketu South to be precise. How would you describe the impact of the tidal waves on residents there?
You have shown your viewers the visual. It's heartbreaking. We have seen it over and over again. There seems to be no solution to this problem that has been persistent, that has befallen, the inhabitants of those affected towns. I think that it is time for leadership to find a long-lasting solution to this problem. And when disasters like this recur, I think the immediate intervention is to ease the hardships, and that's why His Excellency didn't stay 1 minute. Immediately after the SITMAT commemoration, he complained to the area to ascertain for himself. This is how involved he wants to be in the welfare of the people who have put him in this position of service to resolve their problems. And so he went with a few relief items to ease the immediate, burden and hardship. But again, as he reiterated, the longer term solution is to ensure that this sea defense wall is built. But even also to look at the effects of the climate change we continue to speak about, but, perhaps are not investing in the interventions that will curb the negative effects of climate change on, our communities, as we have seen with the unusual rainfall pattern, the devastation of our water bodies, our river bodies, the source of our potable water. I mean, these are all problematic areas, and that's why he appointed a Minister of State in charge of climate change, so we can look, seriously at the effects of climate change in our country and the ways that the effects manifest themselves across different, geographical locations or regional locations, and figure out a long-term solution. So he is committed to finding a long-term, solution to this problem. And there are various ministers that are all involved in trying to find a permanent solution to the matter.
Residents were assured that the second phase of the Blekusu Sea Defense project will be included in the budget. Are there clear timelines on when work or the project will start once the budget is read next week?
I'm sure I will not be able to give you those clear timelines, but once the budget is read and we see the real commitments to those projects, in time after the budget has been read, I'm sure the various sector ministers who will be in charge of those projects would provide us further details on how that project would pan out.
Thank you so much for your time. That was Shamima Muslim, who is a deputy presidential spokesperson. You are still watching the Channel One newsroom. I am Zoe Abubedu Ado. Still to come. Ashanti Regional Minister orders arrest over deadly mining explosion at Udumase. We'll bring you the details shortly. Please stay with us.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month.
Have you attained 45 years and older? Notice blood in your stool, a family history of cancer? Then don't wait to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment save lives.
There are weak points in the development and spread of cancers of the large bowel that we have control over to stop, to reduce the incidence and deaths from these cancers. Achieving this success depends on you and me. We are fully prepared. What about you?
Visit Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center today or call us. Mintuba Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health need.
You all come back. We'll still stay with the 68th Independence Day celebration, and Ghanaians gathered in large numbers at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park today to mark the day. Held under the theme Reflect, Review and Reset, the celebration attracted many visitors, particularly families and school children who explored the recently renovated Memorial Park. Channel One News' Judy Duncan was on the ground and filed this report.
For a cross-section of Ghanaians, the nation's 68th Independence Day celebration offered an opportunity to take time off their busy schedules and spend quality time with family. Some also used the occasion to reflect on and learn about the country's history and its past leaders. The Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park provided an ideal setting for the latter. Many, including a significant number of school children, trooped to the Memorial Park to commemorate the country's Independence Day celebration. Some spoke to Channel One News. So I've been joined by a really lovely family here at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park who've come to also witness all that's happening here. Today's Independence Day, and they've come as a family to really have a good time, see for themselves all the amazing things that happen right here at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park. Thank you so much for speaking to Channel One News.
Thank you for having me.
Amazing. How's the experience been for you so far? Today's Independence Day, you've come as a family. What's been the experience so far?
Well, it's been amazing. You know, for a holiday, having fun with the family and visiting a site like this, it's really amazing. And for me, it's a way of visiting the old times and really having time with the family and reminiscing what Nkrumah has done for Ghana, and coming to read some of the things that he did, the things that he implemented, and having a history, a little history about him, not just reading in books, but having a feel of some of the antiques and things around.
Very exciting and historic. I don't know, but this is my first time here, and my children are also enjoying the trip. Now I don't know, but coming here is an eye opener. I've been heard so much about Kwame Nkrumah Museum, but coming here myself, I've been enlightening myself and my family as well. So it's been good. Today is an Independence Day, and the Independence Day is when that time comes, we all remember Kwame Nkrumah. I will just urge everyone to be here, especially when it comes to occasions like this and other occasions, because you see, when you are here, you feel like a Ghanaian, very Ghanaian. I don't know, but you see, I was telling my children, the man Kwame Nkrumah was a great man. You see, it's a great feeling.
It's been very amazing. I've been hearing of this mausoleum for quite a long time, and since it was modified like this, I've not been here with the family, so we decided to come and then have time. And being here today is a very nice experience, and we're really enjoying ourselves.
Foreigners were not left out. Channel One News came across some foreigners who also used the occasion to learn about the country and its first president.
It's really interesting to learn about the history. I think what goes through my mind is it's amazing that someone was able to have so much influence in Ghana's history and their independence, and it's very nice to see that everyone still supports him and carries his legacy. It's been very nice. The park is very well designed. The tour guides are amazing, and it's very uplifting and motivational. I think all of the discussion about Ghana's independence, and it's nice that we came here today on Independence Day. Happy Independence Day!
Amazing, thank you. It is often said that those who don't know about their history are bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. For some Ghanaians and even foreigners, today offered an opportunity to learn a little more about the country Ghana and its founding president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Reporting from the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, my name is Jude Duncan.
Ashanti Regional Minister Dr. Frank Amoako-Hene has ordered the arrest of individuals dealing in mining explosives at Odumase near Konongo in the Asante Achim area. This follows a devastating explosion that claimed 3 lives and left several others, including firefighters, injured. During a visit to the affected area, the minister directed security agencies, the Minerals Commission and the Environmental Protection Authority to conduct a thorough investigation into mining communities to prevent the unauthorized sale of explosives. Channel One News' Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani has more in the following report.
The explosion has sent shock waves through the Odumase Zongo community, leaving residents and victims in distress. The affected area is a known hub for mining equipment sale, including hazardous explosives frequently used by local miners. The blast has resulted in significant loss. Lives have been lost, properties destroyed, and several individuals are battling severe injuries.
Second blasting, as I was on the no deny and then a pajama at the mepim form 3 times in I'm sorry, be an ametofom. Sorry, be an ametofom. My area na area mitimidiko kodru kwa ntimkura ma untama idiko dru onu tina ase moja na nenyu no menso no na no adini pa.
Relatives of the injured rushed to the Konongo Government Hospital where victims are receiving treatment.
The level of injuries are multiple. There are different types, but we have some had the blasting, the pellets sticking to their bodies. But these are all stable cases now. They are stable all right, but they will need referral to see specialists concerning their type of injury.
The explosion severely damaged multiple structures, including a private clinic that serves the community. Mining equipment in the vicinity has been completely destroyed, and several buildings have sustained deep cracks and structural weaknesses. For affected victims, rebuilding their homes and businesses is now a top priority. The exact cause of the fire that led to the explosion remains unknown. However, residents are urging authorities to prevent the sale of such hazardous materials within residential areas.
We and the environmental, the fire service, the police will come together, and opinion leaders move through the town, locate places that have such items. If they can move it from the community, it will help, because this is a warning. It's a serious warning to us, and we shouldn't sleep or think they are our people, they are members, vote, and those things. We have to save life first.
Meanwhile, Ashanti Regional Minister Dr. Frank Amwakohene, alongside members of the Regional Security Council, visited the scene. He confirmed that investigations are underway and assured that those responsible for the incident will be held accountable.
So no arrest has been effected yet. I'm told that the people who were operating that shop have absconded. But the police, they are investigating and tracking them with all seriousness. So we need to make sure that these issues, we learn something from them and they don't recur.
Additionally, he donated 5,000 cedis to each affected household to support their recovery efforts. Fire officers are collaborating with other security agencies to unravel the cause of the explosion here, but there are already calls for authorities to step up efforts to ensure such harmful items are not kept in the midst of a community like this one. Hafiz Tijani, Channel 1 News, Odumase, Ashanti Region.
Some residents of J River in the Owutu Senya East Municipality are urging the government to fast-track the completion of the Agenda 111 project in their constituency. They express concerns that the absence of a healthcare facility in the area makes access to medical care challenging, emphasizing the urgent need for the project's completion. Central Regional Correspondent Calvis Tete visited the site and reports.
The Owutu Senya East Municipality is one of many municipalities in the central region that benefited from the government's Agenda 111 project by the erstwhile MPP administration. We are here on site at the J River area to have a look at the extent of which the project has gotten to and when is the project going to end. I can see from the billboard the inscription is written Ashraf Limited. I believe they are the lead contractors embarking on this project. The entire space is weedy. You can see weed has taken over most of the structures here, which is an indication that project has halted. At your far right-hand corner is the accommodation structure for workers of the Agenda 111. I can see the air condition to one of the rooms is still working, which is an indication that perhaps there's somebody in this room. I would knock to see if we can get someone to talk to. I'll go. Well, I think there's someone in there. We'll quickly try and speak to him and see what is going on.
We are two people here.
We are two security here. So you are the ones taking. Okay.
Me, I was a mason here, but the work has closed. They let me be in there.
For how long has it not been working?
They have closed December.
Okay. So now that you are here as a security, are they paying you every month?
And they pay us.
Okay. We are still here at the Agenda 111 project site here at J River. Just close to me is the iron rods, which was, put together to be used for the construction works. But from the look of things, the iron rods have not been used and they are rusting away, which is an indication that the project has stalled and nothing is actually happening. The entire space is also weedy. The very structure I am standing in, I assume, is the main hospital building for the Agenda 111 project. Inside one of these structures, and if you cast your eyes wide, you can see that they are the foundation stages of the structure. Most of the structures need to be filled with sand to get to a certain level where they can finally concrete it and then put up the structure. But from what I see, they have not gotten to that stage. Most of these structures have heaps of sand inside of them, and weeds are also growing inside. Still here at the Agenda 111 project site here at J River. I am currently standing just a few meters away to the entrance of the entire facility. There is a huge structure that faces the facility. You're going to pass through that structure and enter into the main facility. The entire entrance of the facility has been roofed completely, but portions of it have not been completed. At the far right-hand side, you can see another smaller facility structure there, That structure is housing some bamboo sticks and some other pallet of wood packed on that structure. Just ahead of me are stones that have been packed in front of the main lobby of the facility, where I believe patients will enter through this particular area and they get into the hospital. Still here at the Agenda 111 site here at the J River area of the Ewutu Senya East. The team encountered a bit of confrontation here from a security detail who demanded that we give our ID cards to him for him to film and then send it back to the site engineer who is not on site. There was a bit of exchanges here and there. For the Ewutu Senya East, they shared their thoughts on what they make of the facility. Muhaimu Hospital.
Me Pacho Hospital, the Nibiwaha, we are in hospital, Omoye. Into my area had the Ubia any J say, Bibisa, Kosoha, Yini Hospital. The Ebe had a crude but I said cheap compound. And near hospital, they see.
Kamizin a woman kaba for now, but no so piscado sword if you say, or your mamuni nance can or dying. Hospitals Bronubia now a Libya hospital or bois what's one man or fire, son also able to know.
The Agenda 111 facility here at the J River area of the Ewutu Senya East is not fully completed. Persons here are hoping that the facility will be completed to begin operations. Carl Stete, Channel 1 News, J River.
This is still the Channel 1 newsroom, still to come. Patrons of the 2025 Heritage Caravan spent part of day 5 enjoying local food in the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi. We'll be right back with the details. Please stay with us.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame. I live at the plush Leisure Den Symphonic, a real estate property developed by Waymead Properties, the very developers of Vista Del Mare and the beautiful Alphabet City. So come with me to site. Let me introduce you to your new home, a gated community with 24-hour security in the heart of Sakumono. Behind me is going to be Willow Lane, where elegance will meet tranquility. You are going to be greeted with a 4-bedroom ensuite home with an elevator, swimming pool, children's playground, constant electricity, and many more. But wait, it gets even more interesting for early birds like you. You get a whopping $50,000 discount. Yes, I said $50,000 if you purchase between now and the end of this month. So call us now or visit us. Willow Lane, where elegance meets tranquility.
Life
is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
You all come back. Now, a painter working on the Bank of Ghana building at Ridge in Accra has been remanded into police custody for stealing quantities of assorted copper cables valued at over 1 Ghana cedis. Ahmed Mohamed Lawal was nabbed after CCTV camera was reviewed. Lawal has pleaded not guilty on charges of unlawful entry and stealing. 2 other accomplices are said to be at large. Police say efforts are being made to apprehend Lawal's accomplices. The matter has been adjourned to March 19, 2025 by the court presided over by Sedinam Awo Kwadam. Now, the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, has expressed deep concern over the rising cases of romance scams in the country, revealing that it has been investigating at least 107 related cases since 2021. Speaking at the launch of a fraud reporting campaign in partnership with the United Kingdom's National Crime Agency, EOCO leadership emphasized the importance of a whistleblowing strategy in addressing the growing threat of romance fraud. There is more in the following report by Fauzu Masaudu.
Romance scams remain one of the most pervasive forms of fraud in Ghana, especially with the increasing use of artificial intelligence (AI) to deceive victims. At the launch of a fraud reporting campaign on Wednesday, EOCO disclosed that it has been investigating at least 107 cases of romance fraud since 2021, with approximately 2 million Ghana cedis recovered in 2024 alone.
We are dealing with about 107 active cases. 107. We have referrals from international organizations or other sister agencies like FBI. Locally, we are looking at the FIC, the Financial Intelligence Center. We have from the NTA. We also have others through what we call the Mutual Legal Assistance Regime, and a few by way of petition.
The campaign, initiated in collaboration with NCA UK, aims to leverage whistleblower mechanisms to effectively tackle romance fraud. Speaking on behalf of EOCO's Executive Director, Edward Kujo, Director of Administration, highlighted the office's commitment to proactively addressing financial fraud.
We encourage everyone to join this effort and report any suspicious activity to the office. Both EOCO and NCA are committed to working together to bring this menace to its barest minimum. By joining forces, we aim to protect the public from the devastating effects of romance fraud and other types of economic and organized crimes.
The NCA UK also emphasized the need for international cooperation in combating romance scams, stressing that collaborative efforts between law enforcement agencies across borders are crucial in tracking down perpetrators.
Obviously, a lot of law enforcement agencies here in Ghana, and we work closely with many of them. I think there's definitely a need to have more of a collaborative approach around tackling these issues, at least with regards to sharing intelligence.
Well, this initiative by EOCO and the NCA UK is largely informed by the surge in cases of romance fraud in Ghana and its dire impact on the economy. For them, the campaign will contribute largely in facilitating cases of alleged romance fraud in the country. Reporting for Channel One News, Fauzu Masaudu, Accra.
And now patrons of the 2025 Heritage Caravan spent part of the day enjoying some of the sumptuous local Akan foods in the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi. The stopover was dubbed the Mukase Experience, which was hosted by Ike's Cafe and Grills at the Kumasi Cultural Center. The Caravanites enjoyed the lunch after an earlier tour of the Armed Forces Museum. Here's a report by co-captain of Bus 3, Omar Sanda Amadou.
The Heritage Caravan has moved out of the Bono regional capital, Sunyani, and now made a stop in the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi. There are a number of exciting things we plan to do here, starting off with a tour of the military or the Armed Forces Museum, Musée des Forces Armées, as has been written there in French. And we are here to observe military hardware, military equipment on display from way before independence, during independence, and after independence. The Caravanites have already entered. I'm going to follow them and also follow our tour guide, Modesta Daya, who is going to take us through the various rooms and show us the various things on display. Come with me.
You are welcome to the Ghana Armed Forces Museum, also known as Kumasi Fort. This fort was built by one Ashanti king called Nana Osei Esibe Bonsu. During his time, they used to go to Cape Coast for the barter trade. So when they went there, he saw the Cape Coast castle and he decided to build one in Kumasi here and use it as a palace. So they completed this building in 1820 and he used it as a palace. But 4 years later, he died. So the other kings who came, they also came and stayed here. But we are much concerned with those who were involved in wars. So the next king to talk of is Nana Kofi Kakari. During the time of Nana Kofi Kakari, there was a war in Kumasi here. That is the Sagaranti War, 1873-1874. But the governor who led the British to fight the Ashantis was called Sir Garnet Wolseley. But the Ashantis cannot pronounce the name War, so they used to call him Sagaranti. So that came about the Sagaranti War.
Ah, great. So, yes, Kube, coconut juice to start off lunch here at the Mukase Experience by Ice Bar and Grill in the Kumasi Cultural Center, where we are having lunch as Caravanites. After touring the Ghana Armed Forces Museum in Kumasi, this is the next port of call. You see behind me, people are ready and happy and having lunch. I'm going to have lunch and also interact with some of them about how lunch is going. Let me start from here. Hello. Okay, I want to talk to you about lunch. First of all, how was lunch?
Absolutely gorgeous. I loved it.
You loved everything?
Everything. Tilapia.
What did you have?
Tilapia and shrimp. And this.
Kebab.
Kebab, yeah. But the tilapia was just nice.
You didn't eat fufu?
No.
Swallow and talk to me.
Yes.
Can you talk after swallow?
Yes.
Oh, I'm distracting you.
It's in between, so that's fine.
How is it going?
Man, it's awesome. You see, I've lost my word.
What are you having?
Well, I eat fufu once a year.
Okay.
So you can imagine, for me to take this opportunity to eat fufu on a caravan is something else.
Wow. So you have broken down your own protocol.
Exactly.
And how is it going so far?
Well, so far it's so expanded and so I can't even use words to express it. I'm just having a fun in my lifetime.
Another person here. Hello.
Hi.
How is it going?
Oh, perfectly well.
What are you having?
Banku and goat light soup. I'm almost done.
Did you say banku and goat light soup?
Fufu, hey!
I thought I heard
food is too sweet, so my mind is turning. Fufu
you didn't invite me.
So sorry.
Now, so you had goat, did you add fish?
No. Strictly fufu and goat meat.
On the ranking of foods, favorite food, which one is your favorite food?
The one I'm having now.
So for you, this is a meal that you actually have been looking for?
Oh yes. Since 2 days ago, I wanted to eat fufu at Usbet Hotel, but due to the situation, I wasn't able to get it.
Okay.
So I decided to take it today here.
Yeah. You're loving it?
Oh yes. I wish I get another set.
Please, go and serve yourself.
Alright.
What are you having with your fufu?
Chicken light soup.
Chicken light soup. I can see the legs in there. Can you lift that? I haven't seen that in a long time. So the 2 feet and No, it's not the head. Or where did they insert it?
The neck. The neck.
My mother used to insert it in the head. I don't know.
It's all nice. So far as it's chicken.
Your food is oily. Let me not distract you any further. I am going to get food and leave you to your TV screens. This is Channel 1 Newsroom. This is the Heritage Caravan. This is the roving reporter for this bulletin. My name is Umaru Sandamadu. I'm going to get some fufu and rare wine. I'll see you.
You're still watching the Channel 1 Newsroom. Up next is CNR Business with Neteli Neti Ajaho.
CNR Business is brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Hello and welcome to CNR Business, proudly brought to you by MTN and EcoBank. I am Neteli Neti Ajaho. As Ghana commemorates its 68th Independence Day, attention has shifted from the historic fight for sovereignty to the urgent need for economic self-sufficiency. Despite nearly 7 decades of self-rule, the country continues to grapple with economic challenges, including repeated IMF bailouts and concerns over financial stability. In this report, Daniel Sakiti explores the state of Ghana's economic independence.
68 years after gaining independence, Ghana's economic journey continues to be defined by cycles of crisis and external interventions, raising fresh concerns about the nation's financial sovereignty. The country has turned to the International Monetary Fund 17 times in its history, with the latest bailout, a $3 billion extended credit facility, secured in 2022 following a severe economic downturn. Ghana's dependence on external support, including donor aid, largely stems from persistent fiscal deficits driven by inadequate revenue mobilization and rising debt levels. The current IMF-backed program aims to restore macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability while laying the groundwork for stronger and more inclusive growth. Yet, the fundamental question is how can Ghana break free from its recurring economic cycle? Economist and member of the just-ended National Economic Dialogue Planning Committee, Professor John Gachi, argues that sustained fiscal discipline is key to avoiding repeated crises.
It's not magical for anybody to say that we will not go to the IMF again. What have been leading us to the IMF is the poor management. If we are able to build the correct buffers for all the sectors, I believe we will be solid. We will not be drifting towards the IMF at the least financial distortions or at the least threat that is directed towards the finances of the countries. We will be robust, we will be solid, and then we'll be relying on the buffers that we build rather than going to the IMF.
In response to the recent economic challenges, the government convened a national economic dialogue pledging to incorporate its recommendations into the 2025 budget. Professor Lord Mensah stresses that the budget must provide a concrete roadmap for economic recovery.
I believe that with the signal that they have provided, we're going to see a conserved budget, a budget that, expenditures will be moderated. If I should say, very well, to the extent of not denying any, essentials, but then also be measured as far as, our expenditure appropriations are concerned.
As discussions continue, the question remains whether or not Ghana can break free from economic dependence and achieve lasting financial stability. For CNR Business, I am Daniel Sakiti.
The African Center for Economic Transformation is calling for targeted policy interventions to accelerate Ghana's economic transformation as structural progress stagnates amid persistent macroeconomic vulnerabilities. Assets warns that Ghana's heavy reliance on raw material exports, coupled with limited value addition and weak industrial competitiveness, continues to undermine efforts to achieve sustainable economic growth. The think tank latest Country Economic Transformation Outlook report highlights the urgent need for policy reforms to address bottlenecks in diversification and productivity. There's more in the following report by Daniel Sakiti.
Ghana's economic transformation has been marked by inconsistencies, with the country's heavy reliance on raw material exports curtailing technological advancement and productivity growth. Despite periodic economic expansion, limited value addition continues to restrict the nation's industrial competitiveness. Persistent fiscal challenges, high inflation, and macroeconomic volatility have further elevated the cost of doing business, preventing companies from manufacturing at competitive rates. The African Center for Economic Transformation is urging the government to adopt a policy that addresses these structural bottlenecks. Dr. Edward Brown is Senior Director of Research and Policy Engagement with the African Center for Economic Transformation.
We see that the country's economy is not diversifying. It's still very much dependent on primary commodities, exports and production. It is not competitive, and productivity has not really improved. And even more so, human well-being, which there has been some progress, is stagnating. So there's the need for a much more focused, intentional effort.
The African Center for Economic Transformation is calling for a modern industrial policy that targets key sectors such as agro-processing, light manufacturing, and the digital economy, areas identified as having the potential to drive long-term transformation. Recommendations include strategic investment in infrastructure, technological innovation, and skills development to enhance competitiveness. President and Chief Executive Officer of the African Center for Economic Transformation, Mapes Owusu Jemfi, emphasized that headline growth must translate into tangible economic benefits for both businesses and households.
If you dig those minerals from the ground and you sell it and your data says you are growing, but that growth has not generated jobs, is it worth it? We have a hang-up about growth and we are growing. I think the good thing is that there's now consensus across Ghana that growth is not enough. We need to transform our economies.
The African Center for Economic Transformation assessed that the country's economic growth can be accelerated through strategic reforms and key investments in critical sectors. For CNR Business, I am Daniel Sakiti.
And that's it for CNR Business. It was proudly brought to you by MTN and EcoBank. I am Neteli Nete Ajahu. Thanks for watching.
CNR Business was brought to you by MTN and EcoBank.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Aye. Sorry for left.
Hey, you gonna explain, Taya?
Let's all join the ride to make our nation great and strong.
And that's how we wrap up on the Channel One newsroom. Here's a recap of our headline stories. President Mahama pledges strong leadership for Ghana's development at 68th Independence Day celebration. Ashanti Regional Minister orders arrest over deadly mining explosion at Odumase. President Mahama assures Ketu South residents Blekusu Sea Defense Project will be included in budget. And patrons of the 2025 Heritage Caravan spend part of day 5 enjoying local canned foods in the Ashanti Regional Capital, Kumasi. You can visit our website, channel1newsroom.com, for more information on our top stories and more. Subscribe to Channel 1 TV on YouTube for more exclusive video content from Channel 1 TV. I am Zoe Abube-Eduardo. Many thanks for watching.
Towards Russia. Words aimed at freeing up billions of euros to rearm a continent that may no longer be able to rely on protection from Washington. Also coming up, Ukraine's president mending fences. Volodymyr Zelensky is set to meet Donald Trump's special envoy in Saudi Arabia in a few days after last week's row between Zelensky and Trump at the White House. A South Korean court cancels the arrest order for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol, paving the way for his release from detention. And the EU weakens protection for wolves in what critics say is a major blow to science and biodiversity. Welcome to the show. I'm Nicole Fröhlich. EU leaders have held crisis talks in Brussels in the wake of Washington's pivot away from its transatlantic partners. The extraordinary European summit came almost a week after a heated exchange between U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House exposed the growing rift between the U.S. and its allies for all the world to see.
This public display of support for Ukraine's war-weary president was the first thing EU leaders wanted to achieve with this emergency meeting, which comes a week after Volodymyr Zelensky was kicked out of the White House after clashing with Donald Trump.
Dear Volodymyr, we are with you since day one. We'll continue with you now, and we will continue in the future.
I want to thank all our European leaders, first of all, and for such signal, strong support, discuss on strong support from the very beginning of the war, and what's been during all this period, and last week you stay with us.
Zelensky used the occasion to ask EU leaders to continue urging Washington to involve Kyiv in peace negotiations with Moscow. EU leaders agree with Zelensky that an agreement to stop the fighting without security guarantees for Ukraine wouldn't deter Russia from attacking again. The summit statement EU leaders have endorsed says a ceasefire must be part of a process that leads to a full peace agreement. It adds that any agreement must be accompanied by, quote, robust and credible security guarantees for Ukraine. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban didn't back the statement, but all the leaders have committed to working together to bolster Europe's defence. They discussed easing the bloc's strict budget debt rules so member states can increase their military spending.
Today, history is being written. We are coming out of this European Council very determined to ensure Europe's security and to act with the scale, the speed and the resolve that this situation demands. I presented the Rearm Europe plan today to the leaders, a plan to give Europe the military capability that it needs to face today's threats. It could mobilise up to 800 billion euros, and it is about taking more responsible on our shoulders for our own security.
This is a moment of vindication for France's President Emmanuel Macron, who for years has been urging Europe to build the capacity to defend itself without relying on NATO and the United States. France is now considering protecting European allies with its nuclear arsenal.
I proposed to open a strategic conversation with the member states that are interested in making progress on this subject.
It's an option that would have been unthinkable under the decades of transatlantic cooperation.
For more on this extraordinary summit, we're joined now by DW correspondent Lucia Schulten, who's followed it all from Brussels. Lucia, EU leaders jumping into action there. Where is that 800 billion euros to rearm Europe going to come from, though, and how fast can it be mobilized?
Yeah, so let me talk you through the two biggest chunks. So the first big chunk are 650 billion euros, and these are basically debts that the member states should be allowed to make. So the European Union wants to change its rules, which are relatively strict right now when it comes to making new debts for the states, and they want to change it in a way that it will be allowed to make debts for defense spending. That is the first chunk. And the second one would be 150 billion euros of loans, where the European Union goes ahead, takes out these loans and gives them to the member states. And the reason for doing that is that the European Union does get a pretty good credit rate that maybe not every member state would get. And this is the other big part from which the member states should be allowed to do joint procurement for arms, missiles, other defense goods. So this is the plan, but this is a more long-term plan. So this is for the years to come to allow Europe to rearm itself. So the next step would be that the European Commission will have to really put proposals, legislative proposals on the table. It did say it will do this in the next 2 weeks when the leaders will meet for the next time. So there is a real sense of urgency here in the European Union. But as I've said, these are plans for the longer term to rearm, as they say here, Europe.
The French President Emmanuel Macron, we heard him there in the report. He said he would like to open a debate on extending his country's nuclear deterrent to his European allies. How do these allies feel about it?
Yes, so there has been some welcoming words for this proposal. For example, they have been coming from the Lithuanian president or also from the Luxembourgish president, but there are also other states which have been a bit more skeptical, and this has been mainly outgoing Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who has said he thinks that Europe or Germany should stick to the current plan, which is backed by NATO, and which is mainly that Europe or NATO relies on mainly US nuclear weapons, which are on the territory. And he's been saying that this is that a lot of parties in Germany would also be thinking the same. So he's very skeptical. Nevertheless, Emmanuel Macron has been saying that other leaders have approached him and that he is now looking into this, that there will be technical talks coming, and that then in the first half of this year there should be a decision what is possible and what not. But these are still very early days in this debate.
Yeah, and it bears repeating that Olaf Scholz is, of course, on his way out of the Chancellery here in Germany. Now, this was about showing unity as well publicly towards the U.S., but unity when it comes to Ukraine usually means the unity of 26 and Hungary refusing to go along with the bloc, doesn't it? So how are the remaining members managing to work around Viktor Orban here?
Yeah, they have a certain practice in working around Viktor Orban, you can say, here in the European Union. This is not new that Viktor Orban blocks military aid for Ukraine. Yesterday they have solved it by issuing two statements. One was backed by all 27, the first part on the EU defense. The second one was backed only by 26 states. The second one was the one on the help for Ukraine, where the other 26 EU states have reiterated certain things, like there should be no negotiations for Ukraine without Ukraine, but they have also made clear that they want to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position so that it could go in this strong position into possible peace talks. And they have reaffirmed that they would keep supporting Ukraine with military aid. As I've mentioned, there has been some creativity before in circumventing Hungarian vetoes. This worked in certain areas, but then there are also areas, for example, when it comes to military aid from something called the European Peace Facility. There, Hungary is still blocking money for Ukraine, and there it has to be seen if this will ever be freed up.
There's Lucia Schulten in Brussels. Thanks. Now, after attending this summit, Ukraine's President Zelensky is set to travel to Saudi Arabia next week to hold talks with the U.S. on ending the war with Russia. He's expected to meet President Donald Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. Witkoff says a letter from Zelensky to Trump contained an apology after their row last week in the White House. Trump has been pressuring Zelensky to make a peace deal, pausing U.S. military aid and suspending intelligence sharing. Let's talk to DW correspondent Max Sanda for the perspective from Ukraine. He joins us from Kyiv. Max, Zelensky is set to meet with U.S. officials next week in Saudi Arabia. Could this be a sign that the two countries are moving closer again?
Well, yes, Nicole. I mean, at least that's a reason. There's a reason to hope for the Ukrainians. They do need the U.S. They do need the U.S. weapons and the U.S. Capabilities to fight this war. European partners, other countries don't have the same capabilities to fill their shoes, at least for the moment. Now, the situation did look very bleak after that press conference last week when Zelensky's team got kicked out of the White House, quite literally. What happened in the following days is that military aid was suspended, intelligence sharing was suspended. But from what we're hearing, Zelensky's team and Trump's team over the course of the last week have been in touch and have been trying to fix this relationship, trying to find a common way forward. Perhaps what also influenced Trump's decision to get back to the table with Zelensky is that the Europeans have vowed to significantly step up their efforts for Ukraine to take more responsibility. That is something that he also has communicated to his supporters back home in the U.S., that the U.S. should not be solely, as he likes to frame it, responsible to finance the war and finance Ukraine's defense. So, the Ukrainians certainly are looking forward to meeting with the Americans and getting this mineral deal done. We'll have to wait for the fine print to look at the details, what exactly this is going to entail. But perhaps this could also mean that U.S. weapons and U.S. intelligence are back on the table.
Mm-hmm. For now, aid from Washington remains cut, though. Is Ukraine's military already feeling the lack of U.S. support on the front lines?
This is something that usually comes with a little bit of lead time. When you talk about intelligence and the U.S. intelligence capabilities, that is likely something that would be seen quite fast, quite rapidly, so to say. The Ukrainians need American capabilities to make out targets within Russian-occupied territory and within Russia, for example, to take out Russian air defense systems, to take out Russian command posts, to take out munitions depots. This has been a quite successful strategy in the past to attack in the rear, and for that they need American intelligence. We don't know exactly, and from what we heard, the Ukrainians, at least yesterday, communicated that they also didn't know exactly what the suspension of intelligence sharing would entail. but we can imagine that it will make an immediate effect on the battlefield. Other countries, like France, for example, have promised to share more of their intelligence to try to make up for it, but they don't have the exact same capabilities. If you look at the military support, that is something that's going to be seen not so soon likely, because the Ukrainians are sitting on stockpiles, for example, for 155 millimeter artillery shells. A lot of the stuff that comes in from the border doesn't go from the border directly to the front line, but sits in a warehouse, is modified, is retrofitted, or it comes to use later in the war. But certainly in a few weeks, in a few months, shouldn't there be any replacement, the Ukrainians are going to see the difference when it comes to the use of weapons, and they're also already probably going to start altering their strategy, not knowing how much additional reinforcements or replacements are going to come.
Ukraine says its energy infrastructure came under massive Russian attack again this Friday. How are these latest attacks affecting the country?
Right, so there was a large-scale attack that's happened yesterday in Ukraine, and from what we're hearing, the targets were Ukrainian gas infrastructure. This is nothing new. Energy infrastructure has been attacked, especially in the winter months since winter 22-23, and this follows a series of attacks over the last couple of weeks, which happened predominantly in the Odessa Oblast. So what the Russians are trying to do is they're trying to hit the gas production units here in Ukraine, which increases the prices, but also takes away what is available, limits the gas production. So the Ukrainians are already looking into importing more gas, and this is a very difficult situation, not just for the industry, but also especially for civilians. This is a sunny day here in Kyiv now, but we're still somewhat at the end of winter. It was a very cold February, so it was a very difficult situation there.
Max Senna in Kyiv, thanks so much for your reporting. And a quick look now at some other stories making headlines around the world. Flights in the Caribbean and the U.S. state of Florida have been disrupted after the failure of a SpaceX Starship test flight. The rocket exploded just minutes after liftoff. Video posted on social media appears to show flaming debris from the spacecraft. A January Starship test flight also ended in an explosion. Syria is sending reinforcements to the northwestern city of Latakia following an ambush by forces loyal to ousted leader Bashar al-Assad. At least 13 security forces were killed. A curfew has been imposed. The port city was a stronghold of Assad, who was overthrown by insurgents last December. China's foreign minister has accused the U.S. of, quote, meeting good with evil by imposing what he called arbitrary tariffs on Chinese goods. Wang Yi said the U.S. was punishing China after it had helped the U.S. contain its fentanyl crisis. U.S. President Trump has cited Chinese production of the drug as a reason for the increased levies. A court in South Korea has canceled the arrest warrant for impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol, paving the way for his release from prison. But Yoon's lawyer says he has not yet been freed, as prosecutors may appeal the decision. Yoon was arrested in January after his short-lived declaration of martial law in December of 2024. Investigators say it amounted to a rebellion. Yoon's lawyers argued he should be released while the investigation continues because the indictment process was taking too long. Let's go live to Seoul now and bring in journalist Fabian Kretschmer. Fabian, what more do we know about the court's decision, and how significant is this?
Well, in my opinion, it's pretty significant. Why? Because Yoon Suk-yeol has been kept in a detention center since mid-January, and many observers actually expected that he will not leave his jail cell for quite a long time. But now he's supposed to get out of it. That was quite a surprising decision, I must say. And that, of course, gives the whole crisis that we're facing here in South Korea a new dynamic. Yoon Suk-yeol, if in freedom, could mobilize much more actively his supporters, could be much more outspoken, could get much more platforms for his arguing. And unsurprisingly, his supporters, who are in large numbers here in downtown Seoul, who are rallying, they're quite cheerful, they're happy, while the people on the left side, on the political left, they're quite disappointed by the decision.
We can actually see some of his supporters there protesting in front of that prison this morning. Now, this is not the end of Yoon Suk-yeol's legal troubles, is it?
No. He's still facing two trials, actually two separate trials. One is the impeachment trial that is held at the Constitutional Court, and actually it's expected that there could be a verdict probably next week, by the latest in 2 or maximum 3 weeks. That is the expected schedule, and they will decide whether Yoon's impeachment is legal, and they could finalize it. Then the country would hold elections within 60 more days, or they could reinstate Yoon Suk-yeol back into power, and then he would go back into his presidential office. But there's also a second trial, and that's the criminal trial. So Yoon is accused of abuse of power, but also insurrection. That are really very heavy crimes. He could face, many years in jail, possibly a lifelong sentence, and those trials are still ongoing.
Yoon and his lawyers do insist that this is a political witch hunt. How does the general public there in South Korea see it?
Well, the public is extremely polarized. You have the supporters who completely support Yoon Suk-yeol and who, as you said, say this is a political witch hunt. Then you have the people on the left who say that Yoon Suk-yeol put the democracy here in danger by imposing martial law. And actually, there seems to be no middle ground. Really, the political landscape, also the public, is extremely polarized, including the media. If you look at the polls, then I would say the number who want to see Yoon Suk-yeol out of office, they are slightly in the majority, but yeah, as I said, it's really polarized.
That's journalist Fabian Kretschmer in Seoul. Great to get that update from you. Thanks so much. North Korea is closing its borders to Western tourists just weeks after it began letting them back in. Last month, Western tourists were able to visit for the first time since North Korea sealed its borders when COVID hit back in 2020. Tour operators say travel to North Korea is canceled until further notice. It's unclear what led to this abrupt change. The numbers of wolves living in the wild in Europe is estimated to have almost doubled over the last decade to more than 20,000. That's seen as a success for conservation measures, classifying wolves as strictly protected. But after protests from farmers angered by the killing of their livestock, a new EU law now comes into force that makes it easier for landowners to shoot wolves. DW's Rosie Burchard and Nathan Canas have this report.
A pack of wolves penetrating the Veluwe National Park in the Netherlands. And the result. In the light of day, we find only traces of them.
So you can see some wolf scat, hair everywhere. He is eating wild boar, this one. And outside the park, they also eat a lot of wildlife. They attacked some horses and they attacked some cows.
Park ranger Jacob Leidecker has watched wildlife change since wolves made a comeback in the Netherlands several years ago, crossing from Germany after the species was previously hunted out of existence here in the 19th century.
The first wolf came in the summer of 2021. Then we had pups, 5 pups in 2022, and then it went on. All mouflons were, for instance, killed by Christmas 2022. So in 1.5 years, 300 mouflons dead.
A few park visitors have also had close encounters, like this cyclist back in 2022. It's leaving farmers furious and some locals worried.
If it's getting more dark, then I am more cautious about that I know the wolf is here, and I teach my children to scream.
The park owners were among those asking to weaken wolves' strict protection status to allow for some hunting. And they got their wish. Last year, the European Union pushed for international changes and can now start the process of downgrading EU legal protections. But the decision has been slammed by environmental campaigners. They argue wolves, which haven't caused human deaths here for decades, are important predators, keeping herbivores in check and helping more plants flourish. Activists also point to EU evidence showing most regional wolf populations still lack strong long-term survival prospects.
It's definitely a political move. There's no science behind it. What really works and has proven to be effective is non-lethal methods like electric fence and other what we call coexistence measure. That really works in terms of stopping the attacks, while culling and shooting, even if it seems the fastest, is really ineffective.
Back in the Netherlands, the possibility of shooting some wolves in future is welcome here, though not all park visitors are in favour.
I understand that the farmers had a lot of troubles with it, but for me personally, I love the wolf.
This enthusiast plans to keep her distance and keep an eye out for these controversial creatures, sometimes caught on camera and often caught up in political debate.
And some other world news. The Vatican has shared an audio message from ailing Pope Francis with a crowd of faithful in St. Peter's Square. The pontiff thanked people for their prayers in his first address since he was hospitalized 3 weeks ago with double pneumonia. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum has hailed what she called an excellent and respectful phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump. Following the call, the White House agreed to a 4-week postponement of the import tariffs on Mexican goods. The White House later said the pause extended to some Canadian imports as well. The price of egg in the United States has more than doubled in a year. The surging costs are partly due to an outbreak of bird flu that's led to the culling of millions.
So these are original dance band compositions composed by the Adaha Dance Band. Our first one is a presidential address. We call this Fellow Ghanaians. Enjoy this one.
Enka emfata yen so manga na yene bonya moya toba eni edika mfonso ne ya edika ibedi yechile yedi yesike nanka ente moma ya transcendent yaka Fellow Ghanaians yeyire chia oman ba ku incheche mu ya doso oman ne hodona sa sebe kumnya ne ka so shende proye nansu medika yesreda na se ya edika ibedi yechile Africa yedi yesike nanka ente moma ya transcendent yaka woso Fellow Ghanaians wombra ba ya page of me God bless our whole Ghana and make her great and strong. Woso Fellow Ghanaians wombra ba ya page of me God bless our whole Ghana and make her great and strong. Bibi Sroma na num penny smoke with to my Yaberetini, Yamaya Humodi, Chimam Nebeda, that's me, the kind I said, service to God and country. Them where you money, Ghana be, and none so basic I in the union and no Kuredi. Fearless honesty, and running yet you man. The rule of law, Kabi money, Kabio, and patriotic high spirit. God bless our homeland Ghana, and make a great and strong. And there was some fellow Ghanaians, one my page of me. God bless our homeland Ghana, and make a great and strong. Was some fellow Ghanaians, my page of me. God bless our homeland Ghana, and make a great and strong. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an original composition called The Original Ghana Moment. It's a special one from the Adaha Dance Band. As we celebrate Ghana, don't forget about our meals. Our meals. Enjoy this one. If you like food, this is for you. Whatever. It's early morning, 6 o'clock. If you are in Ghana, Amelia Coco, no, I hot. Area no pikas and tempo fruit and as a cozy. So I late the iron temp fatty bread and match. At this time, I'm crossing the water to buy water. There's no time to waste or else you not get waylaid. Some more Gary, I swear. Some more macaroni, I swear. Let's shit off. Amelia more pepe. Original Ghana moment. So you want the breakfast in bed. And as a coffee broke man, hey, you have to come to Ghana from Africa. That's why I said, for every and papa, so many choices. So I swear to God, oh, your food. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, our beloved country. That's why I said, for every and papa, so many choices. So I swear to God, oh, your food. It's 12 o'clock, oh, where's up? Charlie lunch is served, David's pot is hot. The barbecue is long, oh. This is Gary and B, so concro plantain. David, please add one egg for double protein. Bamboo and okra stew. Emu to the cat and quine and also. But don't be shy to face the wall. If you like Okonte, now God's right. If you buy fufu, you have to buy the jam. I'm watching your Chief Justice, the Ghana moment. You want the breakfast in bed? Honorable Kwame Boache. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, Mama Africa. That's why I stand for every other papa. So many choices, so I swear to God, don't juggle the food. Hey, you have to come to Ghana, our beloved country. That's why I stand for every other papa. So many choices, so I swear to God, don't juggle the food. I'm on the daddy solo. I'm on the daddy solo. Yeah. Hey, I'm represent. Palavra sociale, palavra sociale. papa. So many choices, so what's gonna go? Trouble the fool. Charlie. But there is Banku and all close to you. And Mutu and Katin Quine and also like a Mutu and Katin Quine. But don't be shy to face the world if you like Okonte. JB. Now cut rice. If you buy fufu, you have to buy the jet. Appointing. Where's our goat? In Ghana, if you buy fufu, you have to buy the jet, which is the appointing. I didn't say anything. And Nas will get you. This is the first Gold Coast at the high regiment formed up. Ready for a high life troop. Gentlemen, left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Last one. Left hand, another right hand. Mark time. Forward, Adam. And yes, right. This is the American Embassy. How can we help you, mister? I'm a proud Ghanaian applying for you a visa. So what is your name, your occupation in your hometown? I am Abanga Yinsemana Bonegatanga. Mr. Abanga, what do you have for America? Fugu original, Burkina, from the northern parts of Ghana. Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. My greetings to Barack Obama. All the accounts. This is the American Embassy. How can we help you, mister? I'm a proud Ghanaian applying for you a visa. So what is your name, your occupation, and your hometown? I am an account for me north in the Moas downtown. Mr. Kwakubawati, what is your mission in America? You got to gold, any cocoa, textiles, what you like it there. Your Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. Yes, I'm Kente for Obama. Sorry, your occupation in your hometown. I am Nisowa Ijenga, I come from the capital. Mr. Nisowa, what is the mission in America? To be a fisherman, middle class, my wife's so skinky, freelance. Your Excellency is the king of Accra, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana. We are bringing the comic Kekena. All the others, I want of you. This is the American Embassy. How can we help you, mister? proud Ghanaian, applying for you and here. So what is your name, your occupation, and your hometown? I am Efo Bugbede, this inside of the voter. Efo Bugbede, what is the mission in America? I'm educated and the power of magic complicated. Your Excellency, the U.S. ambassador to Ghana. Alright, I'm taking the lead. See you in Alabama. So this is the hand she done. Thank you very much. This is the American Embassy.
It doesn't get much better than the Adaha Dance Band.
Right,
oh my goodness.
Right.
They have kept us in smiles and
I'm
just
telling you,
all
Kuku,
kinds of feelings and all of that, you know.
It's the originality of the song for me.
The
Ghanaianness.
Yes.
You feel the Ghanaian.
I like that.
It's
The
not even the
Ghanaianness
Africanism,
of
the
the,
Ghanaianness of the song. Because the second song they performed,
Yes.
for example, they mentioned Wache, Mami Shito Bibri,
Yeah.
Talia Kakra, Gary Kakra, you know, just the perfect Wache combination.
And you have to arrive on time in case you lose the way.
Exactly.
You won't get anywhere if you don't arrive on
Wow.
time. It's a beautiful, beautiful
Look,
performance
I feel
by
like
them.
the Adaha Dance Band should be giving a lot of attention, and then we should support their craft because look, I love them. It's even their dressing.
I know,
for me,
right? I know, right?
you know.
If you want to enjoy more from the Adaha Dance Band, we have it right here on our channel 1 TV on YouTube. You can also go to Kweku Boateng and the Adaha Dance Band. You know, go and enjoy their music, their original performances from them. Of course, they do a lot of historical songs, patriotic songs, and all of that, and they do it excellently. But they also have their own compositions, which are really fun and very, very enjoyable. Yeah. Welcome to Breakfast Daily. Good morning to you. My name is David Kwekusechi.
And my name is Jifa KD Akoto. It's always a pleasure coming your way every morning, and we appreciate that you join us every morning on the show. We are always glad to start your mornings with you, and this morning is no different. We are going to start off the morning, of course, with some reminders, and then we'll go into the newspapers, what the papers are saying, and the headlines on the various news portals. We'll also bring you some MasterCard Foundation conversations right here on the show. And later on in the show, the Caravanites are still on the trip. They are still journeying through 14 regions of Ghana. We'll bring you some conversations as well. And then we'll catch up with Eko Kumsing, who will give us some updates on what they are doing and where they are currently in terms of the Heritage Caravan 2025. So do stay with us right here on the show. If you want to join the conversation, do so by sending us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number 0204447033. We'll gladly read your messages on the show. Or alternatively, you can go onto our social media platforms at Channel 1 TVGH or use the hashtag Breakfast Daily if you're sending a message via X.
Yes, today is Friday, so you know Friday is the day that they arrive at Maha.
Yeah, and then they do the 2 days.
They're going to do 2 nights at Maha.
Right, 2
so
nights.
2 very enjoyable nights, and then they will set off on Sunday morning from the Western region, head through Central region, stop over for a bit of, enjoyment over there, and then they'll head to Accra. So
I can't wait to have them back. Yeah, I said that.
Please, you can't do ahoya at this point.
I can't wait to have them back.
I did my ahoya at the beginning of the trip, but you can't do ahoya at this point.
Initially, I wasn't too bothered, but after seeing all the updates on social media, the videos, the pictures, I'm like, you guys are enjoying too much. It's okay, come back. I can't wait to speak to Eko and tell him we should hurry up.
They'll be back soon. They'll be back soon.
They had better come back.
Yeah. So just to remind you that we do have a lot that's happening in this Heritage Month. Of course, the Heritage Month on Air series, we'll be bringing that to you. It's Monday to Thursday, every Monday to Thursday throughout the month. You want to enjoy the Heritage on Air series. Fantastic conversations. This week has all been about celebrating people of historical significance. And some of their names, I never heard of this one, I never heard of that one, But they're all historic to Ghana. And how come we don't know, so much of our history? It's important, for us to do that and know a lot more about our history. So that's that. The next week we're going to go and look at something else. We're looking at religious, our religious heritage as Ghanaians as well, and then other conversations about music and food and all of that. But the Heritage Caravan, you know what it is. It's happening. It's been happening. They've now hit, I think they've now hit their 11th region. Yeah. They're going to do 12, 13, 14, and then
they come back
to Accra. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
Of course, and Kweku, at the end of the month, I keep chanting this, I keep saying it, is my favorite part of the Heritage Month, the Back to Your Village Food Festival. There'll be so much to eat, there'll be so much to drink, there'll be lots of good Ghanaian music, like what we just enjoyed from Adaha, and many, many more. We don't even know who is coming yet this year, but trust us to give you the best when it comes to music, food, dance, culture, and everything. As you can see on your screens, that's Pinot. We have a work play and Amadechi. There'll be Fetridechi, my Eves. You know how the okra has to be slimy. You get what I mean. Just as you are seeing on your screen. With some koto, there'll be 7-7. Could you know 7-7? Chicken wings.
Oh, really? Exactly.
So there'll be 7-7 in this. I mean, whatever you want to have, every kind of protein, anything at all that you want to have when it comes to good Guinean food, you find it at the Heritage Caravan. And this is going to be happening at the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, each day, that's 29th and 30th of March this year. So come through. If you are coming as somebody who just wants to come and explore or come and have a taste of the food, it's free entry. All you have to do is to fill your pockets, fill your Momo wallets. Make sure that you are coming with your bank cards in case you run out of money from your pockets in your Momo as well. And most importantly, come with an empty stomach and lots of packaging bowls.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you can't taste all the food, so you can't sample every meal you find this. So most definitely, you'll be tempted to take something away. And when you don't have enough packaging bowls, you'll be disappointed in yourself, So do come through on the 29th and 30th of March this year, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. It's going to be a whole day's affair. So Saturday we'll be there, and then Sunday, come in the morning before you go to church. Come and, trust and see what's going on there. And then right after church, you come back with the whole family to actually enjoy the event properly. So
the worst feeling on earth is the feeling of I can see what I want. I have money to buy what I want, but there's nowhere to keep it. Please, the packing bowls. And yet, I say, who are take away? Who are take away? Where's your takeaway?
Come prepared.
No, you come prepared. Yeah, to come and buy the food.
So that nobody will give you any excuses.
Exactly.
So someone reached out to me the other time. The person was like, "Oh, Jifa, why didn't you tell me about the Heritage Caravan? I really wanted to partake this year, and they are gone. Before I knew it, they were gone. Don't let that happen to you again." Look, when we talk about City and Channel One TV events, you know how we do it. Like, it's a serious affair over here. So when we talk about events and you are interested, don't even think twice about it, because you are going to have an experience of your lifetime. You will not regret partaking in any event we organize here. So do come through. We'll be expecting to see you, and then come and have a good time.
Yesterday was Independence Day.
Yes.
And for the first time, I was watching the screens and I was smiling I was smiling
Why were you
uncontrollably.
smiling?
I was just looking at the TV screen. I was like, hey, Adiefu, you know. And for me, as somebody who has played in this space of photography and videography for so many years, right, I was seeing visuals that appealed to me in a way that I don't remember experiencing, you know. Yeah, drone shot are drone shots. Yeah. You know, bird's eye view shot are bird's eye view shot. They would just say, camera angle, different things. I was like, wow, it was something else for me. You know, I don't know what your experience of Independence Day was like. Of course, we couldn't all be at the Flagstaff House because it was strictly by invitation. And I saw people who got invited. People got invited.
People were excited about the invitation. Those who it was their first time experience to have access to the Flagstaff House. This is the presidency you're having access to. So it was a lot of excitement and joyful moments for most of them. And the celebration in general, if you ask me, was very colorful and beautiful. As always, I mean, Independence Day celebrations here in Ghana is something we all look forward to because of the beautiful cultural display, of course, and the Ghanaianness and the Africanism in us that we bring to play. So it was a beautiful experience overall, if you ask me. But we'll be opening the phone line shortly to ask you your thoughts about that. So do stay with us. So when we open the phone lines, you can share your thoughts and comments with us. But we need to remind you that tomorrow, Saturday, the Wonder Space show will be coming your way at 12 noon. If you've missed any episode of the Wonder Space show, then you have missed a lot, because this is a show created for a whole family. It's a whole family show. It's not just for the kids. So the Wonder Space show will be coming your way tomorrow, Saturday. Do catch Miss Natalie at 12 noon right here on Channel One TV.
Absolutely. All right. So we'll get straight to the papers. And we have, let me take you to the Daily Graphic. And on the front page of the Daily Graphic, we have 68th Independence Anniversary. President unveils vision for self-reliance. And that's the big headline. And there's another one here. It says, Public Lord cost-cutting on Independence Day. All right. So we're going to be asking a question later on when we open the phone lines about the change of venue. Do you think it was a good idea, and why? You share with us, all right? So the back page, we have here 8 SMEs selected for GEF $7 million grant to boost plastic recycling. And the CBG hands over 26 boreholes to underserved communities. So those are some of the headlines we have from the Daily Graphic. I'll take you to the Ghanaian Times. And on the front page of the Ghanaian Times, we have posterity will not accept our failures. And this is again at the Independence Day, the president's there speaking. Fire kills girl, displaces 40 others in Bolgatanga. Very unfortunate news there. Gaming Commission seeks media support to clamp down on illegal and underage gambling. Okay, so, and then we have alleviate suffering of commuters on Ofanko and Sawam Road. Minister urges contractor. And we have on the back page, 68th Independence Anniversary characterized by low-key celebration in regions. And so that's what we have from the Ghanaian Times. We'll go to the News Center newspaper. And it says here, economic rights of sacked government workers violated. Afenyomakin cites articles in the Constitution breached by the dismissals. Okay. Mahama appointees with ministerial status exceed 100. And that's Abujinapo speaking there. Akufo-Addo Kufuor joined Mahama at 68th Independence Day celebration. Pokuah Adade Prempeh champions mental well-being and financial literacy. And we have President Mahama calls for reflection on post-independence journey. That's what we have for the News Center newspaper. I'll take you to the Herald next. And on the front page of the Herald, we have Governor Esiama runs from Ernest Addison's skeletons in $261 million BOG headquarters. Mahama defends cost-saving Independence Day budget. Akufo-Addo attends celebration without iconic chair. Okay. Genza GNPC controversy erupts in Mahama's government. Officials pushing to ratify gas deal without investigation. Ex-minister's company sits on mineral funds millions of dollars as concerns grow over forensic audit. We have MPA inaugurates audit committee to strengthen accountability. And we have Ghana Vitol GNPC deliver vital social projects in the Western region. And that's what the Herald has for us. Let's go to the Chronicle next. And on the front page of the Chronicle, we have Afenyomarkin fights for dismissed Ghanaian workers. Gold Board is a very serious error in judgment. And this is Razak Opoku speaking there. We have Mahama's lean government claim is a hoax. Abu Jinapo says he has appointed 100 ministers, which is not exactly the case, but he's trying to do a gamma lizard with the conversation. So some people who are appointed at the presidency, he says they are ministerial level appointments. But we know that officially, the president has appointed about 60 ministers. On the back page, we have some sports updates. Manchester United welcome Arsenal in a big clash. Nottingham Forest play host to Manchester City. And those are some of the headlines on the back page of the Chronicle. I'll take you to the Daily Guide next. And we have Nana Kufuor Storm Independence Day celebration. I don't know if the headline is quite a good descriptive of what happened, but yeah. Okay. Hodumase fire explosion kills 3. That's a very unfortunate one there. Remember yesterday we brought you that update. Konongo Dumase, the explosion that took place there. Initially, there was 1 dead. It looks like some people have also succumbed to their injuries. GES backtracks on non-payroll staff sacking. And that's what we have from the Daily Guide. I'll take you to the 2 publishers. That's the Ghanaian publisher and the new publisher. I'll start with the new publisher. Sack them in quote, order from Mahama is illegal. Afenyomarkin says it's vindictive political cleansing. We have spoiled our children. Abu Jinapo blows alarm. Jubilee House. So there's let me separate the story. So we have spoiled our children. It's an article there. And then we also have Abu Jinapo blows alarm. Jubilee House paying over 100 ministers. Okay. The Ghanaian publisher tells us, minority leader tells parliament, stop Mahama's lawless conduct now. Jinapo strips presidency naked, says 100 ministers are on a payroll. Eastern Region GJA fights closure of Esweni Radio. And we have EBLF to champion mental health and inclusivity. That's what we have for the Ghanaian publisher. Let's do a few more papers. We have the Custodian, and it says, program Bako definitions Bibri. KON, that's the Kojopo and Nkrumah mocks NDC on 24-hour economy. Program Bako definitions Bibri. Jospon Group, the Gambia signed waste management deal. Like Jospon is really spreading his wings across. He's going to Nigeria, he's going to other countries, he's now newly in Gambia. Kudos to him and the whole group. Your mass dismissals pose serious security risk. Afenyomarkin tells Terminator 1 Mahama. Wow. Okay. Terminator 1. Abu Jinapo exposes Mahama over lean government scam. Government's borrowing from T-bills to hit 72 billion Ghana cedis today. This is Gideon Boako. And then Razak Opoku writes, Ghana Gold Board is serious error in judgment. Yeah. And then let's go to This one here is the Informer. And minority-majority tango over bloated presidential appointments. Boko needs peace. Mahama to factions. Planned establishment of gold board error. And again, that's a Razakapoku story. It's making the rounds in the various papers. Vice President honors Rawlings for promoting academic excellence. Transfer of government projects. CDD urges politicians to follow due process. We have Gambia Jospon Group partner to tackle waste challenge in African way. All right, I have two more newspapers to go through, and we have here the Inquisitor. And Inquisitor says, destruction work in MPP. Nanado fingered as he seeks to control affairs. Roads Minister directs contractors to resume maintenance on Ofankor and Sawam Road. March 6th celebration cost slashed from 15 million Ghana cedis to 1.5 million Ghana cedis. NED concerns will be featured in 2025 budget. This is coming from the Finance Minister, Dr. Ato Forson. And my final paper is the Daily Analyst. And the Daily Analyst says, court orders substituted service on Amewu. GJA condemns interim injunction on Esewini Community Radio, calls for immediate legal action. Excuse me. 68th Independence Day, we will fulfill social contract with Ghanaians. Western Regional Minister is assuring us. Reflect, review, reset. That was the theme for yesterday's Independence Day. Mahama announces 10 billion $10 billion US dollar big push plan to transform Ghana. Remember during the electioneering process, he spoke about the big push. Independence Day at Jubilee House, Ghana saves 19 million Ghana cedis. It's time for lasting peace to prevail. Mahama appeals to Boko. So those are the papers that we have today. I'll take you quickly to the online portals. We have channel1news.com. We also have citynewsroom.com, and I'll take you to channel1news.com first of all and bring you the headlines that we have there. Now, we're considering upgrading Ridge Hospital to a teaching hospital. This is the health minister speaking. It would be a good upgrade if they do that. Government to strengthen monitoring of school feeding program amid quality concerns. Odumase explosion, Ashanti Regional Minister orders crackdown on illegal sale of mining explosives. Agboja, Ibrahim Mahama, others support victims of tidal waves in Ketu South. So that's it for the channel1news.com. I'll take you to citynewsroom.com. We have building financial buffers can end IMF dependence. This is Professor Gachi. Truck carrying spare parts catches fire on the Tema motorway. Tidal waves, resettlement site in flood zone will not fit for purpose. This is Mahama speaking. And invest in agriculture to reduce $2 billion food import bill. This is PFAG demanding. Okay, and I'll give you one more, and this is the Ketu South update. Agboja Ibrahim Mahama donates to victims of tidal waves. So there's a lot that's in the news cycle. You can go over to channel1news.com as well as citynewsroom.com for your credible news updates. We're going to take a quick break. When we're back, the question that we're asking is the issue of the Independence Day celebration yesterday, the change of venue. Was that a good decision, a good choice, or not? What do you make of it? We'll be right back to have that conversation. Don't go.
Ago. In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, you might think that your CCTV or electric fence would prevent crime. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
We had CCTV and electric fence. We thought we were safe. But when the robbers came in, they cut our fence and they didn't care. I was terrified for my baby's life. The CCTV recorded everything. But Response One monitored alarm system, which is connected to our electric fence, that saved us. The swift response from the alarm system triggered a signal instantly. They dispatched their response team immediately. We now feel safe. Now we truly feel protected.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response One's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response One. Stay connected. Stay protected.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale. Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment. DSTV.
Ago.
All right, welcome back, and it's time for us to get into the phone-in conversation. It's all about Independence Day, and the decision that was taken yesterday to have it at a different venue. Of course, the decision wasn't taken yesterday, but the event happened yesterday at a different venue from what we are used to. And it happened at the Flagstaff House, the Jubilee House. All right, and it was, for me, I thought it was very colorful, it was very beautiful, it was very timely. You know, it didn't drag, the usual way that we experience Independence Day celebrations. President came on time, I just thought it was fantastic, So yeah, I don't know what you made of it yesterday.
Cool. I share the same sentiments. Yesterday when I was watching the ceremony, it looked, aside from the beauty of it, the ceremony was very short. I think they finished at about 11:30, before 12.
Yeah, before midday they were done.
Yeah, before midday they were done. And I was like, oh, that was fast.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that the presidency decided that, look, over the years we've spent so much money to organize this thing, so let's cut down cost. And I mean, in his speech he mentioned that last year they spent 20 million Ghana cedis in the organization of the celebration, and this year they saved 95%, which means that they spent just 1 million Ghana cedis. I would have appreciated if we got a breakdown of the money spent, because if you ask me, I don't know what went into that 1 million cedis expenditure, but I feel like we could have even spent less if we wanted to, unless I see the breakdown. But aside from that, it was a beautiful experience.
You saw the production.
Oh, the production was top notch.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it was top notch.
I do agree with you that
everything.
it would be good to see the breakdown.
Yes.
But I also looked at it and I'm like, you know what? This production is international level production.
Yes.
And if it cost us 1 million Ghana cedis to pull this off, as compared to 20 times as much, hey, for me, it's a win. Straight up. It's a win.
Yes.
Yeah.
But while we are at it and having the conversation, you can also join the conversation in the studio right here by calling us and getting interactive with us on our socials. If you want to send us a WhatsApp message, the number to do that through is a WhatsApp number 020-444-7033, 7033. That's strictly for WhatsApp. If you want to call in too, you can call on the number 0302 784 969. 0302 784 969. Do join us on the conversations and then share your thoughts and comments with us. Right, so Kwegu, as I was saying, it was a beautiful event. As you said, the production was solid. Solid.
Yeah.
Watching it.
I've never seen it this good, honestly. And I've even been part of photographing at a couple of them as well.
Right.
You know, my highlight was 2013 when I was working as a photographer with GIPC. So I was frontline and center of the action, and I have some pretty beautiful pictures from that era. You know, but that was Mohammed's previous term, you know, as his first time there, and it was, for me, it was a fantastic occasion, just being on the ground. But to sit back and watch it, I've watched many years of Independence Day celebrations. This one, for me, not being on the ground and just watching as a viewer on television was probably the best I've ever experienced.
People on social media shared or had concerns about the fact that it wasn't open to all. It was strictly by invitation, and the fact that over the years it's been very open. Everybody at all can be a part of the celebration and enjoy it. But I mean, as we heard from the president, the cost in organizing the event being open to everybody, or as we've done over the years, cost an arm and a leg. So if looking at where the country finds itself in terms of finances, if we are going to cut down costs and use that money to fund other projects or to do other things, it was a step in the right direction. And I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad doing it from the presidency. It was a beautiful experience. And I noticed something yesterday too. I realized that lots of schools didn't get the opportunity to be part of the ceremony. But I mean, it still doesn't take away the beauty of the experience. But we have a caller on the line. Let's speak to the caller. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Your name and where you are calling from?
I'm calling from
Achimwa Peja.
Yeah.
Right, what's your name?
My name is Odin.
Okay, share with us. What is your general overview of the Independence Day celebration? Do you think the change in venue was a good idea?
Okay. India would change the school for no because that way school for the and many are there who grew up where you want to play how I will say a school for and marching. And many are say that they are more clear for you. I want no maybe a school for no one to here. Because there will be our here who put them for this market and market. And many are there. This is more. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so that was Obing there. Interesting thoughts. He says that he feels that the children use the opportunity to learn certain things when they are part of the Independence Day celebrations in terms of coming to March. Well, that's Obing's thoughts there.
Yeah.
What do you think? You can also call us or text us, send us a message, let us know what you think. Learning lessons or learning things from marching, I don't know what you're learning from the marching. You see, one thing about Ghana is that when we have a tradition, we don't question it, right? And we don't like to change things.
Yeah.
You know, we like to stay the same way. We don't even question as to what are we doing and why are we doing this?
Or how did we get here?
How did we get here? You know, and so for me, I honestly think it's, to me, it's a complete waste of time to drag children out to the Independence Square. Look, there are other ways of teaching patriotism. Do you understand? And the fact that children have come to the square
doesn't
make them patriotic at all. Do you understand that thing? Some of them will be very offended, very angry that you have dragged them out to come and stand in the sun for 5 hours. You know, it's and I've heard sentiments like that to my own hearing when I used to photograph some of these things. So I know what we're talking about here. I honestly, personally, don't understand what any child will learn. And I may be wrong. So if you know you have some lessons they can learn, maybe you can share with us. That would be interesting to hear.
And Kweku, aside from that, anyway, before I make this comment, we have another call on the line. Hi, Evans. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, thank you for calling us on Breakfast Daily. You are calling from Tema. How is Tema this morning? Post Independence Day celebration.
Yes, good this morning.
Great. Could you kindly speak up? Hello.
Tema is good this morning.
Right. Share with us, what do you think about... Okay, we lost Evans, right? The Evans, if you can hear us, please call back and then let's have the conversation. So, Kweku, I was just about to say that in times past, we've seen stories or we've heard issues of students passing out because of the long
heat and the long
hours of standing under the scorchy sun. I mean, people...
You can easily suffer heat stroke.
Exactly.
In that exposure.
And a whole lot of...
And it's a March sun, mind you. It's not a December sun, it's a March sun.
The sun these days is not friendly at all. Even in the early hours of the morning, say 10 a.m., I mean, it's not noon yet, but the sun is blazing hot. So the fact that they saved lots of students from that alone, I think, if you ask me, it's not bad. It's not bad. Anyway, we have another caller on the line. Hi, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
And how are you people?
We are well, thank you. How are you doing?
By God's grace, I'm doing well.
All right. Where are you calling from and your name?
I'm calling from Poporidia.
All right. Share your thoughts with us.
Yes. I think they gave this information, and I think I have to make the correction.
Okay.
Yesterday, the president said that last year they spent 13 million for the celebration. And the last year they spent 15 million for the celebration. So this year they brought in 20 million for the celebration.
Right.
And they didn't take it, so they have saved 95% of it. So they didn't say, the president didn't say last year they spent 20 million for the celebration.
Right.
No, that was wrong. So they have to give us the correct information.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, right? So as you rightly said, so the estimate for this year's celebration was 20 million. But looking at it, I mean, if you want to do plus or minus, you say that, this is too much money. We can cut down a lot of cost and then minimize, I mean, as I said, the space was not the usual that you see. And yesterday I had people sending me messages or telling me that there was no traffic in town, even though we had Independence Day celebrations. There was no traffic
right in the center.
Yes, the roads were free. And I said, yes, it's because it had moved from the usual venue where you see lots of people trooping into the venue and all of that, to a security zone where the crowd is being managed. If you are not invited, you don't have any business over there. So
and you know, typically holidays we have free streets, right?
Yes.
But then the congestion happens at the Black Star Square, you know, because of the people, everybody trying to get into that space. So, like you said, this year we didn't have any of that. I still think that the entire orchestration of it, you know, the way it all played out, you know, and everything was beautiful. And I think that it's a way to go for me. If I have any sway on this matter, I think we should just maintain this course. I like it. You know? I believe so. We have a call on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. And what about you?
Very well, thank you. Thank you for joining us on Breakfast. Your name, please.
Right.
Come again?
Right.
All right. What are your thoughts on what we're talking about? Was the decision to change venue to Jubilee House a good idea?
Yes, it's a good idea because when it was changed from Independence Square to Jubilee House, those crews who were part in the in the march were stopped. Those instructions were released. Because most of the time the agents are not there for this rehearsals and stuff like that. So I think it's a good decision. And we need to continue.
All right. Thank you very much for calling and thank you for sharing your thoughts. All right. So you hear what he said there?
Yes.
All the rehearsals back and forth, weeks and weeks of rehearsals, you know, preparing them, the students to go and do this. You know, and we also need to remember that these things are from a certain part of our history.
Right.
Okay. Ask yourself, how many countries do March past? In the world? No, let's ask the real questions. How many countries do March past? Which countries do March past?
But Kweku, the fact that other countries don't do it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
I'm saying that we should question what we are doing and why we are doing it.
Well, right.
And part of questioning it is asking the question, which countries do March past? We can do it for our own reasons.
Yeah.
So why are we doing it? Do you understand?
Yeah.
If you say patriotism, it falls flat on its face because it's not for patriotism. It doesn't make anybody patriotic, right? Being patriotic is cleaning your gutters. Do you understand? Waking up in the morning and feeling nobody is watching you, nobody's putting pressure on you. Waking up in the morning, going outside and cleaning your gutters, that's being patriotic. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for me, it's about questioning why we're doing what we're doing, you know, and whether we should maintain course or change course, you know, as to benefit us as a people. All right, we have Niabe on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, welcome. What are your thoughts, please?
My thoughts are, it's a very nice idea and it has cut some cost. I want to give you one example. Give the logistics for the police, fire service, and Ghana Forces. They have to fuel all their vehicles.
Yeah.
You see, that one is a cost.
Yeah.
And I would like them not to stop at this to continue. Because if they want to cook food for the school children and others, no, the police are there, the police cafeteria is there, the military catering service too are there. They can cook for the, how do you call it, the visitors and the school children, they can cook for them and it will bring down costs. So it's a nice idea. Fueling the National Park Service, their vehicle, they will come and drive it around, up and down. No. To me, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And after that, they are going to pour another vehicle for the police patrols and all those things. Matter, it doesn't work. So me, I appreciate this one.
All right.
No matter how many
Thank you so much for the call, Niabe. Thank you for the call.
It looks like Niabe is on the same. He shares.
Oh yeah.
Or he supports what you said by us having to celebrate the Independence Day at the Flagstaff House or the Presidency.
Yeah.
So you have one.
So so for me, it's not just about cutting costs. I think it should be a reflection on who we are as a people. Yeah. You know, modesty never killed anybody. Ostentation is not, you know, it may look nice to you, the one being ostentatious, but I think it's offensive sometimes.
Anyway, we have a caller on the line. Hi, Abdul.
Yeah.
Good morning, Abdul. Thank you for calling us from Tamale, I suppose.
Yeah.
Right. Share with us your thoughts on this.
Well, it was nice about the independence celebration yesterday, but I only have a problem with our expenditure.
Okay.
Because for me, I think we can even organize it at the Independence Square without having to spend much money.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter spending it at the Jubilee House. That's cut off the cost. The cost is from the government and he controls everything. So for me, I'll say we wish for him the next coming years to beat down the budget more, but try to make it publicly and not strictly by invitation because it is a national independence day. It is for everybody to celebrate, not for the dignitaries or the big men. No, it should be for the citizens. So we
shouldn't just limit it strictly to the elite or our leaders only.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Abdul.
Yeah.
Right, so that's Abdul's thoughts on that as well.
So-
You can also join the conversation, by
Yeah.
the way. Do send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number 020-444-7033. And if you want to join the conversation via social media, you can do so by sending us a message on X using the hashtag Breakfast Daily.
So that last submission.
Right.
So I guess the understanding is that if we do it at the Independence Square, it's for the whole country.
Yeah.
If we do it at Jubilee House, it's for a
It's for
select
selected,
few.
yeah.
How is that even a way to look at it? I don't understand. Because Jubilee House is the seat of our presidency. The presidency is the custodian of not only our constitution, but the entire country. He's the one person that represents all of us. So if we go to the house of the president, we've gone home, right? Now, the other side of it also is the idea that if we can't attend, then we haven't celebrated.
But come to think of it, everybody doesn't, like we all don't attend Independence Day celebration. I have never attended. I always watch it from
But we
home.
still feel like we've celebrated,
Exactly.
right?
I always watch it
Yeah.
from home.
No, but it's like going to church and doing church online and saying that because I did church online, I didn't attend church today.
Anyway, we have another caller from Bolga. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name, please. What's your name?
This is Roland from Bolga, Abai.
Okay, share your thoughts with us.
I want to also express my views, my little view that actually the program was okay.
Okay.
But to me, as the one that just finished, I want to also believe that once it is a nationwide program, it shouldn't be like we are putting it only to the dignitaries and we those who are the vulnerable people are denied our right to celebrate the day actually. So actually, I think it was very briefly short, but upon all that, there was still expenditure, which could have spread to everybody, and then we all celebrate it proper. Than it was given to the big men alone to only celebrate it, no matter how short it is. But they are already sitting on the money, and if they are still spending the money, and we, the vulnerable people, are struggling, I don't see the briefly or the short of it important. So this is what I also want to express myself.
All right, that's okay. Thank you too for calling in. Different thoughts, different submissions, and different sentiments. People want to be there. People want to be a part of it. Others, or some of us too, we just, no matter where it is being celebrated, we still just be in the comfort of our homes and take part. Unless, of course, I have a role.
I don't know if ordinary citizens were in there. Because as far as I can see on my camera from the TV, there were a lot of ordinary citizens there. A lot of the plenty people were there who were ordinary people, who were not big men.
But Kweku, I feel aside from the fact that ordinary citizens were there, they were there strictly by invitation.
Yes.
If that's what to go by, they were there strictly by invitation. So
which
the
is the whole idea.
Yes, was not extended to the
entire country.
Yes, exactly. So that's where people's concerns are coming from.
Yeah, okay.
As compared to the Independence Square, it's very open. You don't need an invitation to walk in there or to just hang around and see what's going on.
Yeah, well.
Do you understand?
I do. Okay, we have another call on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning.
Yes. What are your thoughts?
Pardon me?
What are your thoughts on the conversation we're having?
Yes. Even celebrating it at the Jubilee House,
yes.
has spared parents a whole lot of expenditure. If your child is chosen to march, that is a problem.
Okay.
They will say they should all be in the uniform. They should all buy this shoe, one type, black or white, whatever uniform they prescribe, you have to buy.
Okay.
And this puts a whole lot of financial pressures and then unnecessary pressure on parents too. And at the end of the day, it is not all students that go out to march. Are they not choosing at the end of the day? Every school cannot be presented at the park to march.
Yeah.
So we still end up having reps. We still end up having representation, the celebration. That is good.
Yeah.
Perfectly good.
Yeah.
Look at cholera. Cholera is killing us. Why don't we go out and clean our surroundings? Rather than going to spend on unnecessary distance at event that will pass. But if we, this money, if it is put into treating cholera, it is better for us and providing hospitals for the people. Yeah, we should make a turn. Let us localize it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And very interesting thoughts there. This is more aligned to the way I'm thinking about it, because at the end of the day, let's look at all the past Independence Day celebrations. Not all schools are invited.
Yes.
Not all students from all schools are invited, who were invited. So if your school was invited, not all the students will go, right, to go and march, right? So there's already been selection, even in the past ones. It was just on a much bigger scale, right? So it's not as if this year there's a certain denial of everybody as though it's never happened before. Because, look, you see what he said about the parents?
Yeah.
And the fact that it becomes an extra burden for the parents to provide. You have to go and get new shoe, new dress, because the uniform that I have is not nice. I can't use this one for the Independence Day, so I have to go and buy a new one. All of those things are costs that come to the parents, and so on. So, yeah.
And the parents have been saved from all of that
exactly.
this year.
And then the children can actually rest.
Yes. Anyway, we have another caller on the line. Hi, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Your name and where you are calling from?
I am called Alexander Willan. I'm calling from Tamale.
All right. Alexander, share your thoughts with us.
Yes. About the celebration. They say the government has saved about 95% of the spending. And I wish that it should spread it on the pensioners. Those who have gone on pension and they have nowhere to get money for already serving Ghana for a long time. They should please use the money to service pensions. Pensioners are actually suffering. How do you work for so many years and they will give you just about 4,000? And somebody who has gone to parliament and they will give him thousands of money. So the suffering for the masses is too great and alarming. They should channel this one to those who have served for the country and small.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thanks so much for calling.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's his concern.
Yeah. I mean, if you've saved the money, let's channel the money. What we would have spent there. Let's channel the money for the people who have already served their country and they are at the point in their life where it's diminishing returns. They don't have that much, to spend. And
there are actually a lot of things that 95% save could do for the country. Look at our healthcare system. Sanitation, oh my God, is another thing that I don't even want to start with. Our roads,
it's a lot.
There's a tall list.
There's a lot.
So if we are to spread that money, I mean, it will go a long way to help. If it's going to go into various sectors of the country, it's going to help a lot.
There's something, so Independence Day typically, there's something called the trooping of the colors.
Right.
Trooping of the colors is a military thing. And the tradition comes from the British colonial era. So actually, the whole demonstration of Independence Day, the way we've done it, is actually one of the vestiges from the colonial era.
Right.
So ask yourself, are we keeping these vestiges from the colonial era? we still want to hold on to them. Anyway, we have a caller on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to Breakfast Daily. Your name, please.
This is Adiza calling from Tema.
Adiza, how are you?
Thank you.
Wonderful. What are your thoughts?
Okay, I think we are all entitled to our opinion.
Come again?
I said we are all entitled to our opinion.
Yes.
And like you rightly said, over the years, students do much, and it's not all students that go to the Independence Square too much.
Yeah.
It is actually invited schools that go there too much. So definitely it's not all Ghanaians that go to the Independence Square.
Yeah.
So this is equally celebrated for almost the rest of the people in the country.
Yeah.
So I feel that we have all celebrated it.
Yeah.
And what I like most about it is for the fact that much part of the money have been able to save. Looking at the economic crisis in which Ghana is in now, that money can be channeled into other sectors. And so I think whatever the president has done is quite okay.
Adiza, thank you so much for calling. Thank you. All right. So that's,
Interesting.
Let me tell you something, Jifa. For me, if I was to itemize the things that I am happy about with this year's celebration, the cost cutting will even be the first one.
Oh, well, what would it be for you?
You know, I think that for me, looking at this year's celebration, the production side of it for television is number one. Super impressive. Number two, we don't need 200,000 people at Independence Square or 100,000 people at Independence Square to celebrate. Independence Day is Independence Day.
It's for all of us.
It's for all of us.
We all enjoyed the holiday.
If you are an independent person, Bola should not be overcoming you.
You shouldn't be involved by filth.
Prove your independence by overcoming filth. Do you understand anything? If we are independent, prove your independence by overcoming filth. Clean your environment. Do something that makes your life better as an independent Ghanaian, right? Trooping down to the last, and like you said, how many people have actually gone for Independence Day celebrations at the Independence Square? Very few Ghanaians have actually gone. Let's not get it twisted. The fact that you see a lot of people there are currently about 36 million Ghanaians. How many of these people do you think will fit into the Independence Square? Realistically, not even 1 million will fit there. You see, not even 1 million will fit there in the Independence Square. So really, it's a token representation of our independence.
And as you said, the people who were going to attend at the Independence Square were invited too.
Thank you.
They were all invited.
Yeah.
It's just that they didn't say it.
They didn't say that they were invited, but they were all invited. Everybody you see within the perimeter, we're all invited people. You know, we have another caller from the Western region. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. Your name, please.
My name is Valentina Ugo, calling from Australia.
All right, Valerie, what do you think? What do you make of the conversation we're having?
Anyways, I'm very happy this morning about the conversation that you have put on, and it's very educative. I remember 2010, I was part of the Swiss March.
Okay. What did you do? Did you go to March as a student?
No, gymnastics. And you know, we were very happy joining.
Okay.
But with this decision made by our president, I think it's normal because most of the time it saves us from much spending and helping other sectors too, and that is very good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for calling, Valerie. Thank you. All right.
Cool. So yesterday, a conversation came up on social media where someone made a post about how the ordinary Ghanaian or the people who usually hawk around the Independence Square when there's a celebration like this, I mean, what happens to them? Is it that they don't get the chance to sell their wares? Because, again, the presidency is a security zone. You can't just go there and then hawk your sachet water or your ice cream or whatever. So I think that's where other people too are looking at it from.
Yeah, but that's not I want to be kind to them. I want to be kind to them. So let me ask you a question. If I don't do a party and invite people, or if I don't do a funeral and invite people, and have a crowd attending the funeral, so that you can pass by and sell ice and pure water.
Yeah.
Then am I the one who has disenfranchised you?
No.
Would you not have sold your business anyway?
Yes.
You just take advantage of a new crowd that has developed. You see, it's opportunistic. So you take a new crowd has developed.
Yes.
It's a spot crowd.
Yes.
It's just a pop-up crowd. It will be there for a few hours. So you go there, but you would have sold your things anyway, right? So you're not denying anybody. Let's stop. This type of
massaging issues.
It's an infantile argument, honestly. Just.
Anyway, we have some messages coming through. This one says, "Good morning to you. My name is Douglas from Cape Coast. I think the president has taken a very wise decision to make the celebration a mini one. Ask yourself what we have achieved as a country after 68 years of independence. We are still slaves who can't live without borrowing. It is only the corrupt individuals who benefit from it and will complain. If the necessary rituals are performed, what are their problems?" This one also says, I appreciate the fact that the celebration was sent to the Jubilee House. This is to ease traffic and reduce cost. During this period, teachers and students spend lots of weeks preparing the kits, which eats into the teaching and learning periods. Children are asked to buy new school uniforms, new shoes, new socks for both legs and hands, and other materials. The government provides money for erecting tents, spinners, and plastic chairs, hiring, and money and drinks to each school. Last year, school children collapsing in the scorching sun. I think this is very costly considering all these costs and implications. And this is from teacher Ajiman from Bodrase.
All right, we have Roger Samuel Prince Abofuo in Ho Technical University saying, Channel 1, good morning. I think it's a good idea to celebrate Independence Day in this way to reduce costs. However, we need to reconsider using the presidency for this purpose, as it is both the seat of the president and a high security zone. Okay, so is it for the safety of the president that you're concerned, or because a lot more people can't go there and be part of the anyway, but he says that he's happy that it's reducing costs,
So maybe if we move it out of the presidency to another venue and still cut down costs, we'll be happy about it. But we have a call on the line. Hi, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Your name and where you are calling from?
I'm from Edia, from Accra.
Say that again, please.
Edia.
Tedia?
Yes.
From Accra.
Accra.
All right, let's hear you.
Okay. I would like to say I really appreciate for the President John Dramani Mahama what he said about the 8th independence anniversary. If you look at what he said about the speech of the state address of the Independence Day, he said last government who lived over behind to live over and live in the position. He said they spent about 150 million for the anniversary between last year and last 2 years. So if you look at this year, it's no need. The government has left the economy is too high, and they left a lot of money. They cost a lot of money. So due to this celebration, and even from his first year, there's ahead of 3 years behind him. So it is very good, and it will help the economy and the Ghanaians to develop more infrastructure. So to me, I'm very happy and appreciate for this celebration indeed for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for what he has done for the Ghanaian and the youth to develop the country very well. So I'm really appreciative for this Independence Day. That is what I have to say to share my thoughts
Thank you so much. Thank you so much
Thank you for calling.
Thank you for calling. All right, so let's see, sharing his thoughts there. So, so I mean, the thing is, there are different aspects to the issue, you know, but at the end of the day, could you watch it? If you tuned in and you were able to watch it, you celebrated.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, it's as simple as that. It was done for all of us. It's a landmark point of reminding us that we are an independent people, and therefore must conduct ourselves as such, you know, and whatever it comes with, you know. Now, I like the fact that it was at the presidency, because you see, it is the presidency that is the seat of recognition of our independence, because the presidency didn't exist when we were in the colonial era, right? It was a governor's residence and the governor's office, and the governor is the one who deals with UK, England. Do you understand? So the seat of the presidency is actually testament to the fact that we are an independent nation. You know, All right, we have a caller on the line. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to Breakfast Daily. Your thoughts, please.
Good morning. My name is Derek. I'm calling from Africa.
All right, Derek. Go ahead.
I think we are limiting the conversation to only the fact that students come to the Independence Square March, forgetting that after the students take their march, we have market women and people from other sectors. Sometimes the Zoom Lion people and other people who are from different institutions also come there to showcase their march. And in that sense, it puts Ghana on the map. You know, we say culture is our way of life. And our style of market in Ghana here is different from when you go outside. So when our market women also come to the stage or the center to also march, sometimes they come with tubers of yam, cassava, and all these things. It also showcases our food on the market. You understand? And mind you, I don't know if you participated in this 6 months before, but I have had the opportunity to. Sometimes no one will force you to come and march, but then you feel very proud as a student being selected to go and march on the Independence Day.
Let me ask you a question. If you are selected to march, can you say you won't go?
Yes, you can say you won't go.
You can say you won't go?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you can. So it's not compulsory.
Okay.
If you are selected, sometimes you will be there, you will not even interested, but when you see the way your colleagues are marching and the way how beautiful it is, it even and puts you on a different level to also get to join. You understand? So when we say that we are saving costs, yes, that's very good. But mind you, in 2021, similar thing was held at the Jubilee House, which was also tilted towards saving costs. And then, I mean, that was we were still in the COVID period. But we allowed students and then other people to also come and then showcase their talents and then the march at the Jubilee House. So when we limit the conversation to the fact that students only come and march and all of that, I think we are not being fair. And then when it comes to the Independence Square, it is not everybody that comes there at the Independence Square is by invitation. People come all across the country without even invitation. They just come to the Independence Square. You understand? So when you say all of the people who come to the Independence Square were all invited, that cannot
No, within the perimeter, because there's a perimeter where you can't cross and go in. As for the popular stand, everybody can go there. But I was saying that within the perimeter, security perimeter, it's only invited guests who can go in there. That's what I was making reference to.
But we should also be thinking about outside the perimeter.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
We all want some sort of savings to be made in this country.
Yeah.
But then after the savings, I think it will also be fair enough for the government to also outline what they are going to use the savings for. Because you cannot just come and say that because we are in economic crisis, you want to save, and then you cut costs and for all you know, somebody else will go and chop the cost that we pay. It's also good for the government to tell us what exactly they are going to use our savings for.
Yeah.
Because we know for a fact that some people in the Volta region are being carried away by the sea and all that. So
yeah.
I think it would be also fair for the government to come out and tell us what they are going to
do the breakdown for us. Yeah. Did you say that 2021 we did the Independence Day celebrations at the Jubilee House? I don't think it's been done there before.
The 64th. No, you can't tell. The 64th Independence Day.
The 64th. Oh, that was in Cape Coast. In the Cape Coast Stadium.
No, you can't tell. There's been Independence celebrations at the Jubilee House.
Okay. All right. Thank you for. All right, we'll do that. Thank you for calling and sharing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, Mr. Bakwe, just to give some context to all this conversation of cutting costs and all of that, there's a story on City Newsroom that I'd like to just quickly go through. So this one says, President John Dramani Mahama has defended the decision to scale down Ghana's 68th Independence Day celebration, stating that it would have been unconscionable to spend 20 million Ghana cedis amid the nation's ongoing economic crisis. Speaking at the 68th Independence Day celebration at the Jubilee House on Thursday, March 6th, Mahama stressed the importance of fiscal responsibility and prudent resource management. And there's a quote from him that says, "This is necessary considering the economic crisis our nation is currently experiencing. Large-scale celebrations often come with significant security and infrastructure costs, which strain the national budget. By reducing the scale of commitment, we wish to demonstrate a commitment to fiscal responsibility and the efficient use of our limited resources," Mahama stated. He underscored the need for careful financial management and as Ghana navigates severe economic challenges. We have a call on the line. Let's speak to the caller and then I'll go back and finish the story. Hi, Ato Kwamna. Good morning. You are calling us from Bawi. Share your thoughts with us.
Okay, so I basically want to ask the question. This whole budget of about 20 million cedis has been slashed 95%.
Right.
So I want to find out from, I don't know whether from your studios or from government, the 95% that has been saved, which sector, which industry, which avenue would these funds be channeled to, and how is it going to help Ghana in the first place? Because let's say last year we are told 15 million was used, right? So that 15 million that was used went into whatever activity that took place in that anniversary. This year, a lot of that chunk has been saved. Is it going to be channeled into CPaying like the president stated in his manifesto, or is it going to big push agri sector? I think we need to find out, or we need to know, we need to understand where this chunk of money that has been saved is going to be channeled to. Is it obviously going to go into somebody's pocket, or is it that it's been saved and that it will be channeled to somewhere appropriate that benefits Ghanaians? Because we all know national service personnel are being paid 715. Is it going to be shared to national service personnel and increase that 715 they are getting? So they get like 1,005 because even most of these students, family depend on them. Because we're graduating from school and that person is working, that 1 year period he or she is working. Now some family will say, now you're working, so pay electricity bill, do this. So government should tell us they've cut down that huge margin. It's a question I'm just asking the gods.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for calling us. I mean, I like the fact that lots of people are calling in to share their thoughts about this very issue.
Yeah.
But let me just finish up the story. It continues to say that Mahama recalled that the state spent 15 million Ghana cedis on last year's celebration in Koforidua and 13.7 million Ghana cedis in the previous year in Ho Volta region. Estimates for this year's event at the Independence Square suggested it will cost at least 20 million Ghana cedis if held on the same scale. There's another quote from the president to end the story that says, in a year when we are calling on all to sacrifice, including workers who have graciously accepted a base pay adjustment far below the rate of inflation, it is unconscionable to spend that kind of money on a few hours of celebration. Today's event will save us 95% of the estimated cost of event, Mahama added. So that's the story as we have on City Newsroom.
People should also take note that it's not money that is sitting there to be spent, and we didn't spend all of it. Do you understand? It's not like there's 20 million sitting there allotted for Independence Day. It was the estimate of what it would have cost us. And so cutting and saying we will not do all of this, we're going to do only this, it then cost us this amount. Do you see that thing? So a lot of people say that, so the rest of the money should be directed into, there is no rest of the money. It was an estimate.
But Kweku, I am very much interested in the breakdown for the 5% or the money that we actually spent for this year. We would greatly appreciate it if we get the breakdown of what went into the cost of that. But we have a caller from Gambaga on the line. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name. What's your name? You are calling us from Gambaga. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is John. I'm calling from Gambaga.
Hi, John. Share with us. What do you think?
I'm very grateful and thank you for this opportunity. I just want to say that the president's idea is very perfect to me. And thank God, by coincidence, God has brought back President John Mahama. Trump is of the view that everybody should preach for himself. And for me, I think it is exactly what President John Mahama is practicing. If we learn to preach for ourselves and stop depending on others, we will be on the right course. And for us to preach for ourselves is what President John Mahama is implementing now. For me, it's not even only the Independence Day celebration that you should look at. You should look at other sectors like Farmers' Day celebration, where they organize this thing and it defeats its purpose because the right people are not targeted. It is too painful when you witness some of these things and you see people that come to take this award. You ask yourself whether they are actually farmers. No, the way we spend is what is making us poor. It isn't what we have. Ghana will have a lot.
Yeah.
If we learn to manage our resources, I don't think we will need to go to any place at all for it. So thank God, President John Mahama has started this way. My fear is that sometimes politicians, you have your say and they have their way. The way he has started, at least if we have our say and he will listen to us and he will listen to Ghanaians, I think we'll be on a good course. So thank you very much. For me, all the contributions are good, but the focus is that let's also learn how to fish for ourselves.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you. That was a beautiful one. But Kweku,
so the caller who called earlier, who said that in 2021 it was held at the Jubilee House, right? It was a much smaller event, even much smaller than this one.
Yes, due to COVID.
Because of COVID, and it was only security personnel who were there, and it was a reduced number of security personnel that were there. They had draped the whole Jubilee House in the Ghana flag, and it was a very simple, small ceremony that was done. Just maybe more iconic than anything else, yes. But I think that, like this particular caller said, all the suggestions are fantastic. I think that there's something to be said for people who want it on a large scale. and there's something to be said for those who want it on a smaller scale. I think at the end of the day, it's a balance of things. You know, most people are quite happy having it on a large scale as long as it's not going to be profligate.
Yeah.
You know, as long as we're not going to be ostentatious in our expenditure, people don't mind it being outdoors and being so that so if I choose to go, I can go and be part of that. Do you see? And it can be held at the Jubilee House and still be very expensive if we also don't make. So, like the man said, we are not poor because of what we make, which may be small. We are poor because of how we spend.
Yes.
You know, and I think you couldn't have said it better than that.
Anyway, we have some messages still coming through. This one says, "Good morning, I'm Abraham from Abukobi, celebrating Independence Day at the Jubilee House, which is the official residence and office of the President of Ghana, just as the chiefs can decide to observe certain celebrations in their palace." He goes on to say, "This cannot be overlooked. Let's see it as a good thing, even though economically it will not benefit the traders, but will benefit us all as a nation through reduction of cost and many more."
Jiva, can I comment on that one?
Sure.
So is it your whole 365 days of business?
That's going to happen in a few hours.
Is it? I mean, how much are you going to make in 5 hours or 6 hours of Independence Day that is going to have such an impact on your business that it now becomes something that we all have to be concerned about? I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
Anyway, quickly, this one also comes in from George from Community 22 Tema. He says, "Good morning, Channel 1 TV. This Independence Day celebration is one of the best. Cutting costs down and doing everything simple. My only problem is that I didn't see our former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, come in with, don't do that.
Come in with
his usual chair. Don't do that, George."
There's a story here, actually, on, I think it's, let me see which paper was the one that carried it.
While you're looking for the paper, this one says, "Good morning, I'm Abdul from Salt Pond. Happy Independence Day to our greatest nation, Ghana. But I wish to use this opportunity to plead with our president to reduce the cost more because 1.5 million Ghana cedis is still high. Moreover, we are over 68 years and closer to 40 million, but yet we are still slaves because we don't manufacture anything and import everything and keep going to our colonial masters. So now it's about time our new president take this year to change the face of Ghana once more for a greater Africa." Thank you. Thank you for sending that as well, Abdul. Quickly, have you found the story?
No. So I won't read the story. Okay. I just fascinated by the headline. Okay. It says, "Mahama defense cost saving Independence Day budget. Akufo-Addo attends celebration without iconic chair." So just you know.
Anyway.
So that's the Herald has that story.
Anyway, but he was there, and it was beautiful to have seen him.
I think it was great seeing him there.
Yes, to have seen him for the first time after the whole election period. So I mean, it was beautiful to have seen all the previous heads of state.
For me, that's what it's about.
Yes.
For me, that's what it's about.
It's one Ghana.
It's Ghana's Independence Day. All of us should show up. The presidents, it doesn't matter which administration you were part of, as long as it's Independence Day, all of us. And any national event that the presidents are required to be there, I think they should all show up. You know, and I think it's a good thing.
Yes. But Kweku, just to wrap up the conversation, while we are talking about independence and what our expectations from government should have been with regards to the celebration and cost cutting, I think we all as a people should do better. We are holding government accountable, but I need to ask you watching us, what are you doing as part of celebrating 68 years of independence? Are you keeping your surroundings clean? Are you doing the right thing? Are you being a citizen and not a spectator? That's for you to deliberate on this morning. So I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Right. So thank you so much to all of you who called, and to those of you who sent in your messages. We appreciate it. Thank you. So this is where we end the phone-in conversation, but don't go anywhere. We take a quick breather. When we come back, there's more on Breakfast Daily. Do stay with us.
Ago.
so long. Sumanguru thought himself invincible. Mama people, today we have the key to break his barrier.
On Footprints this Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Efua Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter, because, the nuns are very strict.
Very protective of you.
They come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely. And also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ago. Ago. All right, welcome back. It's time for us to get into another conversation. And this time I have ladies from the MasterCard Foundation, Ghana, joining me on the set. And we're going to have a conversation about the journey and progress so far towards gender parity and equality. Now, I've been joined on the set this morning. Now, let me just say that these ladies are no strangers to this show. We've actually had conversation with them before, maybe a couple of years ago. It's been a while though, but I'm excited to have them back. Nafissatou Yusuf, she's the lead for gender and safeguarding. And we also have Dr. Kafui Mills-Odoi. She is the lead for youth engagement with the MasterCard Foundation. Ladies, you're both welcome. How you doing?
Great.
Yeah? Okay. Independence Day, have you been able to rest a bit and all that?
I don't think I have been able to rest that much. Yesterday I had some good fun with the family.
Okay,
and I
that's
also
good.
had to do a number of things.
Okay.
I was basically home basking in the glory of the celebration.
Yeah, I like that. Basking in the glory of the celebrations. Fantastic. So let's talk about MasterCard Foundation, what you've been doing, and what's in the offing for this year. If you can just walk us through that.
Thank you very much, and thank you to your viewers for having us this morning. So MasterCard Foundation, as part of our Young Africa Work strategy, which looks at enabling some 30 million young Africans, 70% of that being young women, that is 21 million, has been engaging and working with strategic partners to deliver on initiatives that will free up work opportunities for young people across Africa. In Ghana, we are looking at 3 million, that is the 10% of the global 30 million target, and therefore 2.1 million of those should be young women. And so it means that a lot of our work and effort is geared towards promoting opportunities for young women to have access to work they deem to be dignifying and fulfilling. And in doing so, we have designed and are currently implementing a couple of initiatives, which my colleague may give more details to. So basically, that's what we've been up to, trying to see where are the opportunities, identify which nodes and areas we need to catalyze change in, and then focusing attention on that one at a time.
Dr. Mizore, you want to expand further?
I think 3 major areas have come up as critical points where young people in general have had challenges, and our focus is on young women. One has to do with participation. So how are young women provided opportunities to get into leadership areas? And we've seen areas where you tend to hear stress. So where can they, in terms of elective positions, where can we have young women participate more? What can we do about the pain points that we have identified where they are disadvantaged, and what levers can be unlocked so that we have more women in leadership positions? We have things around involvement. Involvement is also where we now create better spaces for young women to be more involved in workforce development, things around education. I've mentioned leadership already, and other sectors that have been clearly disadvantaged. So if you take workforce development, what areas of skills can they have more advantage in, so that they can also participate in better male-dominated domains and move away from the mundane lower echelon levels where opportunities just get them to be in the informal spaces. And then remuneration is also, then it means that economic empowerment is lower. And then we also don't see them, obviously. So visibility isn't even there. And then reach. When we want to reach young women, we tend to think that it is easier to access women where we have socio-cultural barriers, for example. And we assume that TV is seen everywhere. What about access to devices? What about digital platforms? And we say we've blasted the information on social media because we think those of us here
is watching.
Yes, the social media, what we see as those of us who are the empowered, we are just a few, right? And so how are we making intentionality a focal point of how our strategies go so that we can reach them better? And then also, when we think around access to finance, what specifically are we considering for young women to be able to set themselves up as entrepreneurs and then participate on the economic platforms and spaces better? I think those are some of the key things that we will say in general. And then I would allow our gender lead to also delve deeper into some of the areas that actually dwell on the theme for this year and
All
other
right.
areas.
So yes, the theme of this year is accelerate action. Now, talk to us in terms of the Ghana context and maybe broader to the West African context, how this works. Accelerate action.
Yeah. So accelerate action, I think it couldn't have been a better theme for this year's celebration, because when you look at between 1975 and 1995, the progress made towards gender equality generally was around 33%. But that has slumped to 19% up to date, from 95 to date.
Wow.
So, and if that's a global figure, Africa, we normally lag behind in these kinds of indices. And at the national level, when you even look at the levels of participation of women in politics, it's telling that in the 275 parliament, for instance, we have less than 15% of women making up the numbers. And so the Accelerate Action theme is more like an emergency. We don't have time. We need to really take action, and it has to be concerted by all strategic individuals and institutions and stakeholders who are interested in inclusion and also the general development of our country. Now, when you come to just trying to link it up to what the foundation is doing, so when we look at employment levels, our studies as part of Refreshing Our Gender Strategy noted that the contributions of young women, similar to the participation I mentioned, is also slumping at some levels. And so Ghana, for instance, stands to gain as high as 4 billion in GDP if we accelerated action towards including young women in the economic sectors. And so it makes our work as a foundation and all parties and stakeholders interested in the development of this country even more crucial, because I always ask, how much did we have to go and borrow from the World Bank? It's less than the 4 billion, right? So imagine if we were able to accelerate action towards that. We wouldn't need to go that way. Plus, the population of women in this country, it tells us that a huge chunk of our workforce is still untapped. And that puts some strain on the few parts of the population, that is the men, to provide developmental initiatives, which is not fair to both the women and men. And when we double click on young women, it's even dire, because then they have to cross or deal with a lot of other hurdles that Dr. Mills Ode mentioned, including sociocultural barriers. And when they have to go into entrepreneurship, they are faced with a myriad of factors, because then they are operating at a very micro level, and so become a bit more invisible, and so are not able to access crucial services and inputs to grow their businesses. And so they remain at the micro level, and some of the businesses die off. And where we are not able to deal with this, and we are faced with other challenges like the COVID has taught us, it means that such businesses are just going to be as precarious as possible. So Accelerate Action is very important for the work that we do as a foundation, and also for the general development of Africa and Ghana.
Now, so what do you think has kept the progress as slow as it is in terms of the moving towards gender equality? What are the things that have sort of slowed us down? And then I think I'll make it a double-edged question. What can organizations, communities, people who are watching us on TV, what can people do to speed things up?
So the challenges or barriers, we could look at them in relation to specific areas, because they reflect the specific areas they find themselves. I always say gender inequality is like a chameleon. It takes the shape, the color of where the context it finds itself. So if we look at it from, let's say, the education and the participation levels, there are some barriers there that we need to address as a country, and then also as organizations and institutions and individuals watching. Now, when we take education, for instance, the issue of access, even though we have had various pro-poor policies such as free SHS and school feeding programs, among others, capitation grants in the past and all of that, trying to promote access, there is still a lot more that needs to be done. During the COVID times, we had the long distance studies being broadcasted on TV, Ghana Learning TV. A lot of people participated, and a lot of women and young men and women were able to participate, but there were still a lot more in the communities who do not have access to televisions or access to electricity, that they have to participate in these areas. And then we also have sociocultural barriers and perceptions that keep women and men in the spheres they find themselves. So, for instance, we work, because our work tries to identify work opportunities for young people. We work in the TVET space as well. Now, the TVET space is largely perceived as a male-dominated area, rightly so because of the way we have presented it over the past years, and then also how we are able to even encourage young people to want to take opportunities in this area. So spaces like the TVET and then the structures, the institutional structures available. For instance, if you go to a fitting shop, do we have washrooms readily available for a young woman who has dared to go into the area?
Okay.
When we take the participation levels, do we have the commitment and the wherewithal to ensure that we are giving women the same opportunities as men to be in these spaces? So maybe I will let Dr. Mills Odwe come in, because the challenges, we will talk about them forever.
Yeah, I think I'll go into the policy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and the titles they give women who decide to veer, who dare to veer into those areas, or you are too hard, you are mother, not even Mother Teresa, that's even good.
That's more kind,
I like what you just said, it's kind.
Yeah.
And so we haven't really been, we have the policies, right? The affirmative action policies, the opportunities, that equal opportunities, you see them written. But the issue is its implementation and its application. When you have mindsets that are set in certain ways, that see women as just caregivers, home, domestic support carers, and even just be there as your husband's shadow and things like that, that perpetuates a particular kind of action by people. And even if you have women ingrained in that, they don't have the confidence to take certain opportunities. In those spaces, how are women allowed to operate as leaders? Right? The moment you start asserting yourself, emphasizing certain aspects of policies, trying to push back, there is also an equal, or if not more, pushback to prevent you from speaking. So I believe that the major fundamental thing is about mindset shift. If we can't start pushing people to start really looking at women as assets, right, and seeing their contribution. We talked about 4 billion. I mean, that's phenomenal.
That's huge. Massive.
I mean, massive. We used to say gargantuan, but I don't want to start taking certain titles. But that's one of the areas I would want us to really look at. If we take media, let me start looking at some of the adverts, right? We tend to look, I think now they are shifting. The laundry adverts used to maintain women in a status quo in subtle ways. She will be smiling and making herself look
with her key soap.
With the keys, no, I'm not going to mention. With the bar soap or maybe detergents, right? And then here comes the guy feeling, look at textbooks. Kofi is kicking the ball. Amma is sweeping, or she's cooking. And so if we can just start getting ourselves,
we need to change
pushing those stereotypes, right? And start looking at the lyrics we put in music, the types of the roles women play, even in advertising cars. Why should they look nude? Why should a woman look that way and then not be the one buying the cars, right? Maybe for all you know, they do a lot of even purchasing and designing, but we don't see. How do we show role models who have made it in male-dominated sectors and re-emphasize the fact that policies should be applied, right? Let's get the policies applied. And start right from kindergarten, supporting young women to take certain roles, play certain roles. Don't do just the dancing, just also do the drumming. Don't do just the standing back and holding the placards. Do the recitals. Be the one they see visibly taking up the roles that are roles of leadership than being the follower. And I think that would help us a lot. And that's why the foundation is doing quite a lot around gender refresh, young women-centered design programs. And
I wanted to ask about that. So for young women, what are some of the ways they can get involved with things that you're doing, to help push the envelope, as far as this is concerned? Because like you rightly said, I mean, it's like things are stereotypical, and we keep perpetuating the same things because we're seeing them in adverts, we're seeing them in on television in different ways, and so on and so forth. What are some of the things you're doing that young women can participate in, and to help push the envelope?
Thank you very much. So, young women, first of all, they need to recognize that they are individual young women first, but they find themselves in households, or they have some relational perspective they need to deal with. And then also the larger context of their communities. And at these three levels, there are opportunities that they need to pay attention to, much as there are barriers they need to pay attention to in terms of dealing with them. Now, at their own level, some young women tend to have issues in terms of confidence, self-confidence, also because of the context in which we find ourselves. We are in a society where sometimes your dreams may not be seen as a young woman as valid. You want to do so many things. Your family will decide what you need to do. All of us here, a lot of us, the opportunities or what we have ended up becoming may largely be influenced by our parents or our aunties or our uncles because of their own experiences. Now, it is for us to be able to decipher. And to be able to decipher, we need to pay attention to lifelong learning. We need to learn about ourselves, about the opportunities that are available, and be showing up to take these opportunities. The Mastercard Foundation, we work with a lot of institutions to try to address some of these barriers, but we can do just as much. We can't do everything. So we try to address barriers at the levels of the young woman. So if we have a training program where a young woman is participating and has a young child that they have to deal with, we make arrangements for taking care of that, to basically try to address, make it a bit easy for them. But at the household level too, we need to have some mindset shifts to get the families to support them. And we can do just as much. We will do our bit, but it takes a larger community to see reason to say that the young woman's contribution, as we have already mentioned, for Ghana, it's about 4 billion. It's high. And that can trickle down to the community, the household they find themselves in. If they find themselves in work opportunities, the immediate returns will come back to the household and the communities as well. And then the bigger context of the society, where Kafui talks about policy implementation. But policy implementation will be driven by willing constituents and community members who want to see the change that our young people should take opportunity of.
Maybe I should just give a little, just a little. So you heard her talk about the individual, the community, and national. So we have access to finance, programs that we engage with institutions, financial institutions that reach, certain types of entrepreneurs, right? And businesses that are women-led especially. And then we also, so we try to put in some guarantees that can enable lending and borrowing to be of less burdens for these businesses. We also have some programs like Filma that also target last mile actors. So last mile, like these people are people in the outback. We don't do the delivery ourselves. We co-create because as you know, we talked about the fact that we have the strategy. So we want to see more involvement of women, right? So last mile actors, women in outback areas. And we also have those that also look at access to markets. And then startup kits or startup interventions or business advisory, business development services for startups that are predominantly young women-led. We also look at, in all these, if you don't have the skills, it won't work. So we look at education and skills. And education and skills are looking at how the teachers ensure that the classroom settings are well organized enough to enhance learning. So pedagogical approaches, we look at the teachers, the training of the teachers themselves, and how they can enhance holistic learning within the classroom. Then we look at the curricula. That is also a major one. You know how the problem, you come out and you don't match. Skills mismatch issues. So there's a major one that we do And then mindset shifts is also a major one that we're also focusing on. Digital inclusion and access is also another enabler. In all these, if we don't focus on persons with disabilities, then I think we would also be, forgetting a very critical part, and internally displaced persons as well. So all these come together to see where we can touch those nodes on what value chains to make young women move into workforce development or develop their employment skills better and move into
So tomorrow is International Women's Day. And I don't know if you have any words for our viewers about, coming from you as individuals and also from the organization.
Yes, so tomorrow is International Women's Day. 8th March every year is set aside to celebrate the achievements of women, the opportunities that women are contributing to creating, and then also to recognize the challenges and how to collectively address them. On this occasion of International Women's Day, with the theme being Accelerate Action, I would encourage every woman out there to look out for all the opportunities around them. First of all, get ready, be ready, and take opportunity of every skills that comes up in your area, every leadership opportunity that comes, so that you are able to participate in some of the MasterCard Foundation programs, and then other ones that other development partners would have in place for the community. And also know that together we can achieve greatness for a lot more of our young women out there. So let's together help to change our mindset in terms of what we can or cannot do as a society, not just women. And we call on the men out there to keep supporting women, because the journey towards development is not only a task for
the
women.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
you get the final words.
Yes. Thank you. One of our flagship programs, our Scholars program, is a major direction in trying to nurture the next generation leaders. And we are looking at emphasizing next generation young women. Please don't come to our office. We don't do that in our office directly. We do that through our partners. So look online, look at the opportunities. Adverts have gone round. It's not only in Ghana, it's externally as well. Take that opportunity and push yourself to also become a young, a young leader for the next generation. But let's embrace ourselves, women. Let's learn to embrace ourselves. Let's learn not to be the barriers preventing young women from wanting to take up leadership opportunities. I believe that would take us a long way. And let's partner with people like you. We have champions like you who would be on our side to try to get young women challenged, right? Challenged to want to take up leadership opportunities. Accelerate action.
All right.
Accelerate
Thank you very much.
Accelerate action.
Accelerate action. That's the theme for this year. All right. So thank you very much for coming through. All right. Thank you very much. Great conversation. I've been speaking this morning with Nafissatou Yusuf. She's the lead for gender and safeguarding with the MasterCard Foundation in Ghana. And Dr. Kafui Mills-Odoi. She's the lead for youth engagement with the MasterCard Foundation in Ghana. There's still more to come on Breakfast Daily. We have more music, and Heritage Caravan moments are also coming up shortly. We'll be right back. Go.
Nice, but a double upgrade is amazing, and that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Man.
GoTV. Love it.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options. MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
At N Sugar Laundry and Cleaning Service, we take off residential and commercial laundry and cleaning services. So for the laundry, we wash, press, fold, and dry clean, carpet cleaning, power robes, sofas, bags, wedding gowns, suits, jackets, etc. We do general cleaning for households and institutions who are moving in and out of their homes. We are equipped, we are convenient, we are affordable, and we have a state-of-the-art laundry room that takes care of all your needs. Contact us today on 0598 02 4224 as well as 0241 815733. Remember to reach us on our social media platforms at N Sugar Laundry and Cleaning Service on Facebook, Instagram, and also on Google. N Sugar Laundry and Cleaning Services, always at your service.
Welcome back from that break. You're still live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. And I'm all smiles because we are going onto the caravan. Yes, I'm taking you onto the caravan. We are not going physically, but we are going to join Eno Safo and Eko to let us know or fill us in what the experience has been and where they are currently on the caravan. Hi, Eno and Eko. Good morning.
Hi, Jeepa.
Hi. When are you guys coming back? When are you coming back? We miss you.
So
you are having too much fun. I'm jealous. So come back.
Oh, I think we're coming back in like 3 weeks' time. In 3 weeks. We'll see you in 3 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
We don't really want to
So Eko.
Where you are right now.
Eko.
We like it on this side of town.
Eko. So this is officially the segment where you come on as entertainment prefect.
And you are not here.
And I'm on.
Yes, and you're on. So I'm just saying we are introducing entertainment prefect. So
you're telling us that even when we are not supposed to be at work, we'll still be at work.
Exactly.
No, please wait.
We like it this way.
Eno, please, excuse me. You went to work.
I'm sorry.
You went to work. You might be chilling, but it's also work. So you can't deceive any of us. We are not deceived.
No, but see, the thing is, David, this type of work is much more nicer than what you're doing right now.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway,
yeah, whatever.
Fill us in. How has the experience been like? Where are you guys currently?
You want to take it?
Okay, so it's been a good and a wonderful experience. I've had the time of my life. I've been able to connect with a good number of people. I've had experiences. I've shared moments with so many people on the Heritage Caravan, and it's been a life-changing experience for me as well. From Accra to Volta region, all the way. The drive to Bolga was a very interesting.
Hey, the Eastern Corridor Road needs to be fixed.
Yeah. Give us, a good sense of what this whole Eastern Corridor Road is all about.
Yeah.
Then to Bolga, then to Northern region, and then we use the popular road that everybody is talking about. I think that road has featured in almost everybody's budget ever since I started.
And it's never been done.
Fufusu Solar Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, we use that road that we should to
But say Fufusu Solar there, it's okay now. Fufusu Solar there is good, right? Hey.
Like the sports guys will say, it no be anything. Something might not be anything.
And then we went to Sunyane. It was a very interesting journey from Tamale to Sunyane. I think we flew in another time. But it was a very, very
well, why you deny? We have time. Why are you denying us? What do you want to fly another time?
No. So we had to make a quick stop. That's what I can tell you for now.
Hey.
It was a very interesting stop.
Okay.
So we had that, and then we ended up, or we arrived in Sunyane News Hotel, where we went to just some good food, and I mean, the rain actually distracted our plans a bit. But I mean, Caravanites, we don't know anything. But let me say this thing: for the first time on the Heritage Caravan, we actually went for a carnival.
Oh, you did?
In
Tell us about it.
Explain.
Oh, yes, we did.
So we had a Chichi band, and it was a big surprise actually. So we had a Chichi band set up in Red Clay Studios.
Yeah.
And then we were told, okay, from Bolga we are going to Tamale. So we're like,
okay.
We are going to Tamale.
That was actually a spur of the moment decision to go to Red Clay, because actually wasn't in our itinerary. Yeah, but it was an amazing surprise to have Inchinchim. And then, Inchinchim has been with us throughout, so they played at various destinations that we lodged at. But the Red Clay one was top notch, was amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, and we all knew when we came about it. Now the bus was driving with no passport, so I was asking for some.
Where are we going? Yeah.
We get there, Inchinchim already in action, and it was just a beautiful experience. Went on the tour, saw Ibrahim Ahmed. It's added on to the speed. You're watching us now, and the tours are absolutely
absolutely. I think it's all those shoe boxes and then the sewing machines that he has there. Simply, I don't know how he collected it. So, my dad brought he used it in such a unique way to tell a story. So it's amazing. I mean, he's doing amazing things, and it's absolutely free at the Red Clay Studio. So we were at USPET.
Yes,
we came to Sunyane. Ashanti region. If you the team one, not the town one.
Okay, Eno, let me take you back a little quick before you come. Let me take you back a little. You passed through the Volta region a couple of days ago. How was the experience like in the Volta? I'm asking because that is my region.
I know.
Yes.
I knew you asked me.
Yes. So how was the experience in the Volta region?
I knew you would. It was okay. It's okay. In the Volta region, where we got to taste things that I never tasted before. I won't mention the names before you come and beat me.
Just give it a try.
It was amazing. No, I didn't have that one. I had the one that looked like Eba.
What was that? Yakayake. Is that yakayake?
Some Gary Bao.
That's yakayake.
But it was very nice. Because I like Gary.
No. Was that Pinot? Was it Pinot or yakayake? Which of them?
It was. Yes.
Pinot.
Yes.
Pinot is like
Pinot.
Right. Yakayake is also like that.
That's what I had. Yes. Yeah.
And how was it?
Okay. Yeah. So I really enjoyed it. And then another thing that we observed is that the Volta region is very clean. Very clean. Like, do people live there? Like, do Ghanaians live there? Because, we just eat something and then we discard it wherever and whenever. But the Volta region, I observed it was very clean. The air smelled so good. We had a lot of fun. And then, Jifa, what is in you people your waist, you know? You see that when they are doing the bobo thing and they are doing their waist, that thing.
The bobo.
All the okra that you
bobo, yes.
Yes.
That's the okra effect.
Okra that that you eat. Oh, so she eats more okra.
Yes.
Apparently, it comes from your ankle instinct.
Oh.
For the waist to shake well, you must do something to your ankle. It's a technique.
It's the okra.
Next week, when you come on the show, you'd have to come and demonstrate what you learned from the Volta region. Because you are teaching Bobobo seated in the bus. So you come and demonstrate
It's okay to teach Bobobo when you are seated.
Yes,
now so do it in the studio.
When you come on next week, you come and teach us.
You're making him take out his sunglasses to wear, so he didn't hear you. Yeah.
Goodness, a call. Anyway.
So you guys are heading to the west.
We're heading to the western region at the moment. Yes. After all the food that we ate and the rest that we had at Noda Hotel, we're heading tonight. So that will be fun because this is the first.
Yeah, I think
this is the first time.
It's going to have like the time of my life. Also, not your regular DJ.
DJ Mega, the other half of the two parties.
Oh, the network is not making us enjoy the full.
No, but I'm sure it will resolve itself shortly.
Yes.
So once it resolves itself, they can repeat their action, whatever it is that you're doing over there. Yeah, but it's a whole lot of fun on the caravan, and it's excitement as they're heading down now. They're going to Maha, and they're going to be in Maha for 2 nights. So you can imagine what that's going to be like. Maha for 1 night is already a fulfilling experience, and to be able to wake up and know that you are not leaving, you have 1 more night.
Cool. I think the network is better now.
All right, guys. It looks like we lost you briefly when you turned back to the group on the bus.
So we've lost them again.
It looks like we've lost them again. The network is challenging us. Yeah. Well, anyway, because they're on the road and they're driving, so connectivity is not necessarily 100% everywhere. So if we do get them, we'll definitely continue the conversation with them. But yes, so I am just fascinated how some people try this and they can do 2 or 3 regions, and then that's it. Yeah. And they're done quite tired.
It takes a lot.
Done right now. So let's go through the regions. Right now they've done
from Greater Accra to Volta.
You went to Volta.
Yeah.
Then they went through the Oti region. Yeah. Then they went through Northern, Savannah, Upper East. Then they came down through the Northern again. Then they went to Damongo. Is in which side?
Damongo should be some side of the north. I'm not too sure.
No, it's not Savannah. It's the other one. It's another. No, I think. Okay, so from Damongo is still part of Northern, and then you come to Northeast.
Yes.
Northeast. Yes. Then they came down. And of course, no, you go from Upper East through Northeast before you come to Northern. So then they came down. Then they came to Brong and Hafo. Bruno. And then Hafo and then Bruno, and then to Ashanti region. So last night they slept in Ashanti region at the Noda Hotel, and they woke up, took their time this morning. It's like there's no rush to go anywhere. After all, just going to Maha, and the last place they're going to sleep for 2 nights. Yes, I'm saying it with a lot of envy and jealousy in my heart.
Wait, a while ago you said you had gotten over that.
I thought I had until I saw them.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the club.
My girlfriend's on the trip.
Yes,
with her bestie.
You mentioned, yes.
So we video call at least, not every day, but at least 2 or 3 times since she went. We've done video call, just have a sense of what is going on.
She's sharing the moments
and,
with you.
And
You
all of that.
experienced
So,
the last year without her.
Yeah.
So she's also.
But she didn't know anything about Heritage Caravan last year.
Well, she's taking her turn this year. So
when I went and I came back with the good news, she was like,
and she's going to Maha for 2 nights, and you are missing out on that.
It's okay. Don't worry. But
anyway,
we can go to Maha.
I like the fact that
we'll go to Maha.
Well, when she comes back, then you plan that one and go there.
We'll go cry.
Anyway, as I was saying, I like the fact that they mentioned that the Volta region happens to be one of the neatest regions they've experienced.
Not happens to be, it is.
It is.
On the entire trip, it has proven. This is empirical evidence. It's not yes.
I heard Papa talk about it fondly on CBS as well.
Yes.
And I'm happy about that, particularly because I'm a Voltarian. And I think this is something we down south, especially Accra, I don't know how we are going to do that, should emulate. It's rather unfortunate that Accra is very populated, so it will be difficult to fight this cause. But if together as a people we make a conscious effort, again, as part of celebrating 68 years of independence, we psych ourselves, make a conscious effort to do right by ourselves, keep our environments clean. Because look, just here in the Kanala Pass, if you go there this morning, the level of filth you will see.
I think we should.
Such an eyesore.
I'll suggest this to the president and to the team around the president, that the subsequent 3 other Independence Day celebrations that we're going to be having in his tenure, right? The lead up to it, there should be massive every weekend cleanup campaigns for 4 weeks, okay, in the lead up to Independence Day, to remind us of what it means to be patriotic. It's about us and about our environment, about who we are, how we are portraying ourselves out there to the world. It's important, you know.
Kweku, then what happens after the cleanup?
No, I'm just saying that it's like a spark. So, for example, it's like the whole idea of Valentine's Day. You do Valentine's Day as a trigger to remind you of love and the importance of love. But throughout the year, you'll be loving. Do you see that thing? So you will still be cleaning throughout the year. But
this is where I would call again that we need to reinstate the town council.
I agree.
So that they put some sense in people who are littering. And they're not, I mean, they don't even bother. They don't think twice about it. I saw a video on social media where somewhere in Circle, someone just walked up to dump refuse just by the footbridge. And there was, I think, one of the bus stop boys were there, and he asked her to pick out everything. How are we comfortable enough to just litter and we feel it's okay? Like there's
because nobody's holding us to account.
There's no sense of accountability.
Yes, and that's what it is. Anyway, listen. Let's not depress you this morning. We're going to enjoy some more from the Heritage Caravan by looking at the Heritage Caravan moments.
Ago.
Alright, are we excited to be at the Bewa Palace? This is Yendi. We have first timers here. Oh wow, so you are welcome to Yendi, to the Bewa Palace. Pretty soon, we will see the king in his glory.
Ago.
That was some beautiful moments from the Heritage Caravan, the 26th Heritage Caravan. Beautiful, beautiful people on a beautiful trip. I mean, the trip of a lifetime. They're having so much fun. Don't worry, next year, selection you go some.
Selection coming. That's the thing, you see. So selection come.
Then you go some.
But you know, selection, no.
When you select, I know what could be.
Now, so anyway, it's okay. I'm happy with my own.
Well, that's fine. I'm also joining, just as every other person who didn't get a slot, by watching on social media and envying them. So I'm calling them to come back.
Well,
it's enough.
Anyway, let me just say as we wrap up the show, congratulations to Dasebre Ekwama Boateng III on your installation as Omanhene of the Kwewu traditional area. Congratulations to you again. That's it for Breakfast Daily. It's been a wonderful show. I've enjoyed myself thoroughly, as usual.
Well, I have to. I have to. I have enjoyed myself as well so much, and it's been amazing as always to do the Friday with them, like starting off the weekend right on Breakfast Daily. So it's been great. But we understand today is the birthday of one of us.
Yeah, Moses Priesthood. Moses Priesthood. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. All right, well, keep watching Channel One TV and have a fantastic weekend. Of course, we have weekend programming for you, and so you don't want to miss any of that.
And tomorrow is Breakfast Daily weekend, as well as we have Sunday breakfast that will come your way on Sunday. So do stay with us right here on Channel One Television. My name is Jifa KD Akoto.
I'm David Kwekusechi. Take care.
Ago.
Well, hello and welcome to the Sports Roundup on Channel 1 TV. I am Bernard Abeko. Coming up, Kotoko fan Pole, who lost his life during a game in the Ghana Premier League, laid to rest today. Also, Ghana Premier League resumes following an unexpected break due to the passing of Kotoko fan Nana Pole. And Manchester United versus Arsenal headlines week 28 of the English Premier League. Let's get into the details of our stories now. Now, Yao Frimpong, widely known as Nana Pole, a devoted Asante Kotoko fan who tragically lost his life after being stabbed during a Ghana Premier League match, was laid to rest on Thursday, March 6, 2025. His funeral was held at the Heroes Park at the Babara Sports Stadium in Kumasi, where family, friends, football administrators, and supporters gathered to honor his memory and bid him a final farewell. The Ghana Football Association's president, Edwin Simeon Okraku, traveled to Kumasi, leading a distinguished delegations that included executive council members, regional football association chairman, and club officials. They came together to pay tribute to the late fan and stand in solidarity with Asante Kotoko during this difficult moment. Our chairman of the club licensing committee of the Ghana Football Association, Kwame Banyako, has reiterated that the death of Pole will help bring the right reforms to our game. Away from that, the president of the Ghana Football Association, Kete Edwin Simeon Okraku, has lauded the partnership between the Ghana Football Association and Decathlon Ghana, describing it as a transformative collaboration that has positively affected millions of Ghanaian footballers. Speaking at a ceremony at the Accra Mall, Okraku highlighted Decathlon Ghana's continued commitment to providing a diverse range of high-quality sports products to support the Federation's initiative. The sports retail giant aims to enhance football development in Ghana, aligning with the FA's mission to restore the nation's lost footballing glory.
After an amazing 4-year period where Decathlon Ghana impacted on not only thousands but millions of lives of footballers, from the Girls Premier League, where they had footballs to play, from referees in the Premier League, where they had whistles to use, from girls playing in National Division 1 across the country, where they had footballs, and from our young brothers and sisters, the kids in the first ever GFA Academy in the Upper East, in Congo, where they had access to balls from Decathlon Ghana. This is the impact Decathlon has made over time. Decathlon, thank you. From those of us from the Volta region, we say Akbe. And from those of us who are fasting from the Hausa background, we say Mungodi. This is how appreciative Ghana football is to your good selves.
Well, let's talk about the League of our rules. The Ghana Premier League resumes with exciting matchday 23 fixtures following an unexpected break due to the passing of Asante Kotoko fan Francis Yao Frimpong, known as Nana Pole. The title race and top 4 battle remains intense, with league leaders BBN Gold Stars set to host Nations FC at the Danks Park, aiming to extend their narrow 1-point lead. Meanwhile, second place Asante Kotoko will welcome Legon Cities to the Babara Sports Stadium as they look to keep the pressure on the table toppers. Our Hearts of Lions, just a point behind Ghost Stars, will face Vision FC in Tema Newtown in a crucial encounter, knowing that a win could propel them to the top. Hearts of Folk will clash with Young Apostles at the Legon Sports Stadium, whilst Mediama and Bichim United, position 7th and 6th respectively, battle for vital points in their bid to climb the table. Defending champions FC Samatex will take on Instratraman FC at the Danks Park on Monday, seeking to reassert their dominance. Obrikum Chelsea and Accra Lions are set for a showdown at the Nana Ajiman Bedu, the first park, while Dreams FC will lock horns with Diana FC at the Tuba AstroTurf in a fixture that promises excitement. Elsewhere, Karela United will host Baseke Holy Stars, rounding off a thrilling weekend of football. Now, the Ashanti Regional National Sports Authority has expressed outrage over the club licensing board's decision to not approve the Barbara Sports Stadium for the league game due to security concerns. Reacting to the issue, the Ashanti Regional Public Relations Officer of the National Sports Authority, Patience Sharon Adams-Mensah, criticized the club licensing board for neglecting the National Sports Authority in the decision-making process, as they have described the directive as harsh.
Regulations. I was looking for where the GFA meets with the teams together with ministry and NSA. There is no point you exclude NSA in any decision you make concerning the usage of the facility. You can't do away with them and then make your regulations, and the club has to come and meet with us and as it were, for us to regulate whatever decision you took. But it's a government institution, and come what may, irrespective of the decision taken, we are always there and ready to implement so far as we will protect peace, property, and human beings.
This is the Sports Roundup on Channel 1 TV, and I am Bernard Abekochu. Take a quick break here. We'll return. We'll do some more stories.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options: MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Sports Roundup on Channel 1 TV, and I am Bernard Abekochu. Let's do some more stories now. Now, the greatest league in the world returns for match week 28, and Nottingham Forest welcome Manchester City to the City Ground for a 12:30 p.m. kickoff on Saturday. Later in the afternoon, Brighton take on Fulham at the Amex Stadium, kicking off at 3 p.m. with both teams keen on a top half finish. At the same time, Crystal Palace host Ipswich Town at the Selhurst Park at 3 p.m. Over at Anfield, Liverpool face Southampton at 3 p.m. in a crucial match for both ends of the table. The Reds need all 3 points to stay in the league race, while Southampton's survival hopes will depend on whether they can pull off an unlikely upsets on Merseyside. In the evening fixture, Brentford plays as Aston Villa at the GTEC Community Stadium at 5:30 p.m. and Saturday's action concludes with Wolves taking on Everton at the Molineux at 8 p.m. On Sunday, Tottenham Hotspur and Bournemouth go head-to-head at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium at 2 p.m. At the same time, Chelsea host Leicester City at the Stamford Bridge for a 2 p.m. fixture. Sunday's standout fixture sees Manchester United and Arsenal lock-ons at Old Trafford at 4:30 p.m. with Arsenal pushing for the title and United desperate to make a statement. This heavyweight clash could have a huge impact on both teams' season. Match week 28 wraps up on Monday night as West Ham face Newcastle at the London Stadium at 8 p.m. Away from there, Manchester United's head coach Ruben Amorim has firmly stated his commitment to maintaining his football philosophy despite the team's recent struggles. Since his mid-season appointment from Sporting, Amorim has implemented a 3-4-3 formation, a significant shift from Manchester United's previous tactics. This transition has been challenging, with the team experiencing 10 defeats in 24 games, placing them 14th in the Premier League table.
Yes, what I mean is that we have to think as a club as a long project and not just solve things in this moment and try to. If you win the cup, we are in the bad position. If we won the Europa League, we'll be in amazing position in the next year because the problems continue here, even with the Champions League. So that's what I want to say, and I know that you guys make counts of my rescission, and so I'm just trying to show that I don't care, and I'm really confident on the big goal of this club. That's all. I'm trying to show the big picture to our supporters. That's all.
And you're confident in yourself that you can be the man to turn this.
That is clear. That is clear. I know what to do, but sometimes this is a result. It's a life of results, and you have to win games. So I know the consequences when we don't win games, but I'm really confident. Since day one, a little bit more frustrated, but I'm still confident. I think it's quite simple. I think we talk about the system. I think the system is not the problem, it's the way of playing. You build up with three, you can build up with three, with two defenders and one midfielder going down. So it's quite simple. I don't see the football like that. The problem of our team is not the system. We have a lot of problems. We are trying to work on these problems. Of course, every system needs different characteristics, but I was always really clear, and I have one idea. I'm still really confident because I have an idea how to play football. I will not change that, no matter what. I will not change that. And I'm not talking about the system. It's the way I see football. I will not change that. And we are going to do it.
Now, Manchester United fan Frank Elliott, who runs Instagram page The United Strand, started a challenge back on October 5, 2024, vowing not to cut his hair until United win 5 games in a row. As of now, March 6, 2025, he's still waiting 149 days and counting thanks to United's shaky form under Ruben Amorim. His hair is getting pretty out of control, but he's sticking to it, turning his dedication or maybe stubbornness into a viral story with over 66,000 followers tracking his hairy journey.
Well, it just started as a bit of fun, really. I just thought it'd be a funny thing to do, to bring some humour into a painful time for Man United fans. But turns out all football fans have been following because there's a lot of rival fans that don't ever want me to cut my hair.
Honestly, it's remarkable. Look, Frank, previously you got to 3 wins in a row before losing to Crystal Palace. Did you think that was a moment where finally the hair can be cut off?
Absolutely. We went on to, just about win against Leicester in the next game as well. So it would have been it if we'd won against Palace. But since then, now looking to the future fixtures, I don't really know when it's going to happen, to be honest.
Have any celebrities got on board with you for this challenge?
There's been a few different people. There's been, I know that Fraser Clark started following me. Jamie Murray, and then there's a few comedians and things as well.
I wonder if they're going to be as brave as you and do a challenge like that. It's quite amazing, actually. We saw you in the video shaving your head off. How quickly it's grown, by the way. Now, look, while we've got you, Frank, Ruben Amorim said yesterday, winning trophies isn't important. Do you agree with him?
Not in the slightest, no. I think that, this season, I think, I speak for most Man United fans where I don't think the league position really matters anymore as long as we don't get relegated, but I think we're safe from that now. But yeah, so I think tonight in the Europa League is the only thing to play for this season, really.
Now, Lucas Paquetá's betting charge hearing is due to take place this month and will last 3 weeks. Sky Sports News understands. The Brazilian was charged with breaching betting rules in May of last year. It is understood that he will face a 3-week hearing this month, which is said to be one of the longest court proceedings in the FA's history. Or English football's governing body is seeking a lifetime ban for the midfielder. Paquetá was charged with sport fixing offences in 4 Premier League matches. The Brazilian international denies any wrongdoing, but the Football Association has charged him in relation to his conduct in matches against Leicester City in November 2022, Aston Villa in March 2023, and Leeds in May 2023, and Bournemouth last August. Well, this is the Sports Roundup on Channel 1 TV. I am Bernard Abekoju. Let's do a quick break here. When we return, we'll do more stories.
This year, something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apokranta, Rare Quine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet. See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558-973-973 or 0205-973-973 to register. The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
And it's proudly sponsored by Gino.
Welcome back from the break. This is the Sports Roundup on Channel 1 TV, and I am Bernard Abekoju. Let's do some more stories. Now, Fenerbahce manager Jose Mourinho has spoken for the first time about the racism allegations made against him. Mourinho, in a press conference after the 0-0 draw last Monday, accused the Galatasaray bench of jumping like monkeys to try and get his 19-year-old central defender Yusuf Atichek sent off earlier in the game. Despite the Ferrari, he says he felt calm and relaxed throughout because he feels the allegations made by Galatasaray after the Istanbul derby with his Fenerbahce side backfired.
I was calm, I was relaxed, I was not hurted. I just felt how could they go so low, but it was not a problem for me. Then the next day and the next day and the next day when I start analyzing things and the support from the public support, because sometimes people support you but in Eden way, you know, probably even people that don't like me, but the support was there because everybody knows who I am as a person. Everybody knows my bad qualities, but that is not one of my bad qualities. Exactly the opposite. They were not clever in the way they attacked me, because they didn't knew my connections with Africa, with African people, with African players, with African charities. They have no idea of my past, and then I think instead of going against me, I think boomerang and went against them. I have only to thank to the people that they didn't have a problem to speak, and especially my boys, my former African players. They were a very important voice. But independent of that, the most important thing is that I know who I am, and of course, the attack on the racism was a bad choice.
At the FIFA Council meeting on Wednesday, a record-breaking $1 billion was announced to be awarded as the prize fund for the 2025 Club World Cup. That makes it soccer's most lucrative 32-team tournament, dwarfing the $440 million prize fund for the 2022 Qatar World Cup. FIFA hasn't announced how this money will be distributed among the competing teams, and it is still in negotiations with groups like the European Club Association about the exact amount, but should the prize money formula be the same as in Qatar, the winners of the Club World Cup could expect something in the regime of $95 million based on Qatar 2022. The losing Club World Cup finalists could expect around $68 million, and even the team that gets eliminated in the group stages could get around $20 million, although the negotiations with the ECA suggest that the prize money given to the European teams may be higher than teams from other continents that reach an equivalent stage. Well, let's now take a glance at some of the major headlines from both sports websites locally and internationally. On TV Sports, they have a story which says, I am working hard for a call-up. This according to Prince Kobena Edu, well, on his Black Stars aspirations. So Prince was called at a point into the Black Stars, but he was told that the player he was called to replace, which initially decided to decline the call-up, decided to come back to play. So he had to go back to his team. He plays for Victoria Pleasant. He's a striker, and he's opened up on his determination to want to play for the senior soccer missionaries, the Black Stars of Ghana. You could recall at the point he was called to play for the junior team, but he was unable to because he got injured, whilst playing for a Ghanaian Premier League team, Bechim United. He's now said to want to return to the Black Stars. He plays for Victoria Pleasant, as I indicated earlier. They are in the Europa League. They'll be clashing against Lazio. He's 21 years old, and he's hoping to make his luck count, to put up a good performance, to earn a call-up into the Black Stars. On myjoyonline.com, there's a story which says Africa has not produced a defender better than Jimmy Carragher. This according to a former England footballer, Joey Barton. Barton is saying that, well, interestingly, if you scheme the whole of Africa, there's not been any better defender if you compare Jimmy Carragher and the other African defenders. Carragher made a statement in relation to the AFCON, trying to compare tournaments in relation to seeing an African player in Mohamed Salah attempting to win the Ballon d'Or. Well, Barton is of the belief that there's no African player in that caliber of Jimmy Carragher who've played to the highest level, to label him or compare him in that front. So he's backing Jimmy Carragher for saying that the African Cup of Nations is not a major tournament. Strange, isn't it? Well, on the BBC, there's a story which says home nations to make joint bid to host 2035 Women's World Cup. So the Women's World Cup is of prestige when it comes to England. Now, they say they are considering a joint bid. Now, what this will mean is that it will put 3 of the host countries together, or the host nations together, to put them in that shape of hosting the tournament. So it's England, Northern Ireland, and Scotland plus Wales. They are looking at attempting to host the 2035 Women's World Cup, a competition that is described as one of the biggest in women's football. So bids for the 2031 and 2035 finals, will have to be submitted in the 4th quarter of 2025. Well, the favorites, United States, are set to host the 2031 tournament, and of course, they decided even to pull out of the vote for the 2027, which was eventually won by Brazil. But the interesting part of this narrative is that Netflix has already secured the rights in the US to show live coverage in both of those years. Now on Sky Sports, there's a story which says Benjamin Sesko transfer. RB Leipzig striker attracting Premier League interest as release clause revealed. This is a player who's been considered by a number of clubs: Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Tottenham Hotspur, all wanting his signature. He's 21 years old. He's in fine form. His clause somewhat around £46 million, and these clubs are quite interested in a striker of his caliber. They want to all augment their striking force. If you look at the Arsenal setup, they will need a big striker to help them win the league. If you look at the United setup, they will need a striker as well to help them maintain a good position later in the next campaign. Talk about the next season. Spurs is looking at also, making sure they stay in top 4, so a striker will be of interest. So this player now is in keen position. Then Chelsea as well, who are looking for a striker to make sure they stay in contention next season. For this season, they say they are not entitled to contention, but for next season, maybe, just maybe, they'll be wanting to get into that space. Well, Spurs will reportedly have little chance of securing a deal for Sesko when the transfer window opens ahead of next season. Well, that's all for today's edition of the Sports Roundup on Channel One TV. For more sports stories, log on to channel1news.com. Well, I am Bernard Abeku. Sports is life. Get involved.
March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th, as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel One TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel One TV and 97.3 CDFM.
Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought results.
Life is a celebration of moments, big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love. PIVA.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello there, you're welcome to Trending Africa with me, Akol Kumsin. Trending Africa is a show that brings you top stories across the continent of Africa. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we have the top stories right here on Trending Africa for you. My name is Akol Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin, Kumsin spelled with the double N. I'll catch you right after this break.
On Footprints this Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Ifua Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter because, the nuns are very strict.
Very protective
I mean, they come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely. And also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Akol Kumsin. Let's start today's episode off in Nigeria, where the president of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, has signed the 2025 appropriation bill into law. Now, this budget is a record of 54.99 billion naira. Now, the budget is aimed at driving economic growth, infrastructural development, and also debt servicing. State House correspondent for Trust TV News, Kehinde Amodu, has more details for us.
The budget passed by the National Assembly on February 13 was increased from the initial 49.7 trillion naira proposed by the president. It marks a 99.96 jump from the 2024 budget of 27.5 trillion naira, reflecting the administration's fiscal expansion strategy. Key budget components include total expenditure at 54.99 trillion naira, statutory transfers with 3.65 trillion naira, recurrent expenditure at 13.64 trillion naira, and capital expenditure at 23.96 trillion naira. Debt servicing is set to gulp 14.32 trillion naira with a deficit to GDP ratio of 1.52%.
Our national GDP growth rebounded to 3.86% compared to the last quarter. Revenue increased to 21.6 trillion. Naira rebounded, reflecting our resilience. We have reduced deficit significantly from 6.2 in 2003 to 4.17%. Forest reform is working the foreign exchange.
So when you came to the National Assembly with a very ambitious budget of 49.7 trillion, little did we know that working with your team, we'll find a way to discover other sources of bringing revenue in. And today, you are about to make history by signing the largest budget ever done in the history of Nigeria since independence, 54.7 trillion. So I want to say congratulations, sir. We on this side of the aisle, we believe strongly that anything that can bring about and alleviate the sufferings of Nigerians, any policy that you propose that can alleviate the suffering of Nigerians, be rest assured of the support of the National Assembly, both chambers. We will go with you. We are behind you.
The signing of the budget took place on Friday at State House, Abuja. The presence of key members of parliament, including Senate President Godswill Akpabio and House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, demonstrates that this document has the buy-in of the National Assembly. The 2024 budget is expected to fund critical sectors, including infrastructure, security, and social services, while also addressing rising debt obligations. From State House, Abuja, Kehinde Amodu, Trust TV News.
Now, the prices of dates in Nigeria have dropped significantly after a recent increase in prices, according to a market survey to assess their fluctuation. And this comes as good news for most people as Ramadan is set to begin very soon. There's more details in this report from Trust TV News.
Despite being an all-season fruit, dates in Nigeria are mainly imported from Algeria and Niger Republic. The fruit, highly recommended in Islam for breaking fast, sees a surge in demand during Ramadan, often leading to price hikes. Last year, a measure of dates is sold for 3,500 naira to 4,000 naira. This year, prices spiked to 7,000 naira, but have now returned to the previous range, with traders attributing the drop to the reopening of borders. And I sell dates. These dates are imported from Algeria. Previously, we sold a measure for 7,000 naira, but by God's grace, the price has now dropped to 5,000 naira. Last year, around this time, the price ranged between 3,000 naira and 3,500 naira, meaning we have seen an increase of 1,500 naira to 2,000 naira this year. Prices of goods have generally gone up, but things are improving. Our biggest challenges are exchange rate fluctuations and the numerous levies imposed by customs and security agencies. They set up checkpoints along the highways, demanding money before allowing us to pass. We pray for an end to this hardship and urge our leaders to intervene. People are suffering and the masses don't know what to do. Dealers cite foreign exchange rates, multiple taxation, poor road networks, and fuel subsidy removal as major challenges affecting their business. Some sellers anticipate further price reduction in the coming weeks. The price of a measure of dates is now 6,000 naira. We sell to both consumers and traders. Our biggest challenge is transportation costs. The price is cheaper compared to what it was before. Our biggest challenge is the road network and border restrictions. Sometimes you have to take hidden roads to avoid security checkpoints. The poor road conditions, especially in Taraba State, make things worse. Vehicles often break down, causing delays and extra costs. When bringing goods from Niger, we pass through Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Bauchi, and Gombe. But once we enter Taraba, the challenges increase significantly. 100 naira's worth of dates now gives you 6 pieces, whereas before it was only 3 pieces. Our main challenge is the high cost of fuel. We source our dates from Jibia in Niger Republic as the variety grown locally is different. The respondents called on the government to intervene and address these seasonal challenges and its impact on Nigeria's cost of living crisis.
Now, farmers in Plateau State are lamenting the importation of food items into the country as they believe this is going to affect local production of agriculture and further force down prices of locally produced goods. Ado Musa of Trust TV News engaged with some farmers in Jos and filed this report.
According to agricultural experts, food importation in Nigeria is significantly harming local farmers by creating unfair market competition due to cheaper imported goods. They said the policy will reduce income for farmers and hinder their ability to access modern farming technologies and support services. With the recent drop in prices of food items in the country, farmers say the influx of imports has saturated the market, leaving them with limited opportunities to sell their products and access buyers.
Actually, it will affect we farmers because it's like the federal government are not encouraging us. The money they're supposed to give us will now go to the importers, and we will have low production because we will not have the real support in order to produce more to cut down the prices of the goods.
The way that we buy fertilizer this year is too cost. The fertilizer and the other items that we are using, such as insecticide and the rest, and all the things that we are using to make our farm better. Actually, this year is too cost. If government say that they must import, actually the people of the country they will appreciate, but the farmers it will affect them.
This policy will definitely affect us because farm inputs in Nigeria are very expensive. We buy inputs at a higher price. So, allowing other individuals to import food items will rather worsen the situation rather than helping us. Up to this moment, fertilizer is sold for between 45 to 50,000 naira. How will you recover the cost, let alone make profit? Musa Ubali is an agricultural entrepreneur. He said, although they are not against the importation of food, they are, however, worried that the policy is likely to have negative consequences on the farmers.
It is, as a citizen, it's a good policy to the citizens of Nigeria. And secondly, as a farmer, is a little bit difficult for a farmer to endure the policy, because if the government implement that policy, then what is the policy that will now rely to the farmers?
The farmers suggest that unless the government readjusts the policy to ensure that it is fair to all parties, many would opt out of the business.
The federal government can encourage farmers to produce grains in large quantity. There is no need for importation. That's the truth. So I'm emphasizing that the government should look inward again to see the farmers, identify them and encourage them.
The thing is that if they want to export or import goods from other countries, let them empower the farmers let them empower the farmers of their own country first.
If government are implementing that policy of importing, then there will necessary, I will say, there is a need for government to at least subsidize input that we farmers normally use in Nigeria. Up to now, the policy that government implement of bringing this grain outside the country, while the input in Nigeria is very costly, that means there is discouragement in farming system in Nigeria.
The price of food items have remained low since December last year, a situation that many farmers say is likely to affect next year's farming season in the country. Ado Musa reporting for Trust TV.
You're still watching Trending Africa with me, Ekol Kumsi. We'll go for a quick break and return. We have more stories for you. Stick and stay.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back to Trending Africa with me, Ekol Kumsi. Now let's head over to Ghana, where the president of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, declared his maiden State of the Nation address in his second term. Now, in declaring his address, he has ordered that suspects implicated in the National Service Authority scandal be declared wanted, their assets frozen and confiscated. Channel 1 News' parliamentary correspondent Ni Ayikwe Okai filed this report.
The scandal, which was uncovered following a nationwide audit of the National Service Authority, involved the inclusion of thousands of fake names on the payroll, a fraudulent scheme that enabled corrupt officials to siphon funds meant for genuine national service personnel. Investigations revealed that high-ranking officials within the National Service Scheme, district directors and payroll administrators were colluding to create fictitious personnel, allowing them to withdraw salaries on behalf of non-existent workers. In his maiden State of the Nation address, President Mahama assured that persons involved in the scandal will not go unpunished.
As part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed.
President Mahama also disclosed that Ghana's debt stock currently stands at 721 billion Ghana cedis, with the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, owing 68 billion Ghana cedis and the Ghana Cocoa Board owing 32.5 billion Ghana cedis.
In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025.
Mahama also revealed that $64,000 and 143 million Ghana cedis are the current composition of the sinking fund.
There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair.
John Mahama also bemoaned that $400 million has been spent on the Agenda 111 hospital projects, yet none is functional.
Not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. It is worth disclosing that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level, and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister for Health to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals.
The Majority Leader, Mahama Ayariga, in reacting to the presentation, expressed hope in the future of Ghana.
His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number.
The President again came to this house with a familiar story, the usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it.
President Mahama has assured that he is committed to addressing the country's economic crisis, irrespective of the challenges. For Channel One News from Parliament, Ni Ayukweyi Okai.
Now, some government workers whose appointment have been terminated by the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, are appealing to the President for reconsideration and possible reinstatement. According to them, the termination has had severe impact on their livelihoods, leaving many in financial and emotional distress. Philip Nilate of Channel One News filed this report.
February 11, 2025, the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, issued a directive revoking all appointments and recruitments made into public service establishments after December 7, 2024. In the directive, Mr. Debra requested all heads of government institutions to take the necessary steps to annul these appointments and recruitments into public offices. Following the directive, several government institutions such as the Ghana Education Service, the Ghana Grid Company Gridco, the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ghana Exim Bank, Social Security and National Insurance Trust, Senate, the National Lotteries Authority, among others, complied with the instruction and revoked the appointment of some of their employees. Some of the affected individuals believe they should not bear the consequences of the government actions. They are urging the President to reverse the decision.
We want to be reinstated because this is very sad and it's affecting our mental health. It's not easy. The day I got the 13th that I got the revocation, I couldn't stay at home. I have kids. I was with my husband. I'm not concocting the story. I was with my husband. I still had to look for a guest house because I told him that I don't know how I'll face my children.
They should take the politics out of that. We are Ghanaians.
I appeal to the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to come to our aid, his sons and daughters, because we are genuinely employed.
I think that they should really be considerate about this. But please, we are pleading with all stakeholders and every other person to get involved in this and then help to see to it that our appointments are reinstated.
Vincent Eko Asifwa, Member of Parliament for Otafo and lawyer for some of the affected employees, argues that the government may not have followed the proper procedure before terminating the appointments. He insists that those recruited through the correct channels deserve justice.
Listening to my client, I realized that there were a number of them who went through the proper procedures. If you listen to these stories, then it bears the question, did the government actually go through the right procedure in understanding how these things are done before they issued the statement? I don't think that was done. We expect justice. If they have not been treated fairly, if they have not been treated on the basis of justice, then as per Article 191 of the 1992 Constitution. Such terminations will have to be done on a just cause.
Some employees who were affected by the government's directive want the president to reverse the decision. For Channel One News, I am Philip Ni Latte.
Now, government is engaging the Speaker of Parliament, all right, Honorable Agban Sumana Bagbe, to reintroduce the controversial anti-LGBTQ bill back into Parliament. Channel One News' presidential correspondent, Akosia Otre, filed this report.
President John Mahama joined Christian leaders at the Accra International Conference Center, where he reiterated his stance on same-sex marriage, affirming that he believes only two genders exist. He revealed that discussions are ongoing with Parliament for the reintroduction of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill.
I, as a Christian, uphold the principle and the values that only two genders exist, man and woman. And that a marriage is between a man and a woman. I've spoken with the Speaker so that a renewal of the expired Proper Families Bill, Values Bill, should be a bill that is introduced by government rather than as a private member's motion. And it's my hope that that consultation would see a renewed Proper Families Values Bill.
President Mahama also outlined his administration's commitment to tackling Ghana's economic crisis.
Yes, the challenges are enormous and daunting. The state of our economy is deeply concerning. But by the grace of God and with His guidance and His help and the help of my team, I assure you we'll fix it.
The clergy offered prayers for the president to succeed.
He will finish his course, that he will not die in office, that he will not be a scapegoat, that he will not be a victim or a casualty of any ill will. We pray that he will set our economy free from the grip of IMF. Set this economy free, Lord, from the power of the IMF. Loose and release him and the economy from the restrictions and all the limitations and the embargo placed upon us.
President Mahama, on the other hand, cut sword for a new Hajj village to accommodate pilgrims before their trip to the Holy Land, Makkah. This is in fulfillment of his 2024 campaign promise.
By taking a bold step forward, this new Hajj village will serve as a modern, well-equipped and dignified facility for our departing pilgrims. Fellow citizens, as you were told, this edifice includes a fully air-conditioned pilgrims hall to ensure comfort before departure. And so this is like a terminal building, a smaller version of Terminal 3. And so they will be checked in there, and then they'll be taken straight to the aircraft to board and depart.
And that'll be it for today's episode of Trending Africa with me, Eko Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin, Kumsin spelled with a double N. Make a date with me next week as I bring you another exciting, informative episode of Trending Africa. See you next week.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesday, yeah. You know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As
director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Coming up, President Mahama worried over quality of resettlement efforts for victims of tidal waves in the Volta region. Also coming up, Ghana National Association of Teachers NATS urges teachers affected by revocation of appointment letters to comply with Ghana Education Service Directive. Coming up in Business, Economist calls for a comprehensive review of Ghana's natural resource management framework. And later in sport, National Sports Authority criticizes club licensing board's unfair security ruling in Ghana Premier League. The details of our stories now. President John Dramani Mahama has expressed concerns over the quality of resettlement efforts for victims of tidal waves in the Volta region, describing the current plans as unsuitable. His remarks came after a visit to Agaveji and other affected areas where he observed the damage caused by the recent tidal waves, which displaced over 300 residents and washed away several homes. President Mahama criticized the ongoing resettlement project, which is reportedly funded by Ghana Gas, for being built in a flood-prone area, making it unfit location for long-term habitation. In response to these issues, the president called for a relocation of the resettlement sites.
Before we came here, we went to the resettlement project that I believe or I've heard is being financed by Ghana Gas. I don't think the project was well thought through. The work is shoddy, and even the area where the resettlement is being built is a flood area. And so if it floods, it will affect those buildings too. And so those buildings are not fit for purpose. There are two things we need to do. Start the building of the phase 2 of the defense wall, but at the same time resettle those whose houses have been affected.
In response to the devastating impact of the recent tidal waves, the president spearheaded relief efforts. He announced a series of donations from various sources to alleviate the suffering of those displaced.
In the meantime, to alleviate the plight of those who have been affected, we brought some items to be distributed to those who have been displaced. The items are from 3 sources. One, our brother Governor Sakwaja, who is our Minister of Roads and Transport, has donated 250 bags of rice. For those of you who know, our mother comes from Denu, and so we're also part of you. And so my younger brother, who is the MD for Engineers and Planners, has also given 100,000 cedis.
Still at the presidency, President John Dramani Mahama has criticized the contradiction of advocating for self-reliance while continuing to depend on aid from donor agencies, arguing that such a stance makes the idea of independence meaningless. Speaking during the 68th Independence Day celebrations on Thursday, President Mahama acknowledged that discussions about independence often bring attention to Ghana's reliance on imports, foreign aid, and IMF bailout. He called for a shift toward tangible actions that will break the cycle of dependency rather than continuing the rhetoric of an Africa that has moved beyond aid.
Discussions about our independence often highlight our reliance on imports, on donor aid, and IMF bailouts as signs of continued dependence. This reminder is repeated so often that while undeniably real, it risks becoming a cliché. Yet the entire efficacy of this reminder lies not in just repeating it, but in our willingness to take decisive action. Actions that will break the chain of dependency, not just the empty rhetoric of an Africa that is beyond aid.
The Ghana National Association of Teachers NATS is urging teachers affected by the revocation of appointment letters to comply with the Ghana Education Services Directive. The revocation, announced on Monday, February 17, applies to all teaching and non-teaching staff who have yet to be placed on the government payroll. In response, the GES has set up a 3-member committee nationwide to review these cases. Reacting to this development, NATS General Secretary Thomas Musa advised affected teachers to submit their document within the given deadline for review.
All those who have been affected, they are to submit their appointment letter, academic certificate. They are also to submit their licential certificate, and then the final one, their national service certificate, to the regional directorate, where all these things will be validated. And once you are affected and you submit all these documents, you will be validated and subsequently reinstated, and that will put the matter to rest. So all teachers who have been affected should take note. Once the deadline has been given, which is next week Friday, we expect all members to comply.
The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection has announced plans to improve monitoring of meals provided under the school feeding program. This comes amid concerns from parents, teachers and pupils about the poor quality and lack of essential nutrients in the meals served in basic schools across the country. Speaking to Channel One News, the head of Public Affairs Unit at the Ministry, Bismarck Blaise Nyaji, outlined measures to address these concerns and improve the program's effectiveness.
So there will be constant monitoring, unannounced monitoring to schools to ensure that the teachers are cooking or giving quality food to our children. So this is something that we will not invite or we will not inform the teachers. We will just come and announce. So if we find out that, okay, what you are giving to the kids is not of quality, then the ministry will advise on that.
Minister of Health, Kwabena Minteh Akando, has revealed plans by government to upgrade the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, popularly known as the Ridge Hospital, into a teaching hospital. This, he says, is part of a broader effort to improve upon the healthcare system in the country. He made this assertion while disclosing plans by government to provide at least a single regional hospital in all 16 regions across the country. Speaking on Accra-based Joy TV, the minister says existing hospitals must be refurbished to supplement new healthcare facilities.
We used to have 10 regions. We now have 16 regions. And so it is only basic for every region to have a regional hospital.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are looking at putting up regional hospitals in the regions without regional hospitals. We are also looking at upgrading some of the already existing health facilities. You don't build new ones and leave the already existing ones to rot. So we are looking at improving Komfo Teaching Hospital. We are looking at upgrading and improving upon Kolebu Teaching Hospital. We are looking at upgrading the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, which is Ridge Hospital. In fact, we're looking at turning Ridge Hospital into a teaching hospital. Okay, we're looking at how we can increase the number of CHIPS compounds in the country. We are looking at how we can link the health facilities for it to be more efficient.
You are still watching Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Still ahead, local authorities in Damongo appeal for support following a windstorm that hit the area on Wednesday. We have details coming up shortly. Please don't go away.
March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 CDFM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought results.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Let's do some other stories now. Local authorities in Damongo in the Savannah region are appealing for support following a rainstorm that hit the area on Wednesday, March 5. More than 30 households along the Volta River Authority office have been affected. The storm ripped off the roofs of several buildings, including stores and offices, leaving many residents homeless. In an interview with Channel 1 News, the assembly member for the Canteen electoral area, Abraham Anapansa, described the severe impact of the storm on residents.
This morning, we woke up to a very devastating situation that occurred somewhere midnight, around 12. There was heavy winds that heralded the rains that fell yesterday inside Damongo, and it wreaked a lot of havoc within the Abakura area of the Canteen electoral area. A lot of houses have been unroofed, buildings have been pushed down. We have done a cursory assessment of the situation, and we can see that more than 30 houses have been affected within this particular community. Some of them major areas of the building, like the roofs, parts of the building have totally been destroyed.
Ashanti Regional Minister Dr. Frank Amwakohene has ordered the arrest of individuals dealing in mining explosives at Odumasi near Konongo in the Asante Achim North Municipality of the Ashanti region. This follows a devastating explosion that claimed 3 lives and left several others, including firefighters, injured. During a visit to the affected area, the minister directed security agencies, the Minerals Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency to conduct a thorough investigation into mining communities to prevent the unauthorized sale of explosives.
No arrest has been effected yet. I'm told that the people who were operating that shop have absconded, but the police they are investigating and tracking them with all seriousness. So we need to make sure that these issues, we learn something from them and they don't recur. We experienced a similar situation at Apiati, so I thought that we shouldn't experience some of these things this soon. But it's very unfortunate that we have this on our hands. Following that, I've instructed the security agencies, the BNI, the National Security, the police, the CID, to conduct a thorough investigation, especially across the mining communities, to find out if there are any other people who are selling these explosives right in town. The MENCOM, the EPA, and all the associated agencies are expected to issue licenses to people who operate or who sell these explosives. So it is out of, lawlessness that someone would host such explosives and be selling in the house. So there's a sorry situation, but I can assure you that the security agencies would do all the investigation to make sure that we correct same and also bring to books those who perpetrated this act.
Now, the Heritage Caravan 2025 is en route the Western region through the Western North region on the 6th day of an 8-day tour of 14 regions. So far, caravanites have conquered 11 regions, the latest being the Ashanti region, where they were hosted yesterday to lunch after visiting the Armed Forces Museum. From Kumasi, the caravan will this morning weave through the mining and farming areas of the Ashanti, Western North and Western regions before arriving at the beautiful Maha Beach Resort at Atuabo. The caravanites will visit the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Home at Nkroful, as well as other beautiful tourist sites in the Western region. Let's hear from some of the patrons.
It's been amazing in the last 5 days. It's been stressful. In fact, this is my first time. I've been trying to make it to the caravan for the last 7 years, and every time I make it sold out. So this year I purposed, and thanks to Ivy Ojo, she was able to get me a slot, which I'm so grateful for. When I saw the lineup, I was like, will I be able to make this journey? Because I'm not a long traveler. But hey, the jam in the bus. For me, it is the jam in the bus. So when we got to Accra, I was born in Tema all my life, but I've not been to Jamestown. Inside the things I saw were an icon, especially the slave dungeon. And then when we got to Ko, I'm a Franti by birth, but I'm a Votarian by adoption. So I enjoy the Fetritoto, the Walkland, the Genkland.
With what you've experienced so far, would I need to convince you to come aboard next year?
So as a person, and I will speak from two angles, as a patron, to be honest, I've really enjoyed my time. I've met people I've not met before, and I would say these are people who are like me, socioeconomic class A, B, C1. Many run businesses, many are doing their own stuff, but these are serious influencers in the society. And yes, indeed, I'm happy to be here making a lot of new friends, and let's see what happens next year.
This is Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. Up next, we have business with Nashika Caesar. Hello, Shika. Good morning.
Hi, Hawa. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm all right, too.
What do we have in the world of business?
In business, economist and member of the National Economic Dialogue Planning Committee, Professor John Gachi, is advocating for a comprehensive review of Ghana's natural resource management framework to ensure it better serves the national interest. He argues that a reassessment of the country's resource policies could drive economic growth and enhance revenue generation. Speaking on the strategies for Ghana's economic independence, Professor Gachi emphasized the need for efficient resource utilization and value addition to maximize long-term benefit for the economy.
We have managed our natural resources in a manner that almost everyone thinks that the contracting and the regime that we have chosen is not in the best interest of the country. This is the time that we need to be reflecting to see how we can change our focus in the tracking contract within the natural resource sector so that we can maximize our return in that sector for economic development. Much of the gold that is exported do not return into the country in terms of revenue and exchange rate, foreign exchange. That should trigger our mind to do something about that. Then again, our revenue collection across board is not optimal. We need to find ways to optimize revenue collection.
Now, despite a decline in U.S. foreign aid, Ghana's economy is expected to experience greater external stability in 2025, driven by rising foreign reserves. This is according to a report by Fitch Solutions. The country's reserves rebounded in 2024, crossing $8 billion by December, supported by a strong current account surplus, IMF disbursements, and reduced financial outflows. Fitch Solutions project that reserves will continue to grow, surpassing 2024 levels and providing more 4 months of import cover by the end of 2025, aided by improved investor confidence and sustained capital inflows. Away from that, the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana is pushing for prioritization of agriculture to reduce the country's $2 billion annual food import bill. The association argues that Ghana has the capacity to produce these food items locally, but needs greater support in mechanized farming, all year-round agriculture instead of rain-fed systems, and subsidies on agricultural inputs. Acting Executive Director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, Bismarck Mark Norte has been speaking to Channel One News on the need for urgent policy interventions to transform the sector.
One of the major causes of high cost of food is the fact that we are spending so much on production. We are spending so much on the cost of inputs. We are spending so much on the cost of agricultural services. And this is because these things are so high. So if the government can find a mechanism to either subsidize or actually reduce the price of these inputs, then we can produce at a low cost, and that will translate into what? High productivity. Then we are talking of issue about our equipment. If you go to a lot of farming districts, they have no access to mechanization. So we are still using the hoe and cutlass, which is not helping. So imagine we are able to mechanize the whole country, mechanize the agricultural district, and we are producing enough. Then we have a very short way of achieving that. So for us, the challenges are glaring, the solutions are there. It's about government putting the money where their mouth is. And for me, as I always say, if you are able to invest in agriculture, we are able to invest in smallholder farming, we are able to invest in infrastructure, I'm sure that the kind of money that we spent on importing, the kind of food that we have the capacity to produce, we are one step away of reducing that dependency on food imports.
And that's it for business. I'm Nashika Caesar.
Up next, we have sports with Gabi Ofere. Hello, Gabi. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Hawa.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm well, thank you. We have EPL action this weekend.
Yeah. So that's week 28.
Okay, gradually. So like 11 matches more to go.
Yeah, 11 matches, and
I think 10 for some.
Yeah, 10 for some. So that Liverpool have played 28 matches. So the weekend will be match week 28 for a lot of the Premier League teams that will be going to will be clashing or will be meeting each other. But the big game for the weekend is at the Old Trafford. Is Manchester United taking on Arsenal. Yes, Arsenal are going to this game on the back of their performance in the Champions League. They trounced PSV Eindhoven by 7-1.
Yeah.
On the part of United, the struggles continued. 1-1 against Real Sociedad. And so, I mean, I'm hoping to see how United will bounce back. I told you off air that I think that this is one of the games that United will turn up. Let's not forget that the two sides have already met in the FA Cup.
Yes, but I remember telling you that
United
in the worst case for Arsenal, it's not United at the moment.
Yeah.
If they are going to lose against any team, it's not going to be United.
I understand, but you know, Arsenal have got their own troubles when it comes to the players they would want to rely on.
But now they have two young people, Ethan and then...
Yeah, Ethan is out. Ethan is out injured.
Okay.
And so now what Arteta
There's another young person in the team.
He's relying on Mikel Merino as a super sub.
Yeah.
But
and you have our very own Thomas Partey in the middle.
Yeah, Partey is doing his part of the work, but he's not adding to the goals Arsenal want. And so I think it's one of those games that you can't really... I don't think you're going to see a lot of goals in this game.
But I'll go for Arsenal.
I know where you belong, so I'm not too surprised.
No, I'll go for Arsenal.
I'm not surprised.
It will win any day.
I'm going for United.
We'll see you on Monday.
We want to hear their pickers.
We'll see how it goes on Monday. But my team is also playing against Leicester.
Yeah, Leicester City.
Chelsea hasn't been the best.
Yeah, they're also looking into get into the top 4 next season for the Champions League. So I think it's a game that we have to keep tabs on.
It'll be live on
radio. Yes, it'll be live
radio.
On 97.3, Saturday, Sunday.
Let's go ahead.
All right. Now let's start here in Ghana. The Public Relations Officer for the Ashanti Regional National Sports Authority, Patience Sharon Adams Mensah, has criticized the club licensing board's decision to designate Babara Sports Stadium as one of the venues barred from hosting league matches due to security concerns. Now, despite the club's licensing board's ruling which lists the venue among unapproved venues, Asante Kotoko plans to defy the directive by playing their home match against Legon Cities at the stadium this Saturday. Now, Mensah called the decision harsh and unjust, arguing that the NSA was sidelined from the decision-making process and not given adequate time to address the cited security issues.
Looking at Baba Yara, any time we play a Premier League or even the Division 1 leagues, we don't downplay on our security arrangement. We always make sure that we beef up security. So one of the regulations I was looking for, where the GFA meets with the teams together with ministry and NSA. There is no point you exclude NSA in any decision you make concerning the usage of the facility. You can't do away with them and then make your regulations, and the club has to come and meet with us and as it were, for us to regulate whatever decision you took. But it's a government institution, and come what may, irrespective of the decision taken, we are always there and ready to implement so far as we will protect peace, property, and human beings.
We stay with the Ghana Premier League. This time we're taking you to Takwa, where Midiama's Ibrahim Tanko is excited about the league's return this weekend following a 5-week break. Now, Midiama is set to face Bichem United at the TNA Stadium on Sunday at 3 p.m.
I mean, we are very happy that football is coming back. And it's very unfortunate what happened that we didn't play for a month. So, and we are happy that football is coming back, that every week we have to play football in Ghana. Yes, I mean, it's very unfortunate that we are out of the MTN FA Cup. Definitely, we disappointed our fans. But I think when you look at this week, the way the boys train and the way we work, definitely I have a very hope that we are going to make them happy this coming weekend.
Let's talk about the Brazil national team now. And Neymar has been recalled to the Brazil squad after a 17 months absence for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers against Colombia and Argentina. He has not featured for the Seleção since sustaining a knee injury against Uruguay in October 2023. However, after an underwhelming spell at Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal, he has caught the eye since moving back to his boyhood club, Santos, back in January. The 33-year-old has registered 3 goals and 3 assists in 7 appearances in the Brazilian top flight. Now, Brazil are 5th in the CONMEBOL table with 18 points from 12 games, and they host Colombia on March 21 and then visit leaders Argentina 5 days later. That's the very latest in the world of sport. I am Gabi Ofer.
And that's it for Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Many thanks for watching.
Are you ready for a show that the whole family can enjoy? Join us on our fun educational adventures as we discover interesting places, meet amazing people like a pilot, a soap maker, a chocolate maker, and more. That's not all. You will learn about our culture, explore musical instruments, symbols, and cloth, learn all about Kente, gather around and listen to our folk tales and discover the interesting history behind our stories.
Wow, this show is really informative.
Yeah. We'll also have fun experiments, whoa, and lots of art activities.
Look at my spider.
So beautiful.
You definitely don't want to miss the Wonder Space Show with Miss Natalie.
Wonder Space!
Watch the Wonder Space Show on Saturdays at 12 noon only on Channel 1 TV.
What's up, people? My name is Tajudeen and I'm back again on your screens to serve you something rip-cracking and something entertaining right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. This is Vox Pop Central. Today, we are right here at Makola to interact with the people and also to serve you something exciting. But I can tell you all the time, when you see me in the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you right after this break.
On Footprints this Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Ifua Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter because, the nuns are very strict.
very protective of you.
They come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely. And also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
What's your name?
Enoch.
Enoch. What has one eye but can't see?
Has one eye
but can't see.
Wow. To my imagination, earthworm.
You say?
Earthworm.
Ah, good.
That's why they.
Yep.
If they walk out and they do like.
I get one eye but can't see.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
Without life, but you can die. Wow. No idea.
No problem. What's the English name for Apotoyoa?
Apotoyoa. That's Etimbo. Etimbo or something like that.
Tapoli.
Tapoli. Yeah. It's a grinding stick or a grinding stick.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
It's a Moroccan.
So what is that? What is that you are investigating?
Hold on, relax, calm down.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Aduma.
Aduma?
Yeah.
That's a beautiful name. Aduma, what has one eye but can't see?
Okay, it's just blind person.
You say?
Blind person. You have one eye, can't see.
Who is that?
Somebody that is blind.
Blind.
Yes.
So if you are blind, you can't see.
You can't
see. So if you are blind, you have one eye, but you are blind, you can't see.
Same thing, can't see.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You are just this one, coughing. Hey. Coughing. You are just coughing.
I have no life, but I can die.
Yes, you are coughing. Which means you are nothing likable. People don't like you at all. Yes, coughing.
What is the English name for Tapoli?
Tapoli. You don't know. It's just spoon. Spoon.
It showed me not be the same raw material God take create men and women.
Spoon, that's why.
Yes, it's used to stir, so it's spoon. Yes.
Okay, Apotoyoa.
Yes, spoon.
What's the English name for Apotoyoa?
It's also spoon.
So Apotoyo and Tapoli are all school.
They are the same. They are the same. They are all used to stay.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Morocco. Ah, okay. A person from Morocco is African.
Let's do some proverbs. Okay? Where there's a will,
there is aim.
there's what?
Aim.
Aim. And so you must aim to have a will.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, don't bite the hand.
But eat plenty. Eat plenty.
Don't bite the hand that eats plenty.
Yeah.
You are the real MVP for today's episode.
Okay.
Say something to the viewers.
Okay. Me, Daduma. I love you.
What's your name?
Mark.
Teacher, what is the English name for Tapoli?
I don't know.
Apotoyua.
I don't know.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccan.
Okay, let's do some proverbs. Where there's a will,
Be careful, huh?
don't bite the hand.
I don't know.
Ade.
I don't know. How for the poems? I don't know.
After the what?
Poems, I don't know.
The guy is poetic. Riddle. I have no life but can die. What am I?
You have
no life but can die. What am I?
Cockroach.
Jesus. Is it?
Cockroach.
That'd be hard. The guy they love cockroaches. Wow. What is the English name for Tapoli?
That I don't know.
Apotoyua.
That I ate well. What? Eating well.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccan. Moroccan.
Clap for her.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
I have no life, but you can die. This one is serious.
Let's do some proverbs. Where there's a will.
What did I say?
Where there's a will.
Hey, this one too is difficult.
Don't bite the hand.
That fits you.
Yeah.
That fits you.
Okay, that one. Charlie, we'll take that one as a consolation prize. Thank you very much. Hi.
Hi, guy.
What's your name?
My name is Esther.
Esther, nice talking to you, Esther. What is the...
You give me proverb. I can't fit to talk. Oh.
What is the English name for Tapoli?
I think it's a granite stick.
Oh my days. Apotoyua.
I don't know.
That's disappointing. If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Morocco. No idea.
No problem. What has eyes but can't see?
Eyes. Cannot see.
Yes.
Seaside.
Pardon?
It be seaside.
Okay.
Because my eyes not there that back there. Yes. My eyes not see anything is there.
So what will you see?
Yeah, I won't see anything.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have what?
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
We are in life, but you can fit to die. We not day life. Why can I die? A day life, I will die.
So if I day life, then I'll go die.
Yeah.
If I don't day life, then I don't go die.
Die already.
Talo. Sorry.
Let's do some proverbs.
I can't.
Don't bite the hand.
You eat. If you not work, why you eat?
So don't bite the hand. You won't eat. Charlie, you are very deep, Charlie. What's your name?
Abi Andrews.
Andrews. What's the English name for Tapoli?
Tapoli. Tapoli, I don't know.
Apotoyua. What has one eye but can't see?
One eye but can't see. Tree.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have no life, but you can die. I don't know, bro.
No problem. If a person from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccan.
Okay. Let's do some proverbs.
Okay.
Where there's a will,
there is truth.
Don't bite the hand.
Don't bite the hand. Bro, I don't know.
Bernard, I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
Human being. Hey!
You have no life, but you can die.
You are a cocoa ball.
Me, I can say battery. Battery.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
You say Moroccan.
What is the English name for Tapoli?
No idea.
No problem.
I've not heard before, so I don't have any idea.
You've not heard Tapoli before?
I've heard Tapoli, but the English name for Tapoli, me, I know it. To me, I'll call it Tapoli.
What's up?
Ade.
What's your name?
Kelvin.
Kelvin. Yeah. What has one eye but can't see?
What has one eye but can't see?
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have no life, but you can.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Folks, it's getting interesting, but of course, don't go away. I'm going to take a short break. When I come back, there's more.
Something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apopransa, Rare Kwine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet. See you there. there.
Interested vendors should call 0558 973 973 or 0205 973 973 to register. The Backyard Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM. And it's proudly sponsored by Gino.
You're welcome back from that break. This is still Vox Pop Central with just really Tajuddin right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. What's your name, my guy?
My name is Derek Boatiama.
Derek Boatiama, that's a beautiful name.
Yeah.
It is so. What has one eye but can't see?
You are saying A.
Oh, Derek, relax. I don't know why Derek wants to do this plus me. Relax. I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have no life, but you can die. Yes. Hey,
I'm not drinking.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
If the person from Togo
is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
From Morocco language.
You don't talk today.
Morocco language. Yeah, I don't hear Morocco language.
Go and sit down.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
That one I don't know.
What did you say?
Morocco is.
No. I like it. Oh, relax. I like it. Relax. No, but what is the English name for Tapoli?
Tapoli. English name Tapoli. Yeah. Hey. There. Why? Canopy. Tapoli. It's English. Canopy.
Canopy.
Like a mother, like a son. Yeah.
Apatoyua.
8 bow. Yeah. 8 bow. 8 bow.
Where there's a whale?
Hey, I don't know. That one there, I don't know.
Don't bite the hand.
Bro, why? Why? Please, I beg you. I'm done, okay?
You are done. What's your name?
My name is John Elamo.
And then what's your name?
I'm Justina.
I'll start with you, John.
All right.
What has one eye but can't see?
One eye but cannot see. Wait. One eye.
Yes.
Mugu.
Is it?
Mugu.
Yeah, you're Mugu. Oh, that'd be hard. Mugu.
Yes, please.
Okay. I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have no life, but you can die.
Yes.
You are an Livington.
The Marshall Department, get ready.
Let's do some proverbs, Where there's a will.
Where there's a will.
Yes.
No idea, please.
Nah.
Don't bite the hand.
No idea.
Okay. If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Morocconian. Morocconian.
Okay.
A Morocconian.
What is the English name for Tapoli?
For
Tapoli.
No idea, please.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name again?
Justina.
Justina. What is the English name for tapoli?
Please, no idea.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Please, no idea.
Hey, I'm not drinking.
Alright guys, so I'm with my squad here and they're going to give me some beats, you know. I'm with my squad here and they're going to give me some bars.
Okada peoples.
Yeah. Okada peoples. We know they carry last. Okada peoples. We know they carry last. Hi.
Yo.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Jerry.
Jerry, where there's a will.
What there's a way.
Don't bite the hand.
That video.
What is the English name for tapoli?
For tapoli. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Apotoyua. Riddle. What has one eye but can't see?
That's one eye that I cannot see.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have no life, but you can die. Be careful, huh?
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccan.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Taste of class.
Taste of glass.
Taste of class.
Taste of class. Hey. Taste of class.
Yes, babe.
Okay. I have one eye. What has one eye but can't see?
Needle.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
Battery.
Hey. Okay. What is the English name for tapoli?
Hi. English name for tapoli.
Yeah.
Steak grande. Steak grande.
Okay. Apotoyua.
Apotoyas.
Yeah?
Apotoyas.
So guys, we need some apotoyas.
Apotoyas.
Okay. If someone from
No, apotoya is
Sampoto. If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccolist.
Let's do some proverbs. Where there's a will,
I don't know.
don't bite the hand.
By the two.
I'm the cat in the house.
Yeah.
Everybody show me what they got.
Yeah.
Channel 1. What has one eye but can't see?
The first one, yeah.
What has one eye but can't see?
What has one eye but can't see? The meaning. Oh, what do you want to talk? What be that?
It be what?
Like which way?
The thing, you get one eye but you know if you see.
Oh, I don't know the thing. Which thing where you dey show?
It showed me not be the same raw material just to create men and women.
What's your name?
I'm Collins.
Collins Marlin.
Yeah.
What has one eye but can't see?
It has one eye, but it can't see. But did it work or not?
Yeah?
That didn't work.
That's the problem.
It has one eye, but it can't see. I can't think far.
And when I mean, I don't take so, I don't take madness. I don't take fire.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
You have no life, but you can die. I don't know.
Go and sit down.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccan.
Clap for her.
What is the English name for Apotoyoa?
Apataiwa. Apataiwa in English. Hey, I don't know.
Let's do some proverbs. Where there's a will,
Where there's a will, there's water.
don't bite the hand.
I buy the tank. Buy the tank. Tank.
Do you like biting the tongue? Hi.
Hello.
What's your name?
Akos.
Akos. That's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
What has one eye but can't see?
I don't know.
No problem.
I have no life, but I can die. What am I?
Spirit.
Okay.
Spirit.
I'm like, ooh. What's the English name for Apotoyoa?
Apotoyoa. Sun.
Poto.
Not sun poto. Sun. Round. Pot.
What is the English name for Tapoli?
Tapoli. Tapoli. Tapoli.
Hey, I'm not drinking.
If someone from Togo is Togolese, what will you call a person from Morocco?
Moroccan.
Yeah.
Moroccan.
Let's do some proverbs, okay? Where there's a will,
Where
there's a will.
will die.
See?
Die.
So where there's a will, you have to die.
Yes.
If you don't die, there's no will.
Yes.
Wow. Don't bite the hand.
Without a kick.
Is it?
Without a kick.
Say that again.
Without a kick.
So don't bite the hand without a kick.
Yes.
So if you don't have a kick, you don't have to bite the hand. But if you have a kick, you have to bite the hand.
Yes.
Because you lick the kick.
Yes.
She's very deep. You deserve an award for this.
Thank you.
People, I have to go, but thank you so much for watching today's episode of Vox Pop Central with yours truly, Tajuddin, right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. Today, we came to you all the way from Makola, and I can tell you that it's been exciting, it's been riveting, and it's been educative as always. But like I tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll catch you same time next week. It's a wrap.
The Ofankor Nsawam Junction Rehabilitation Project is a 33.4 kilometer stretch that began in 2022 and was initially expected to be completed in 2024. However, the project is now behind schedule with a noticeable slowdown in the pace of construction. This delay has led to complaints from commuters who use the road, citing the poor condition of the stretch, which they say is taking a toll on their vehicles and daily lives. In a bid to ensure the road remains motorable, the Minister of Roads and Highways, Governs Kwame Agboja, embarked on a tour to inspect the stretch. He stressed that the contractors must ensure the road is kept in good shape for drivers. He further assured the public that the government would provide the necessary funding for the timely completion of the project.
We are not saying that without money they can continue to work at the same pace, but as long as we are still yet to get to a point where we've gone beyond the 90 days period, I think they should continue to do their best to make sure that the public is comfortable with, at least the public is aware this is a construction site, so nobody is expected to drive at 60-70 kilometers through this place, but it should be reasonably motorable. So we take note of those things. The President is committed to continuing and completing every ongoing project.
Meanwhile, the project manager for the road, Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, explained that issues related to compensation, the relocation of utilities and other challenges have contributed to the delays in the road's completion.
We have the issue with the relocations. On the right-hand side of the northbound, when you are going on the left-hand side of northbound, all the high-tension poles that you see on your left-hand side, some of them are being relocated. The footbridges that are standing on the left-hand side, you see that one of the carriageway on the right is completed, but the left ones are not, because of some of the compensation issues that are still outstanding. I think footbridge number 5, for instance, the affected claimant says that he's not going to take the money. That's why the works on the left-hand side are stored. And these are legal issues that are still being addressed by Ghana Highway Authority as well as the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
The minister, accompanied by his entourage, also inspected the Tema to Aflao Road, which is currently under construction. Commuters have raised concerns about the traffic situation on this stretch, especially during peak hours. Kwame Agboja instructed the contractors on the project to promptly repair any defective parts of the road to ease traffic.
A place like this, which is the TT Junction, it beats my mind whether BHM is incapable of basically fixing this as a temporary measure. I will not lie to you. We just don't like that. You cannot say that a company of your repute couldn't. What kind of procurement process do you need to just get an asphalt person to just fix these little things? And then you put crash rock or something in it, and for 3 weeks, nothing is done. How are we supposed to believe that it's because you haven't been paid? Because if we go into your books now, you're still holding part of our money. You haven't actually exhausted everything you spent. So I'm not going to mince words here. I'm very unhappy. I can understand that, yeah, you want to see a clear road as to how you are going to fund the rest of the project. But at least for now, make the road motorable.
Mr. Agboja also visited the Ashaman Runabout to Akosombo Junction Road, where he expressed concerns about the delay in the project's completion. He urged the contractors to speed up work to ensure the road is finished on time.
We are just asking the contractor also to show more commitment in their activities. We want to see more activities on the road. We are told they have a little problem with removing some people in the right of way. We intend to work with the regional minister and the relevant assemblies to see how we can facilitate the removal or working together with our countrymen and women who are temporarily occupying structures along this so that we can clear and give them the right of way to work.
The Minister of Roads and Highways governs Kwame Agboja after visiting 3 road projects, that is the Ofankor Nsawam Junction project, Tema Aflao project, and also Ashaman Runabout to Akosombo project. He has asked all the contractors on these projects to expedite work. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Philip Ni Latte.
Land encroachment has been a significant contributor to land disputes across the country. In Taiman, located in the Nkwanta municipality, residents of the New York City First Close area have voiced concerns about structures being built on access roads, including a toilet facility, which they consider to be trespassing. This has led to frequent disputes among motorists. Madam Rose Gammon, a resident, believes that her family is the rightful owner of the land. She explains that the disputed land was intentionally left open to serve as an access road for residents and commuters. However, the newly erected buildings have narrowed the road, creating a potential risk of accidents.
We went to the assembly and then we were told that this place is a land. It's for us. My husband decided to push in his wall small so that we'll all use here. So somewhere last year, we realized that they've started building. Those are the roadside, at the junction here. They started building structures. So I report to the assembly to find out if they are on the road or not. So when I went there, they came and they said they are on the road. All right. They came to write on it, but still they are continuing.
Other concerned residents have also expressed frustration, stating that despite multiple appeals to authorities, the alleged encroachers continue to rebuild after demolitions.
We have this problem for a long time. People normally encroach and work on Saturdays and Sundays because the assembly, the AMA, they are not working on Saturdays and Sundays. So Saturdays and Sundays, that's where they used to work around. Just look at this one. You see, they've written it. Only weekends that they work. And you know you are encroaching the road.
Council for the Baha. Ebe churo so munja ejumano. Omusa omu bubu dan go no musan si biom. Nti we ka ho at time no mo si dan no mo bubu no mo si omu bubu no mo si. Na yeso yesa ahwe gu kwan mo se ni ka bian for.
During a visit to the area, Channel 1 News spoke with one of the alleged encroachers who insists that the land was legally sold to him. He argues that a disputed area is not designated as a road but as a lane in the site plan provided by the landowners.
That's as 2010. Now, baby, I'm a trust pillar one. I want to go and I went to pillar and was say, Nebby Bisiho. Because Tanzania, Mebaya, you boo. One number. I'm a quan number because a lane, a new road. So, who call lands as a Syrian or Tom as a cinema man? Who call a original plan now? Thomas Macker on anything was so. Linda, a hanum. Later on, ya Tom Momo and a ye bubu asaba, say, Meme Hano and Fanya Quansa, when you're quite. Enter him for no motor as a cinema way anyway. Me kofre omo mom behwe mom se dabi mama we ebunu wona ba asan so be fra airport account enti no person me ne me family ne yankodan me nya bofra 46 years but life.
One of the landowners, Abiru, who sold the land to the encroacher, rejected the allegations made by the residents.
It is never a road. It is a boundary line, so automatically becomes a lane which will serve than other people who are behind them. The last time I spoke to them that, fine, if you want it to be a road, you can see the person, oh, you have invested something small here, so let's pay you off. Then you can use the place as a road. But it is never a road. When you check the main layout, it is never a road. We don't want any problem here. They cannot tell us what to do, okay? We are the owners of the land.
Daniel Kweku Owusu, an assembly member for the Taiman electoral area, lamented the lack of due diligence in land procurement and development. He criticized landowners for failing to consult with town and country planners for proper assessment before transferring the land.
The Muslims, so we were to see no sit down cry. So we do drawings in the cohort. Normally, to so now we say, Sasena will sit down. So it confirmed by the layout no assembly when I said no. The area has to be obviously the answers as for not as a mamo. No, Obia no power. So later on, they will have.
Residents are calling for the removal of the structures to prevent potential hazards or, alternatively, for proper land demarcation.
we should have security around. Or when you finish, they should just break it down. Because what you are doing, if another person too is doing it, we will not be free in the town. Because when rain falls, we have problem here a lot.
Those tipper trucks, they always pass here. Because the curve is very narrow, they hit my wall and they broke my wall. I don't know what will happen the next time. They might enter the house. The assembly should come in and demarcate so that sanity, I just want sanity here. Who is on the road, who is not on the road? The right thing must be done.
Channel One News also observed that other access roads in the area have been obstructed, either partially or fully, by self-contained apartments, local businesses and saloons. Siedu, a local barber, expressed his willingness to vacate his shop if necessary to facilitate the proper construction of the access road. He advised other shop owners to involve authorities before establishing businesses in the area.
Sebe bua na obeji dia no aje but o jene so make sure say e ya ban dia it is aban ba no obeji ne kwan ya enye gidigidi asem bia.
The way they have jumbled all the layout here, and in case someone is sick in the evening or date any time, and then they have to bring in an emergency ambulance to come and pick the sick person to hospital. The ambulance cannot attend to the person who is sick.
However, officials from the Physical Planning Department at the La Nkwantanani Municipal Assembly have refrained from commenting on the situation, stating that they will wait for the completion of investigations. Residents here at the Taiman electoral area in the La Nkwantanani Municipality are urgently appealing to authorities to address the rapid rate at which access roads are being encroached upon in the area. According to them, this will help create easy access and movement of individuals and vehicles in the area. Reporting for Channel One News, I am Sarah Apia.
Right behind me are heaps of coconut husks. And this is located at a major stretch here in Accra at Asylum Down. Now the issue here is not just its location, but because it harbors rodents and poses as a health hazard to residents here. But what is even more disturbing is that it's situated right opposite a healthcare facility.
But now it looks like the clients, when they come, they park on the shoulders of the road.
A wheelbarrow of coconut husks costs 3 to 4 Ghana cedis to dump here. For coconut hawkers, this site provides an easy way to dispose of their waste, even though it poses a significant health risk.
Times no ya na car befa no wa charge it depend quantity no na say won say bottle no ebi ni ene bi nso si achi no nti oba na so no nso wa ma na ye de kọ ma me ne ho akohwe ego times nso do na nso unsa ha no na nsa kura ye full up ti na ye nya kwan wo ho nti ne ye de kọ odo na ye koto oh ye tueska kakra
Ayokoko, who has been overseeing the land where the husks are dumped for years, says her efforts to clear the area have been unsuccessful. She welcomes help from authorities to remove the waste and improve sanitation. However, she fears that clearing the site would put her business, which depends on collecting dumping fees, at risk. Beyond the health concerns, residents also highlight that the husk accumulation contributes to flooding in the area. At the Iran clinic, staff and patients continue to call on authorities to intervene, but their pleas have gone unanswered. Of the record, officials at the Koliklote Municipal Assembly admit they are aware of the problem. However, they claim that no formal concerns have been raised with them regarding the potential health risks, despite residents' repeated complaints. Now, clearing these husks will serve as a breath of fresh air for not just residents, but the healthcare facility located here, hawkers, commuters, and the general community. City authorities have therefore been urged to do the needful. For Channel One News, I am Manuel Ayama.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. Oh, Zebal there.
Zabad one chaboke walako
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picky, picky. No lala Jay.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi monu nya Kofi Adam no my kami. Matwale. Man kela ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown. Number 10.
Wash them under tea. Wash. We wash them under tea. Wash. We wash them under tea. Wash. We wash them under tea.
Number 9.
Make that clap go. Boom 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 bang. Make that clap go. Boom 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 bang. Make that clap go. Boom 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 bang 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 bang.
Bad girl splash. You do the pen drop with your ass and your enemy best.
Number 8.
Now we'll get on in and I'm on your side. Ojobo to le shawatasu. Master D with the and with the 5. Okrada bena wobasu. Oto wopela o do. Between the idea of between my show. Okase fly Nico Greece, first class of a champagne 12. Can of grey you the whole.
Number 7. Number 6.
When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko.
Yeah. And so it goes. See, this life is a lonely love.
Number 5.
Ese me pema, coming back, yeah, plenty talking. Ibesica, is on yeah, fucking. Ese me pema, coming back, yeah, plenty talking. Baby, Baruta, yeah, baby, yeah.
Number 4.
I pray.
Number 3.
And then my brother the way move. Ya bread. See them my sabi. Look up if you ball so me ye hufi. You di me dia ko she baby I want quench me fire no. On fa den tue come aboso. Di odi e chi ni messiah.
Na mayeno. Level number 2 no banko. Me chama ko, o chana so. Atan fun be da me form. Messiah.
Number 2.
Lord, I'm amazed. I look at this fight, my feelings. Give me all the love when I need it. Oh, can you miss one more? Could I ask for one? That's the way that you make me feel. I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more. Could I ask for one? Lord, I'm amazed. I know if you describe my feelings. Give me all the love when I need it. Oh, can you miss one more? Could I ask for one? That's the way that you make me feel. I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more, could I ask for more?
number one.
You know they play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly, but no bata me congo no. Baby congo so. You dey see me no fit kill am for my head. I need to know where you dey. Oh yeah, send me all look keke. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not today. I need to know where you dey. Send me all look keke. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not today. Come to my da. Oh, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent, excellent. You go put me for emergency.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
This year, something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apokrantsa, Rare Quine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet. See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558-973-973 or 0205-973-973 to register.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
And it's proudly sponsored by Gino.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
And it was Sunday.
the second day of Back to Your Village Food Festival. And as most Sundays do, it started on a worshipful note.
So it is Resurrection Sunday. You need to come and resurrect your palate. That's right. If you haven't done that all year, because I tell you, you can go from the south right to the north of Ghana, and there is something for you here.
And there were cultural displays.
So currently your shot, we have the Cocodiam cultural troupe all the way from Ekropong. And this is, that was such a beautiful one. So this is Phantom From, where you have the drums, sounds from the drums and sign language to communicate to people. So everything you see him doing there is a form of communication. Whatever they play, he has to interpret it. It could even be a prayer. So they can pray for him to interpret whatever they are playing.
Welcome to day 2 of the Back to Your Village Food Festival. I hope you had so much fun yesterday as much as I did. Okay, tell me, what are you doing at home right now? It's a beautiful Easter Sunday.
Why are you not here yet? Why are you delaying and coming down to the Back to Your Village Food Festival? It is a festival. Already we've spent some time this morning in worship with the city choir and all of that has been happening. And then we just had some beautiful Phantom From music that was going on as well. And so, listen, you are welcome. Come right now. However you get here, get here.
And there was a festive procession full of color.
From the outside of the AMA forecourt right through to here, and they are here as this is the Ejoje Namfa Fali dance ensemble, and they're going to be giving us a beautiful performance here. Now, this is the definition of culture. This is the definition of rich culture and a display. Of course, this culture that you see here that has been displayed is from the Mid-Volta area and the southern Togolese landscape. This is where they're from. It is originated around the 1950s. It's thought that this dance, was originally, crafted and brought about. Now, if you see there, they have various different kinds of sizes of drums. There are various instruments, and then of course the ladies were carrying these various baskets and calabashes on their head and so on. All kinds of things coming in here to come and assemble themselves as a typical festival, and they're going to be giving us a fantastic display right now. We're going to be enjoying some from them right here at the Back to Your Village Food Festival.
But there was music.
No que si Vovlo pete 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 Togwi togwi Mia milo Kuse kuse Agbailo Ae Mia milo Kuse kuse Agbailo Ae.
And there was food.
Now, what do we have here at Chana Foods?
Well, first of all, I'm a queen mother of the Sin traditional area in the Upper West region, and I represent my people by promoting our local dishes. So here we have tumpani, we have dawa dawa jollof, we have koko and kaha. Kaha is more like kose, but instead of the wet beans, we do it dry, and it's more healthier, and it has high fiber and high protein content as well. With the dawa dawa jollof, we all know the importance of dawa dawa. It's amazing. If you're hypertensive, diabetes, you have a cholesterol, dawa dawa helps you through all of that. So I promote these foods and encourage every Ghanaian to try and eat made in Ghana good, especially our indigenous meals made in Ghana. From the Upper West region, we have all of this array of products.
Now, do you have some dawa jollof right here?
Yeah, it's
It's on
still on the fire.
a fire. Super. So what do we have here? What's this?
This is the tumpani I'm talking about.
Okay.
So you use the beans, and then it's more like beans dumplings, more or less. So you could have it with either soya, the pepper is here, and then you can have it with stew as well. And then just enjoy it. You can add a chicken to it. So this is the chicken that goes with the dawa dawa jollof. And you can actually twerk it. Let's twerk our food to make it interesting. Let's eat Ghana, wear Ghana, and drink Ghana. It's amazing to be here.
All right. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what's your name, please?
Shamima.
Shamima, tell us, are you enjoying your cocoa?
Very much. Yes.
Now, what's different from this Ebedekama compared to what you enjoy every day?
Actually, you can really, the northern flavor, you can really taste the northern flavor in this with the calabash as well. It's giving it the northern vibes, the aesthetics. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm glad that you're enjoying this. All right, so what do you think about the festival in general?
Insightful, really good. We just hope to see it next every year. Yeah.
All right, so the competition is set. What are they cooking? They are cooking a very simple meal. They are cooking a very simple meal. Rice with egg stew. And now hey, egg stew can say what you for a with some kelewele on the side. And we have Frightor, who are sponsors for this event. We have Fortune Rice, Emopa, who are also sponsors of this event. So they have to use the Frightor to prepare the egg stew. They have to use the Emopa to prepare the anwamo. They have some Dino tomato mix as well. Sponsors of this event, GB Foods. Yeah. So they'll also be giving us some really good one there on that side. And then we have Miss Cookie Spices. We have the dry one. We have the wet one that will blend for you. Just keep it in your refrigerator. Osaya, not the IOs too. Our judges will be on standby. How many of us watch what's cooking? So the taster general is in the house. Let's give him a shout. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, DJ, over to you whilst the cooking starts now. Your time starts now, ladies and gentlemen. So Bastille says they have assorted kelewele. I never knew that I said anything called assorted kelewele. Kelewele with chicken.
I've been hustling in the morning.
Okay. Bastille. You can serve it quickly, yeah? Quickly. Quick. We have the Soakings competition on standby as well. The finals of the Soakings competition. Alright, Basu. What's your story? Better Max. When you're quick. So you can serve 3 plates. You can serve 3 plates, verse 1. Yeah, you can serve 3 plates. So when you can just hand it over to them. Alright. She must word. Chop my word.
Cause I
don't care. Hey.
Chop my money. Chop my money. Cause I don't care.
I can say I go under the tent. Go here. Move this way.
I don't.
Judges, please come to me. All right. All right, good. So Apioko, tell us, what were you looking forward to have? What are you looking for, and how's the experience been so far?
All right, so let me just give a disclaimer. Good afternoon, everyone.
This year I was on bus 1. So I'm not scoring, but I'm going to tell you what we thought as a judging body. So we were looking for creativity in terms of the presentation. And then with the meal, yes, it's rice and egg stew and kelewele, but did you get adventurous with it? Did you play around with it? Did you give us something different? Then we're also looking at the taste of the individual things, so the kelewele, the egg stew, the rice. But then when you eat all of them together one bite, what did it taste like? All right, so that's what we were looking for.
All right, so now, as a team of judges, can you give us in chronological order, starting from the bottom to the top, who came first from the bottom? Essentially, who was third on your list?
Well,
and this is the tester general himself.
So, third on our list is Bus 3.
Oh, Bus 3 the third. Bus 3 the third. All right. Okay. We can meet in court. Let's meet in court. All right. And now
you see, in Ghana, no matter how you fry your kelewele, it has to look like my face, brownish.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yes, the yellow kelewele is not everybody. That aside, I think that the stew was too adventurous.
Okay.
Our liking. Okay, so the next is Bus 2.
Oh! At this rate, at this point, we are done. Thank you very much, judges. DJ, drop the tune for them. Oh, come and enjoy yourselves. Yes, come. Ah. All right. Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much. All right, Bus 1. Okay, it's okay. Let's go. All right, so we'll call Mr. Omane Mensah Bonsu to come and help us with the presentation. All right, so to join Mr. Omane to do the presentation for third place, Bus 3. All right, thank you very much. This one there, awo, J.Y. Sunday, Wanya, awo, J.Y. Sunday. All right, Frightor, please face the camera. Please face the camera. All right. Okay. All right. Basu. We have 5 minutes more for this. Soakings finalists, please stand by. All right. Basu. They came second place, synonymous to their bus number, so it's fine. We appreciate it, and it's okay. And then I read from Frightor. Yeah, don't go, Frightor. Your presentation. And now, I want to hear the loudest roar ever. All right, from Frightor, Wilma Africa, we want to say thank you very much for sponsoring the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2024. It has been amazing, it's been beautiful, and we appreciate you for that. So yeah, Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with some crazy sound, let me hear it for Baswan. All right. So Gino Foods, please do your presentation.
And baby, just if you don't know, you don't know. Don't know, you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. Don't know, you don't know.
Hey. Do that. Hey. All right. And then Fighter. Please come into our presentation and your package. Fighter. Finalists for Soakins, please take your positions now. Congratulations to all participants of the Heritage Caravan. Now Soakins finals, please take your positions. Soakins finals. Gomona, are you on standby? Soakins finals. Okay. All refs, please stand by. The rules remain the same. In 2 minutes, please set a timer for me. Ladies and gentlemen, open your bottles of water. Down all the gari, down all the sugar. No granules this time around. So, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. I don't forget to sound of friends. Won't pay me. If you mean just killing about them in life table. You gonna do me and who me to bottle and then believe you can't be a manco. I've been a them a come fit out who me mobile. How many times I'm a born to a man? All right. Okay, so there's spillage here. All right. So who was here? All right, no spillage. It's the finals, so we have to be as strict as possible. We can see some spillage here. No spillage, nothing. He used more than half of the water. We can see spillage here. He used everything, but we can see a cup of gari in there. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a winner already? Let me know with a shout if I lift their hand. Is he the winner? Do we know a winner? All right. So congratulations, my brother. You've done very, very well. But we have packages for you. So please, officials. Yes. So Frema Dunyami is going to present the packages to you, to all our winners and our finalists. But then the winner is going to get the biggest or the lion's share. So ladies and gentlemen, he won. All right.
Baby, you don't want to hear me. Baby, you don't want to see me. I get cars by the one by child. Even that. Wow, in case anything you go video, I won't pay. Freeway, can you do your beatis? I guess I make your mom come out to one day. Me a big boy, be a my bitch in a car. I'm penny in Quadano. Me a members in the TikTok, go to win out.
All right. Thank you very much to all our winners. Congratulations to you. We hope to see you next year. Represent and defend your title. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And there was dancing.
Makume
no. It's the convention now, yeah, no. Who ni hankia? You are tired, no. A man who put the hankia, you should know.
This Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Efua Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter because, the nuns are very strict.
Very protective
of you. They come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely. And also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
So it's day 2 of the National Economic Dialogue coming to you from the Accra International Conference Center here in Accra. We're walking through, speaking to some key participants on the second day where the real discussions will be presented to the plenary. My name is Bernard Able. I'm doing today's edition with my colleague Neil Lattie, head of business desk. He will also be interviewing some people. I'll be starting off by speaking to the Minister of Trade, and then I'll speak to a few of the participants. And then Neil Lattie also take us through some of the organizers and some other interesting participants. Stay with us on this special broadcast. We are still here at the National Economic Dialogue from the Accra International Conference Center, day 2, which is really where the rubber meets the road. Today is the big day where the plenary will have the findings from the 6 subcommittees or the 6 thematic areas presented to key ministers. 5 ministers of state will be there. Finance Ministry will be key, but Ministry of Trade, Industry, Agribusiness, as well as Energy, and of course, Agric and Employment. We are privileged to have the only female minister who will be on that panel. We bumped into her on our way, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosue-Jare. She's also the MP for Techima North, to talk about what she's seen so far at the dialogue and what she expects later today. Honorable, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Your ministry has 3 anchors: trade, industry, and agribusiness. And sometimes some of them can be in competition. So, for example, the industry people who are the manufacturers think that the trade people, sometimes their policies don't favor the industry guys. And I think I saw that in your session, where some of the industry people were saying, when we push trade too much, industry doesn't succeed. If you actually think industry first and then trade later, how did you resolve that seeming conflict in the discussion?
I'm happy they understood the explanation and they were excited. You see, the person who asked the question said, "It's good I asked." He was of the opinion that trade is imports And so it's easier for anybody to deal with trade, but we don't concentrate on industry. And I said first, the government of Excellency John Dramani Mahama is poised to helping industry grow. That is why he's realigned the Ministry of Trade and Industry to become Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. The agribusiness bit is to solve an industry problem. One of industry's major problems is raw materials. And so in the agribusiness base, we are doing Feed the Industry. And that program seeks to look for raw materials to feed our industry. And we want raw material produced in Ghana here. It will surprise you to know that industry imports about 90% of their raw materials, including tomatoes, onions, and what have you. And so this Feed the Industry program is there to feed the industry and solve the raw material problems. We are doing commercial contract farming in respect of the agri products. And then we're also looking for other raw materials like alumina. We have bauxite in Ghana. We import it raw and then we export it raw and then import alumina. What can we do to produce it here to feed our industry? Grey bafts. We are importing grey bafts into the country because Japan is not working. What can we do to produce grey bafts in Ghana to supply the textile industry? So the Feed the Industry project and the agribusiness seeks to help industry. So I tried to explain to him that if former leaders have run away from industry, we are running to industry and solving industry problem. Again, trade is not only about import. Trade is import and export. If you are adding value to your product, you are not only interested in selling on the Ghanaian market, that is the import substitution, your final aim is to export. And so if you don't have a Ministry of Trade, how are you going to get a trade agreement to enable you sell out of country? We have AFTA, we have AGOA, we have agreement with the EU, agreement with Europe, among others. And so what we seek to do is to use trade to help them with their imports. And they understood that trade is not only about import. And after all, we cannot say that we will not import at all. All we need is the good trade balance. We want to ensure that we are exporting more and importing less. So we need the Ministry of Trade to also facilitate that bit.
So that was interesting. But again, a big issue that came up was financing of industry. And I think, again, one of the people were saying that when they go to the local banks, even sometimes Exim Bank, they are not able to get credit. So lack of credit hampers their ability to produce competitively. Is that within your remit as Ministry of Trade to also deal with the financing of trade and industry? Because they basically say the banks give loans for only trade, but they are not interested in giving loans for industrialization. What was your reaction to that?
As a Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, I'm interested in how these industries will be financed. And finance has been a major challenge. One of the challenges is financing. It is our responsibility to facilitate, to create the enabling environment for them to get good financing. I really respected a contribution from one of the bankers. She says that if we target areas of growth, we could speak to the governor of Bank of Ghana, speak to the Minister for Finance, so that some of their funds that are kept there without any interest, they could give us soft loans to these private sector practitioners who are interested in the areas that we are focusing attention. So I think this is a very good dialogue where industry players are suggesting ways of solving industry problems.
There are two final points. It looks like your ministry, there are so many things that happen which are outside your control. So for example, for industry, the cost of power is important. Yesterday I sat in one of the sessions where they were saying in Ghana we sort of charge industry more than we charge regular consumers for power. And they are saying that for a country to industrialize, the cost of power to industry must be cheaper than it is for those who use it to just do domestic stuff. To what extent can you influence this, and what conversations are you having with your colleague, the energy minister, to have a tariff for industry that can help them be more competitive in their production?
Thank you very much. I don't see any ministry that can work alone. You will see that it is government business. It's just been, the responsibilities have been shared so that one minister will oversee one. But when it comes to giving results, there is synergy. And so we are all in cabinet. After the National Economic Dialogue, we are going to do a cabinet meeting where all the takeaways will be discussed. This is the opportunity for me to bring to bear what the stakeholders in my ministry are saying relative to energy, and we will look for ways of solving those problems. So as a minister, it's my responsibility to bring what my industry players are discussing, so that any minister responsible for that portion of their problem will deal with it for us to get a solution. Some has to do with the Minister for Finance, and so the ones that deals with the Minister of Finance will get to know that one, and together we should be able to bring all these problems into an amicable
My last point has to do with the port. Every sector I go to, they complain that our port is ineffective, the demurrage is too high, and so sometimes they are unable to clear their goods on time, and it adds to their production cost. Number two, because Ghana is a transit point for goods in the landlocked countries, when things delay at the port, trade facilitation becomes a big problem. Any special ideas, any conversations with the port authorities or your colleague, the transport minister, about making our port more efficient to facilitate trade?
Thank you very much. Transport is one major key stakeholder in the trade, agribusiness and industry space, because for all the things we do, if you are trading, you need transport. If you are in industry, you need transport. Agribusiness, you need transport. And if we are talking about export, one of the areas that we need attention is the port, because that's the only place that you have to export your goods through. And so once the dialogue is over, I'm sure we'll bring all these things together, and the new Minister for Transport will bring his energies to bear to ensuring that the port becomes very efficient and then good enough for our businesses to do well.
We'll leave you to go and participate in the rest of the conference. We'll be talking to Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari, MP for Techima North, but more importantly, Minister for Trade, Industry and Agribusiness. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you for having me.
When we come back, we'll speak to more of the participants here at the National Economic Dialogue. Stay with us. My guest for this segment is the partner for assurance at EY. She's Dr. Pamela DeBord. She's been involved in some discussions within the infrastructure thematic area. Let me start by welcoming you to the segment. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, Bernard.
It's not very often that we get partners from EY granting media interviews, so we are privileged.
Thank you.
How have you found the conference or the dialogue so far?
Well, I think it's been very engaging. It's very interesting. The breakout sessions have been really good. I mean, you have experts, people from all walks, stakeholders sitting around the same table and sharing ideas. And we are trying to really bring out the top priorities, top ideas that hopefully gets into the budget. I think for me, it's really interesting that if we get to see some of our comments in the budget, it will be really, really nice, because I think this is the first time I'm seeing this. It's really a good thing.
A lot of the public see the big speeches from the plenaries. They don't get to see the work that goes on in there. I know you can't divulge the details, but how broad-based are the views and how rigorous are the sessions and how serious do you guys take this work?
I mean, it's been really serious. Yesterday we left after 6.
Wow.
Yeah, we've been really battling a lot of issues, and comments that come up are debated. I mean, do you think this is the best? Do you have a better idea? And we are picking all this, and it's also good that we are using the Big Four firm. We are using reporters from all the Big Four firms, so they are capturing this information. They are replaying it to us. We are sounding back and seeing whether is this really what we want the ministers to hear. And it's really been good, and they've taken over all that and putting the presentations together nicely and actually focusing the discussions to the conclusion part, which is very, very key. And it's really good that we see that.
By the way, you are the partner for assurance at EY. What does that mean?
Okay, so assurance means we do a lot of audits, attestation, engagement, validation. It also includes forensic work. So yeah, it encompasses all that. I in particular do a lot of bank audits, so I'm in the financial services space. But I was quite surprised that I found myself in infrastructure and in the plenary. But I think it's been very, very engaging, and it's been very informative as well. And we've had a lot of views. And at least to sit back and to hear all that was going on, I think that we are on the right track. Some of the things we talked about in infrastructure bordered around energy. We've dealt a lot with transportation, all 4 sectors of transportation, be it aviation, maritime, the transport itself, roads, railway. So there's been a lot of discussions that has gone on. Yeah.
I'm curious to know why infrastructure interested you, because there are 5 others. So was it your personal, or you were just invited there? And how critical is infrastructure in this conversation about economic transformation?
It's very important. And as I said, I was pulled into this infrastructure because I was thinking I'll probably go into maybe even private sector-led growth. But infrastructure is very core. Energy is very, very important to us. Everybody relies on energy. We can't do without energy. And so infrastructure is very, very important. And I think that the discussions have been good. And I'm waiting to see how it all comes up, especially how it lands in the budget.
One of the big things, though, is financing. Yes. So everywhere I go, people have great ideas. But I think if you can't unlock financing of the right kind, it's going to be very tough. What are some of the key issues in financing? Because these tend to be long-term. I've heard of things like PPPs and stuff like this. Are there any new ideas around unlocking the right type of finance? Because infrastructure is obviously what we need. So just talk to me a bit about some of the deliberations there.
Yeah, so we've been very fortunate. And I think in our team, we have the country manager for AFDB on our team. And so she's really pointing us into some right directions. Pointing us to, do you know that there's this fund? Do you know that there's that fund? And this can work with this can work with that. So it's really, really been good. The kind of people that were put together in that particular room, it's really, really impressive. And so I'm hoping that we come up with some very good financing options. And aside PPP, other things, we're talking about some bond options and how to make that attractive. So it's really been engaging, and I'm hoping that once we get into the bigger room, we're able to share some of our findings that might cut across not just infrastructure, but other places as well.
So it looks like, as you said, multilateral finance institutions will be critical here. AFDB, possibly Afri-Exim Bank.
Yes.
Your firm itself, you work across the world.
Yes.
Just a final thought, how important is it for Ghanaians to think beyond just our limited economy when it comes to long term? So let me give you an example. Every day on my show, people say, oh, Ben, I'll talk about this road, talk about that road. But they forget that there's like a whole raft of things you need to do across. So for example, there's a Dakar-Lagos highway. People very much think about just Pokuase or Accra or Medina. But it looks like where things are going globally, we need to think a bit beyond our little country. I don't know if that came up in your discussion. What can you say about the importance of having that kind of mindset when it comes to economic transformation as well?
So very, very key. I don't think we dealt a lot about cross-border infrastructure, but we dealt with internally. Looking at our railway system, looking at aviation, internally, what are we doing, what needs to be done? But I believe that even if you look at the African AFTA, I think that it's important that we get infrastructure right on that front as well. Between Ghana and Burkina Faso, how is the road like? How are we trading between ourselves? We are so close between ourselves and Togo. How is the infrastructure like? So that had not been a topic of discussion in this forum, but I think these are things that we also have to look at because it helps the sub-region and it helps us with trade, and it's important that these are also brought to the fore.
Thank you for talking to us. I wish you success in the rest of the deliberations. Good luck. It's not a competition, but I know all the 6 groups are trying hard to impress, and I see the effort you guys have put in. So good luck in the deliberations in the final plenary.
Thank you.
We've been talking to Dr. Pamela Debots, who is the partner for assurance at EY, a critical member of the infrastructure subgroup, having very interesting discussions here at the National Economic Dialogue. Stay with us. We'll be back with more interviews. Don't go away.
Stay
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now, for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
So we're still here at the Accra International Conference Center, National Economic Dialogue Day 2, bringing you some of the key insights. Also speaking to some of the participants on what they've seen so far. As I said, today is the day where the rubber meets the road, where the work of the 6 thematic committees gets disseminated via, of course, a panel discussion later on, but they also do presentations. Dr. Ed Brown is an economist, and he's been part of a committee that's been looking closely at transformation, growth with depth, they call it. And of course, he works with the Africa Center for Economic Transformation. Doc, good to see you here again. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thanks for having me.
Is transformation, economic transformation, the big question for African economies?
Absolutely. I think in the 80s and 90s, we're talking about structural adjustment and so on. But if you are not transforming the structure of your economy into high value added products and exports, then you are not able to create jobs. You're not able to get the revenue that you need to finance social programs. So transformation is very critical. It will help to alleviate poverty. So rather than focusing on poverty, you're focusing on the real outcome. If your economy is transforming, you are adding value to the products and you are creating the jobs necessary, then you can reduce poverty, you can have an inclusive growth. All those things come together around that framework. And we wanted to be sure that the key elements that we are looking at in terms of evaluating what transformation looks like are the outcomes. So we are not necessarily interested in the number of kilometers you've produced or the number of ambulances or schools you've produced. The extent to which you have increasing human well-being. And that is a composite of several indicators, which includes income, income disparity, inclusion, female employment, vulnerable employment, and all that. So that when you look at that composite, you can say this country's human well-being is progressing. It's reducing poverty, it's alleviating, marginalization and so on of the society.
So the Africa Center for Economic Transformation came up with this very neat acronym, which you call Growth with Depth. What is the D, what is the E, what is the P, what is the T, what is the H? Let's run through quickly.
Each of them. Depth is diversification of productions and exports.
Diversification of production and exports. That's point one.
Point one. And that is important because, the normal parlance, don't pack your eggs in one basket. Okay. If you diversify, then you hedge against shocks, because the shocks may be of different nature. But if you diversify, take it, for example, when COVID came, it was a major external shock. The whole tourism industry was really decimated for a long time. Assuming you're only a tourist economy, you will have serious problems. So if you have a number of areas, production and exports, that you rely on to improve your well-being, then you are resilient. That's what we call resilient, the ability to recover quickly from a shock. Okay. So diversification is that.
The finance people say diversification is the ultimate risk management. So I think that applies to economies as well.
Absolutely.
Then your E is export competitiveness.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Export competitiveness means that you need to be able, your SMEs, your small and medium-sized enterprise and the large ones, must be able to compete in the regional and global markets. Because that is the only way you can ensure sustainability and continuity of these products. So you need to think seriously about what are the things you need to support SMEs to become export ready and investment ready. Here, the government has a critical role to play in facilitating this through a number of instruments that they have. The macro fiscal instruments are very powerful instruments they can use to support export competitiveness. And when we say a country is very export competitive, it means that its exports as a ratio of its GDP is above the global average export to GDP.
Wow.
So they are doing either at par or above it. You know, it's relative term. So export competitiveness is very, very important because it helps you to get the resources you need to buy what you can't produce.
Then the P is what is called productivity increases.
Yes.
Can you unpack that for us?
Productivity is the mother of all.
Okay.
If you are not increasing the output per labor, whether it's in agriculture, manufacturing, or services, you are redistributing poverty. You can't increase income when you are not increasing productivity. So it is fundamentally important. If you're talking about your GDP per capita growth, it's only productivity that will drive that. So if you're just looking at, we want to grow at 8%, but is that 8% creating the enabling environment to improve productivity? Because it's only through productivity increases that you can increase income.
Can we say that we need to do that for both the three main sectors, industry and services?
And services, and even in public sector, increasing productivity in the public sector, because all these things are important because it increases efficiency. In other words, if output per labor is increasing, then what you're doing is that you are increasing the income, and therefore you're able to increase wages. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Then, of course, there's the T, which is the technology upgrading.
Yes.
Can you delve a bit into that for me?
Now, technology upgrading. Technology is the mother of everything. I mean, if you look at the Industrial Revolution, they were all technologically driven. We are now in the fourth Industrial Revolution. The level of sophistication of your production and exports will depend on the extent to which you are using medium to high level technology to compete in the market. So there has to be an intentional public policy to support infusion of new technologies into manufacturing, into agriculture, into services. This is an area where the government has a critical role to play, to facilitate, to collaborate, to support R&D. In fact, in most countries, you would see that the governments are increasing their budget allocation to R&D for innovation, for technological adaptation and all that, because that is a sure way to become much more competitive. It is a sure way to increase your income.
Wonderful. Of course, the H is the human well-being.
Yes.
I know whether that's an outcome, also still an input.
Yeah, you see, we can look at H as a dependent variable of the four areas.
Wonderful.
And in H, it's a combination of several factors. One is income level.
Yeah.
In other words, your per capita income. The other element is the extent to which the richest and the poorest, the gap between the rich and poor in your country are narrowed.
So inequality reduction.
Inequality reduction.
I wish you, and I hope that happens. It's been great seeing you again.
Thank you.
Dr. Ed Brown is the Senior Director for Research Policy and Programs at the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, part of the Growth with Depth group, having interesting discussions. Here are the sidelines of the National Economic Dialogue. I just bumped into Dr. Priscilla Chumesi Bafo, who's a Senior Lecturer, Department of Economics, University of Ghana. She's been taking part in the deliberations on macroeconomic stability. Fascinating. Doc, thanks for joining us. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Bernard.
How has it been so far? This is day 2. What are your impressions?
It's been great. I think that it's been a lovely experience, great discussions, insightful outcomes. And so we expect that whatever conclusions will come out of here, hopefully would have a bearing on government plans and policies in the future, really.
Why did you end up on the macroeconomic team? I know you do different kinds of economics,
right.
So why did you select that as the area of interest for yourself?
Essentially, I wouldn't say, I think that organizers looked at my background and I was pushed into macroeconomic stability. And I must say that it's been quite insightful. I've enjoyed the discussions. I have made insightful contributions into the process. And yeah.
I saw about 4 if not 5, former governors. I think I saw Paul Akwa, I saw Dr. Wampa, Dr. Addison. How serious was that conversation with all these high-level economists? I saw Dr. Nick Kwakuso as well.
Right.
Just tell me about the quality of the people in that deliberation and how seriously they took the task of discussing our macroeconomic framework.
It's to be honest with you, I don't think I have sat in a room with all these experts, I mean renowned individuals in their own rights, and looking at all the governors. To be honest, I was quite shocked. And when you look at the insightful discussions, academia is putting out the issues, practitioners are telling us what the realities are, and so in essence you find that I don't think that there could have been any better platform to do this, and particularly with the quality of participants who participated and the dedication that they've put into this. Today is day 2 and our room was virtually filled up, to be honest. So you see that people are willing to contribute to the process, and as I keep saying, I believe that this will not be another talk shop. But essentially, the conclusions and the the findings that are put out there from this process would, to a large extent, inform policies going forward. And to be honest, Bernard, having said that, with all the people that were assembled, the issues remain the same. So it's not that we do not know the issues remain the same, but most of the times the elephant in the room is usually the political will to see to it that these issues are adequately addressed. And I hope that with all the support and the consensus that is in the air back in JM's administration, it is my expectation that nothing can go wrong.
Just 2 final points. Looking at that discussion and generally following the discussions, it looks like for our macro stability, the concern has been more about the fiscal side. It looks like the monetary authorities generally seem to know what to do, but even any problem they face is more from the fiscal side. Were there any fiscal people there who sort of, because we can't have a discussion with just one leg, right?
Right.
And I noticed a lot of macroeconomists on the monetary side were there. How balanced were the discussions on fiscal and monetary in terms of, and was there an admission that there needs to be a reining in of the fiscals if we are to stabilize?
Indeed, a major admission from all the discussions is the need for increased collaboration between the fiscals and the monetary side. And essentially, most of the times the issues emanate from the fiscal side, government budget imbalances, budget overruns, fiscal deficits that leads into debt issues and all the problems. And so the takeaway for me, for one of the main issues, is the fact that there should be increased collaboration between the fiscals and the monetary side. And indeed also make institutions and regulations work. That is also one of the main issues. So for example, when you look at the Fiscal Responsibility Act, for instance, if we are clearly going through it and working through the tenets of it, then a lot of our fiscal challenges that we have, we will not have those kinds of problems. But going forward, I think that the consensus is that both should be speaking to each other.
Well, finally, when I talk to ordinary people, they get exasperated about the economics, macroeconomic stability, fiscal rigidity. Essentially, we want food to eat. We don't need this. Why is it important for us to discuss macro stability as the basis for everything? Because it looks like a lot of times people feel it's just high-level economics and they don't see how it relates to their lives. Why is that such a critical discussion?
It is a critical discussion because macroeconomic stability is at the basis of everything. It's the foundation. And so, for example, if I am a teacher, for instance, I don't really care about what the economists are doing, but at the end of the day, when I take my salary, is my salary able to take me home? Is my salary able to afford me the goods and services that will make life worthwhile? And those are the basics. If the foundation is not right, there is no stability. Prices are not stabilized with inflation rates under control. It boils down to a lot of things, exchange rates, everything. So although the discussion may look high level, non-relatable, but at the end of the day, it boils down to what individuals are able to put on their table and the living standards people go through in the economy, basically.
Thank you very much,
Right,
Dr.
thank
Priscilla
you.
Chumesi Bafo. She's an economist at the University of Ghana, still at the sidelines of the National Economic Dialogue. My colleague, Ni Latte, has also been talking to some of the participants, and he'll take it up from here to bring us some more interviews. Stay with us here on this special broadcast as part of the National Economic Dialogue.
Fire pomudi ni agubio Ghana fueni age efri say ya your local spices na ya frafra dia ya sankofa natural spice
me de gumi jollof mu ni mi sti wa hodoma e ma ne dance
Stanley the barbecue the go on
sankofa natural spices and one you use 100% natural.
Adofo, mamunye huge mistake. Sankofa natural spices. Didi.
FDA ejedi nkratu yatu.
Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame. I live at the plush Leisure Symphonic, a real estate property developed by Wayleaf Properties, the very developers of Vista Del Mare and the beautiful Alphabet City. So come with me to site. Let me introduce you to your new home, a gated community with 24-hour security in the heart of Sakomo. Behind me is going to be Willow Lane, where elegance will meet tranquility. You are going to be greeted with a 4-bedroom ensuite home with an elevator, swimming pool, children's playground, constant electricity, and many more. But wait, it gets even more interesting for early birds like you. You get a whopping $50,000 discount. Yes, I said $50,000 if you purchase between now and the end of this month. So call us now or visit us. Willow Lane, where elegance meets tranquility.
Still day 2 of the National Economic Dialogue ongoing here at the Accra International Conference Center. My name is Nila Telate, taking over from Bernard Avle. I've been joined now by a member of the planning committee of the National Economic Dialogue, who also happens to be the dean of the University of Cape Coast Business School. Professor John Gachi is my guest. Thank you so much for joining us here, sir. It's been 2 days of National Economic Dialogue, conversations going up every now and then. Let's really appreciate this part of the conversation. Yesterday, when the finance minister was speaking, he was very much passionate about the state of our state-owned enterprises, identifying the inefficiencies in there and saying that these inefficiencies are really hurting the economy. And so if the finance minister says that, well, we need to review and revamp the state-owned enterprises, beyond this economic dialogue, what are we likely to expect when it comes to the state-owned enterprise? Mind you, he mentioned ECG and Cocoa Board to be precise.
Well, some of the SOEs are actually strategic entities that are put up by the government to ensure security of supply, and then also to ensure efficient delivery of services to the public, and also to ensure that they make money and pay to government for its activities, even though some of them cannot be in this category. So, number one, we want to see those state entities profitable and living onto a private sector mandate, because they are supposed to be the private sector arm of government. Even though government is not supposed to be engaging in private engagement, but that is what the law has allowed, that those entities to operate like a private entity and deliver. So that is the focus. When the minister was talking about revamping, that is what he's talking about. If there is a need to inject some private participation at an aspect to bring the efficiency that we need, we should consider that. If there is a need to look at the governance structure to limit the state's influence on the SOEs, we need to look at that. If you look at the books of the SOEs, some of them are taking far in excess of the
SOEs are in red.
Yes, they are taking far in excess of the jobs that they have to be creating. So if, for example, one SOE want to take about 200 people, some of them are taking about 400. So the capacity is not there to accommodate that. That will have an effect on their finances and the rest. So when you talk about revamp, it's talking about a whole paradigm shift to ensure that they operate like private entities. That is what I know.
It's good if
and again, it also means that we need to help some of the state-owned entities to come up to the level that we want. For example, he mentioned ADB.
Yeah.
ADB largely is about capitalizing and operating efficiently. And that, I believe, the government can focus on that and deliver on that. And the rest of the issues also has to do with what the economy churn out. If the economy churn out very high interest rates, and these private SOEs are going for loans at very high interest rate, how are they going to turn on it to make things profitable? So it is only when that hand that is influencing them is taken off that they can actually plan and operate as a true private sector arm of government.
I see. And we cannot reset the economy and build the economy that we want together if there is no long-term financing strategy. And I think it also came up strongly when Dr. K.Y. Amwako was doing his presentation yesterday, talking about a long-term comprehensive strategy for us to turn some of these things around. He feels as if some of these things we are talking about here at the forum will come to naught if there is no clear strategy in terms of finances. So speak to me about this bit of it. How is it important in the scheme of things, looking at our national development planning, for example, if you are to get this comprehensive financing strategy that we are talking about, what form and shape will it?
Very clear. We have various reports that indicate to us that we need to focus on long-term structures, structure reforms and policy reforms, long-term financing structure and alternative financing structure for the economy. So that is very, very clear. We need to change course and develop. That is the reason why the outcome of this dialogue, one would deal with the short term, that is feeding into the budget,
which will be read next week.
Very good. And then the greater portion will be feeding into medium to long term agenda of the country. That is the long term perspective that we're talking about. So that is in tandem with what is expected of us as a country, looking into the long term. But the point is that the long term must start from somewhere. So a clearly articulated plan for the long term should be developed, and then the implementation starts from a point going forward.
I see. So final quick point. When we talk about integrating this or institutionalizing this as part of our long-term strategy, what is the plan of the planning committee as far as the national economic dialogue is concerned? And what do you say to critics who believe that, well, this is one of the usual assembling of experts in academia, industry players, captain of industries, and then also trying to make this a usual talk shop, and then nothing really happens from here? You are not going to say. So speak to me practically, what is going to happen at the end of the national economic dialogue, and what are the next steps from here?
Well, experience is the best teacher, as they say. I believe when you talk to my colleague from Legon, when Bernard talked to my colleague from Legon, we were all hearing how shocked she was that all the experts
are here
who come together seriously developing strategies to resolve the problems of the country. Is that a shock? Are you getting the point?
I get your point.
So those ones, we are in a democracy. People have their views to express, but those views should not derail those who are focusing on the concrete things. This forum is not a kind of a talking shop. It's a forum that assembling the best at the moment to deliver on a mandate that should shape the way we manage the country and produce some outcomes that are more beneficial and progressive for the country. I went around. What I saw, in fact, I was talking to one of them. He said, "No, yesterday and today, no work. That he's not going to any. He's not going to work. Here. He's here because he sees this as a serious national commitment that he needs to commit himself to, and he will do everything possible to put his best out to go into the recommendation that will influence how we manage the economy."
Are you able to tell us what the president is likely to do after the communique is presented to him?
I need to put on record that we had a national engagement before, and we have been having national engagement for a long time. But it's only happened that maybe one political class seemed to tilt towards consensus building in a broader sense than the other political district. In Senche, we came out with various strategies. Of course, some of them feed into the development of the homegrown policy, which occasioned the IMF program. And that particular program delivered improvement in the macroeconomic indicators, delivered improvement in the social sector. Remember, it was at that time that progressively we were told that our poverty strategies worked to the point that we have reduced poverty by about 50% up to 2016. In 2016, those strategies helped. By the end of 2016, energy sector received a boost and a revival. We saw projection into 2017 to be good, and it all came to pass. So it is the understanding that if we approach this dialogue very well, and then the recommendations put in place, they are going to influence a better outcome for our economy delivery.
All right, thank you very much. That's Professor John Gachi, a member of the Planning Committee of the National Economic Dialogue and also Dean of the University of Cape Coast Business School, who thinks that enough consensus has been built here. Well, thank you for staying with us here at the National Economic Dialogue ongoing here at the Accra International Conference Center. We are speaking to more people who matter in this particular dialogue, and joining us now is the Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Power Producers Ghana, IPPs, that's Dr. Elikplim Akpetogor, who was also one of the presenters when it came to the 6 thematic areas, that's the structural and policy reforms, strengthening key sectors for growth. As we speak, the debt's $2.2 billion. Yes. Annually, government injecting about $1 billion into the activities of ECG. However, the projection is that by 2027, if these issues are not resolved, we are likely to see the debt hitting about $9.5 billion.
Exactly.
Should we be concerned?
Why not? That is why everyone is worried. If this thing is not stopped immediately, head on, we are heading somewhere.
And here is the case you are ruling out the possibility of using tariffs to support ECG. And so the recommendations are?
Using tariff to support is what we are trying to say is that the tariff as we have it should be cost reflective.
Right.
Should enable ECG to recover its most competitive or efficient cost. That is not to say that we should support ECG inefficiencies. Justifiable costs should be recovered through the tariff. So we even proposed that stringent cost measures should be implemented in ECG's administrative or operational activities. We looked at the issue of technology. We are way behind technology in the power sector. There is nowhere in the world of people going after customers to come and pay bill. Implement prepaid meters. Automatically, everybody pay for the services. Why should you waste resources going to bring in companies to be going after customers for debt collection? It's a waste of resource. We talked about technologies that could help ECG monitor the voltage fluctuation real time. If you know a particular voltage is supposed to be running at a particular place and you realize a hike in it, that should tell you that there is something going wrong.
I see, but before we go to Kokobo, did the issue of the full or partial privatization of ECG come up? And also about the full transitioning to prepaid use when it comes to electricity consumption. Did these two issues come up as part of your recommendations?
Let me take it from the last one. The implementation of prepaid meters, as I mentioned earlier, is stopped on the agenda, we feel that doing that alone will solve majority of ECG's revenue mobilization drive. So it's an issue worth considering. On the issue of privatization, we were concerned about what actually is government looking at, and we're also concerned about how ECG can raise money rather to support its technological investment, which we know in the long run will not lead to a recurring of the challenge the sector is facing right now. So we are not looking at bringing in somebody to go for debt collection rather. No. How can we turn around ECG's existing asset to generate revenue that can support the solutions that we are talking about?
And reduce the system losses. Yes. Now let's talk about Cocoa Board. Cocoa Board, what's the current state? What does the picture look like? And what are the key recommendations? I see that a lot of you were talking about the fact that Cocoa Board should focus more primarily on its core mandate of buying and selling cocoa beans.
Exactly. We want Cocoa Board to return to its original mandate. What is the point of Cocoa Board going into road construction?
That's the cocoa roads.
Yeah, cocoa roads. What is the business in there? Look at the challenges of our farmers. Look at the value they are losing on a daily basis. The institution is almost collapsing, or if not collapsed. Let's return to the original mandate and have Cocoa Board functioning. There were a lot of solutions that were implemented earlier that have worked over many years, 30 years plus. And why should those measures be thrown away for other things? That is rather killing the institution.
I see, but were you also mindful of the devastating effects of illegal mining, also known as Galamsey, on the operations of Cocoa Board?
It was a major concern at the discussion that during the discussion we had. Everybody must come on board to support the fight against the Galamsey and allow our farmers to go back to farm and increase our yields. Yeah, we cannot allow these activities to bring down the whole sector. Yes, everyone must be on deck to fight these menace. We want to increase our yield. We want to expand our plantations. So it is very important we get involved.
I see an interesting point you make there, but how important is the issue of regulation in terms of the two institutions, governance structure, work ethics, and regulation, oversight responsibility by the respective ministries? What was the picture like?
That was also another critical discussion that we had. We realized that political appointment, I would say, which are more or less based on your loyalty to the party in power, that puts you in a certain position, instead of appointing experts that can advise or turn around this institution for posterity. It has had serious effects on the performance of these organizations. Some people appointed to some of these boards or institutions attend meetings sleeping. They don't even know anything to comment about. All that they are waiting for is that my sitting allowance or whatever on lunch and go away. It's about time we take this issue seriously and put the right people in position that can turn the situations around. And I'm very happy the president mentioned of the fact that he has the political will to support every reform that will come out of this dialogue.
All right, thank you very much. That's Elikplim Akpetogo, Chief Executive Officer of the Independent Power Producers, IPPs. Also the key presenter when it came to one of the 6 thematic areas, that's policy reforms and structural reforms. They were looking at the energy and cocoa sectors of the economy. We are still here at the sidelines speaking to more people. Leslie Mensah is a research fellow at the Institute of Fiscal Studies. He was also the main presenter for the Restoring Macroeconomic Stability Group, and he joins us here for a conversation. Leslie, as people say, is the economy in tatters? What did you see? Are we seeing stringent monetary policy? Is the exchange rate stable? Are debts sustainable? Are the macroeconomic indicators looking pretty good? And what really was the findings from your session?
Well, the economy is still in a difficult place.
You say?
Okay. Although it's been recovering from the acute crisis that it suffered starting in 2022.
I see.
But it's still in a difficult place because the macroeconomic environment today, it's still quite challenging in historic terms, So for example, we have persistently high inflation. We have inflation today of more than 20%. And in fact, inflation has been more than 20%
for a very long time.
For the past 30 years.
Having dropped from 54% in 2022.
That's right. Now, think about this. In the 18 years prior to 2022, inflation had been above 20% for just 6 months. Okay, and yet it's been more than 20% for the past 34 months. So today's rate of inflation is something that we had not been used to in the 2 decades prior to the crisis. So that's a sense in which the macroeconomic environment is so difficult. The same applies to the stability of the exchange rate. Although it's more stable today than it was in the depths of the crisis, it's still a historically unstable situation. Okay, so this is sort of the short-term background to the important conversation we had about restoring and sustaining macroeconomic stability.
But in your presentation, you made some pretty fine, recommendations, key amongst them being the recapitalization of the Bank of Ghana, for example. And you are also talking about how we can bridge the gap when it comes to tax revenue to, gross domestic product. We know that our tax revenue to GDP is very low. But mind you, this is a government that is looking at rationalizing expenditure and bringing down some of the tax handles that we have. So, for example, what do you see happening when it comes to the reduction in tax handles? For example, we say that they are going to eliminate the COVID levy, for example, e-levy, for example, as well as the betting tax. If you put all of these things together, do you think that the government is on track in ensuring that whilst we reset the economy, we reduce the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian?
Well, ultimately, the government's fiscal policy stance, as it will communicate in the budget, next week, has to be responsible, and it has to reflect an intention to keep the public finances on a sustainable course. Okay, so if the ambition is to cut taxes, then responsible fiscal policy will call for either reducing expenditure in a manner that is commensurate with, the tax cuts, so that you can continue to manage the deficit, or try to offset the tax cuts with new revenue measures, okay, that will improve revenue.
This has been our package from the Accra International Conference Center as far as the National Economic Dialogue is concerned. 2-day event began yesterday, we finished today. Presenting the communique will be from the various presenters as well as the sector ministers, which will be forwarded to the government for onward action. And so we'll be looking forward to seeing what really comes out of the National Economic Dialogue, which happened here at the Accra International Conference Center. My name is Ni Latte. Earlier you heard from Bernard Avle, who also spoke to a number of people here at the National Economic Dialogue. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Channel One TV. Keep watching.
Well, I think they deserve a better clap. Let's give them a better round of applause. Thank you. Beautiful performance by the dance troupe from the National Theatre of Ghana. Now, in the spirit of resetting, let me kindly invite Frima Edunyame to give us the purpose of the gathering again. Please welcome her.
Thank you. So we are resetting everywhere. Once again, you are very welcome. Minister, thank you for joining us. Nananom, we are grateful. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. This is Channel One. Indeed, our sponsors, you're also very, very welcome. This is Channel One TV and City FM. And today we are gathered here to launch our Heritage Month, a month that we dedicate to showcasing the beautiful tradition and culture of Ghana. This is 1st March to the 31st of March. As the program unfolds, we will take you through what will be happening in the month of March from the 1st to the very last day. You are very welcome. Consider this place home. Once the Minister of Tourism is here, this is home. Very soon we will let you know why we call ourselves very hospitable and why we are the gateway to Africa. You are welcome, and please join us to launch our month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like at this point to call on the Honorable Minister for Culture, Tourism and Culture to give us her open remarks. All right, so let's please welcome her to give us her address, and then we'll do the launch.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Can I use the protocol that he established? Is it okay? What a beautiful morning. This morning I've been to the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park to be with the cadets who are commemorating the 28th February incident on their own, separate from what is happening that the state is in charge of. It was important for me to go there because in recent times our children, perhaps taking a cue from what is happening in our communities and in Parliament, are misbehaving. And only yesterday we got the sad information of a life being cut short because some other child thought it was his place to do something that caused the life of this young lady in her final year. My heart goes out to her family, especially to her mother. And to all of us Ghanaians, that we learn to be more tolerant, more appreciative of each other and what we bring together for the development of our country. In that same spirit, days ago, my colleague John Dumelo was being vetted to be the Deputy Minister in one of
Hello, good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for staying with us here on Channel One TV. I am Hawa Idrisu Mustafa. Shortly, we're taking you to the presidency, where the Minister of Government Communications, Felix Kochi-Ofosu, is addressing the press on some post-cabinet meeting that happened today between President Mahama and his cabinet ministers. Let's go live to the Jubilee House.
That it is a budget that would speak to the hopes and aspirations of the people of Ghana, based on which they gave an overwhelming mandate to His Excellency the President. As I said, the moment the Energy Minister joins us, he will do a briefing on the energy sector. But there's a matter that I also wish to speak to. Last week, or is it earlier this week, after the presentation of the State of the Nation address, the parliamentary debates began in earnest, and I had cause to contribute to the debate in my capacity as MP for the good people of the Abra Sebu Kwamankese constituency. I spoke about measures that were being taken by President Mahama to reduce non-essential government expenditure. And I highlighted the significant reduction in the size of governments. No sooner had I finished than the MP for Damongo, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, take his turn. And in the process, he made misleading claims regarding the size of this government. And it is important that I reiterate the true position in terms of the size of this government. But before I do that, in order not to waste the Energy Minister's time, I will invite him to the podium so that he gives you an overview, a brief overview of the state of the energy sector, after which I will continue with the briefing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Members of the press, let me thank all of you. As you may be aware, today we had a briefing to Cabinet, and we briefed Cabinet on the state of Ghana's energy sector. The energy sector we inherited is riddled with poor infrastructure, huge unsustainable and mounting debt. At the last reconciliation before Cabinet, the energy sector debt stands at over 80 billion cedis. ECG's receivable stands at only 8 billion. And so if ECG were to collect all their receivables, we'll still have a shortfall of more than 70 billion. But what is more worrying is that the debt keeps ballooning and increasing. The infrastructure, very, very poor. And what we used to call excess capacity now appears dwindled, and we have to start preparing to increase the capacity in order to meet the demand requirement. We require about $700 million worth of liquid fuel in order to fill the fuel deficit, because our gas today is inadequate to meet our fuel requirements. Consequently, Cabinet has approved a raft of measures aimed at tackling the situation in the medium, long, and even in the short term. Cabinet has approved that in partnership and in conjunction with the Finance Ministry, we take immediate steps to construct a second gas processing plant. This gas processing plant would augment the shortfall and increase supply security. Today, let me put on record that we are not shedding load. And so the demand by the minority and some people that we publish a load shedding timetable is mute. When you are not shedding load, there will be no need to publish a load shedding timetable. In fact, as we speak, we are exporting about 300 megawatts of power outside Ghana to Burkina Faso, to Benin, and to other neighboring countries. And so when you have enough and you are exporting power, obviously there will be no need to publish load shedding timetable. Admittedly, the system is very fragile and very weak, but we've been working around the clock to procure enough fuel and to make some payments to power suppliers in order to hold the system. It's true that Bridge Power, one of the independent power producers, shut their operations because of mounting liabilities that have not been paid over the months. But we've been able to negotiate with them, and I'm happy to announce to you that they are back online. It's also true that NGAS threatened to shut down the pipeline from the 6th of March. We've also been able to work with them and to negotiate with them. And gas supply has resumed and increasing from NGAS. What we need to do is to mobilize additional resources in order to procure more fuels and to hold the power sector running. Cabinet has also agreed that we operationalize the Renewable Energy Investment Fund, which will seek to deploy a lot of renewable energy, solar rooftops, EV charging stations, chargeable outboard motors, and more importantly, the deployment of solar street lights, which would press or suppress the peak demand, thereby making huge savings so that we can continue to produce power. We are also to implement a raft of measures to contain expenditure within the energy sector, both petroleum and power. Consequently, we will be directing all the agencies to halt all kinds of expenditures that are not critical. And even those that are critical, they would need to seek permission before they proceed. The sector is bleeding and something must be done in order to curtail the bleeding. This would demand some very, very tough but necessary decisions, and the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition is determined to implement these systems. At the downstream petroleum sector, Cabinet has agreed that we ought to construct a second mooring system in Tema, known as the CBM. We have only one CBM which is used to discharge both petrol and diesel. Demand has increased by 186% since 2006, and yet we depend on only one mooring system, leading to huge demurrage costs, leading to huge challenges and unreliable supply security. And so immediately, Cabinet has decided that we would construct the CBM. Whatever challenges that arise, both legal and financial, would engage all parties and address that. We'd also be constructing additional tankage in the west, that is around Takoradi, so that we can have supply flexibility to serve the people of Ghana. Cabinet is also committed to ensuring that we involve private sector participation at the downstream distribution sector. Let me reiterate without equivocation that we have not taken a decision to sell ECG or NEDCO. ECG is supposed to collect over 2 billion. They collect only 1.5 billion, leaving a deficit of 500 million cedis every month. That sums up to about 6 billion per annum. That cannot continue. Government must do something about it, and we are determined to do something about it in partnership with local content-led private sector participation. And we think that that is the right way to go about it. It will be done in a competitive, transparent process, giving priority to Ghanaian entrepreneurs and Ghanaian businesses. And we believe that that would help tame the situation. These are some of the measures that have been considered at Cabinet. Additional measures will be taken, and when those measures are taken, we'll be more than willing to brief you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. No questions. If you have any questions. Please straightforward. Madam.
Okay, so let's take 3 questions quick, because the minister is rushing to another meeting. Otherwise, we have one and we move on. Thank you.
I know that the actual gas processing plant, when it was completed, was to produce about half of the gas that government will need to power the thermal plants. And that will automatically, or was expected to automatically reduce the import of light fuel to power the thermal plants. Now, what has happened to the actual gas processing plant? Aside that, government will now need $700 million, to procure light crude fuel to power the thermal plant. Thank you.
Is that all the questions? So I just take them once.
Regarding the debt of ECG, what is government doing to address those debts, especially and the other SOEs?
Is that all? Then I want to take it once.
Okay, so mine has to do with the gas processing plant. Can you shed more light on the plant in terms of capacity, when it's expected to start the construction, and how much is involved in doing all this? Thank you.
Okay. So the Atobo gas processing plant can generate about 100 SCF. ENI can generate about 235 SCF. And then Nigerian gas can move up to about 100. But because of increased demand, you still have a shortfall of about 100 SCF. And so it's not as if all these plants are not producing. They are producing, but because demand is increasing, it means that consumption of supply is also increasing. And as you bring on more supply and thermal complementation, you will require some additional gas. And that is why there is that shortfall. So clearly, there is the need to immediately construct a second gas processing plant because we have stranded gas. Gas is much more cheaper than liquid fuel. If you use liquid fuel, it will cost you 3 times as compared to gas. And gas is more efficient, it generates better power, it promotes longevity of the plants, and it's much more reliable. And so that is why we are doing everything we can to achieve a gas to power era. In September, the ENI plant was shut down, which means that we'll be losing about 240 MMscf of gas. If nothing is done, it can lead to a potentially 1,300 megawatts of a deficit in power generation. And so we are working around the clock to mitigate that impact. September is a major challenge for this country. It's so short. Energy sector investment takes a long time to come to fruition or realization. But we are still working around the clock. Just like we're able to hold the system in March when the West African gas pipeline was shut, we are working around the clock and we would brief everybody along the line. In terms of timelines, we are determined to work around 1 year, 6 or 8 months. Normally it takes more than 2 years, but we want to bridge the process and fast track it so that we can achieve full operation within the shortest possible time. Is there any other question? The what? The ECG debt. Yes, we've been discussing with Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance has made some provision in the budget to address some portion of the debt, but we'll continue to negotiate with all the agency and stakeholder players so that eventually we can deal with this debt. Thank you. God bless us.
All right. Thank you very much, Energy Minister, for that comprehensive presentation. Now, yes, hello, do I have your attention, please? All right. As I was indicating, some misleading claims have been made in the last few days about the staff of the Office of the President. I made it quite clear during the debate in Parliament what the exact position is. But just so that people are not swayed by the misinformation put out by the Honorable MP for the Damongo constituency, it is important for me to reiterate and clarify what the exact position is. To begin with, President Mahama made a firm commitment that he was going to cut down on the size of government. He put a specific number to the ministers that he will be appointing. Everybody heard him say he will appoint 60 ministers. That is including deputy ministers. He also made it clear that he was going to cut down on the number of political appointees at the Office of the President. Now, regarding ministers, he has done exactly as he promised. As I speak, he has made a total of 56 nominations for ministerial positions. All the ministers of state have been approved and passed by Parliament and have been sworn into office and are working, including my good self. There are deputy ministerial nominations currently before Parliament, and all of them have gone through vetting. We expect that they will be passed or approved by Parliament in the next few days, after which they will be sworn into office. There are 4 outstanding deputy ministerial nominations that His Excellency will be making, and as and when he makes them, we will make it known to the people of Ghana. Now, when you come to the presidential staff, the Damongo MP claims that the president is making up for the shortfall in ministers with appointments at the presidency. And it is particularly disappointing because he once worked here as a deputy chief of staff. And so you would expect that he will be familiar with these matters and the positions thereof. Let me put it on record that everybody who has been appointed as a presidential staffer has been named in a statement put out by myself. So currently there are 27 presidential staffers. All of them were publicly announced, unlike in the past, where we only learned of them when the president submits a list of the presidential staff to Parliament. This time, we went ahead to inform the people of Ghana about this list and left nobody in doubt about the numbers. In addition to these 27, 3 people have been appointed to assist with some specific interventions that the president wants to embark upon. And they are referred to as directors. They do not have the ranking of presidential staffers. At best, they can be described as presidential aides. There are just 3 of them. If you add it to the list of staffers, that is 30. Beyond that, no other staffers or presidential aides have been appointed. Now, if you go to 2017, when the MPP first came to office, they had a total of 27 staffers and 256 political appointees. That is people that they gave all manner of names to, 256 of them. They also had 9 ministers of state, 9 ministers of state who worked at the presidency, but you can count them amongst the 126 ministers or so that were appointed. This was 2017. In 2020, when they presented the presidential list, presidential staff list, I beg your pardon, to Parliament, there were 36 presidential staffers and 270 political appointees at the office of the president. Mind you, I have not spoken about the civil servants. There were over 700 civil servants who worked under the office of the president, under the MPP. By and large, that number has remained same, barring some changes. Now, these are civil servants who are seconded to the office of the president. They come from various government departments and agencies. So often in the analysis, they are not factored in terms of additions that have been made to the size of government. We often highlight the numbers of political appointees. So there were 306 political appointees under the MPP in 2020. In 2022, and I have all those reports, they presented those reports to Parliament, so they are matters of public record, and you can verify for yourself. When they presented the reports for 2022, it turned out that there were 44 presidential staffers and 292 political appointees. So in all, there were 336 political appointees who worked in the office of the president under the MPP in the year 2022. The numbers remain the same for 2023 and 2024. President Mahama will come nowhere close to this number. So currently there are 30 people you can call presidential staffers or presidential aides, some of whom are classified as directors who work under the office of the president. We are in the process of considering support staff for those who work at the office of the president. And we can state emphatically that it will be nowhere near half of what the MPP did when they were in power. So let the records be set straight that any claim that President Mahama has appointed 100 ministers and is hiding some in the presidency is blatantly false. The number of ministers who have been appointed is 56. The Honorable Jinapor is a member of Parliament. On a number of occasions, he has been at the appointment committee where he has joined the vetting of these ministerial nominees, and so he knows that there are no 100 ministers. And then when it comes to the staff at the office of the president, President Mahama has committed to reducing the numbers drastically. And therefore, by every account, this government will be the smallest in the history of Ghana. And the reason why that is important is that it enables the government to make significant savings. As I noted during my contribution to the debate on the message on the state of the nation, if in the past there were 126 ministers, and you reduce the number to 60, that is 66 less Land Cruisers that you have to buy. We all know the price of a Land Cruiser today. It is anything between $100,000 and $120,000, which, if you convert to Ghana cedis, is almost 2 million Ghana cedis. So if you are not buying 66 Land Cruisers, you can do the math and see how much money you will be saving for the people of Ghana. We are talking in excess of 300 million Ghana cedis just on vehicles alone. Now, ministers are also often given saloon cars, and a saloon car given to a minister can range from anything between $40,000 to $50,000. So if you are not giving 66 ministers saloon cars in addition to their Land Cruisers worth $40,000 to $50,000, you can do the math and see how much money is saved. In addition to that, it means that you are not going to operate an office for 66 ministers. And if you know what goes into setting up an office for a minister and the support staff that comes with it, and in the past, ministers were given fuel coupons, they were given all manner of facilities. Some had their DSTV paid, their light bills paid, their houses or bungalows had maid servants and gardeners and watchmen and other support staff. All of these are not going to be the case for 66 people, unlike was the case under the MPP. So significant savings are going to be made in that regard. So there can be no argument whatsoever about which government has kept fidelity to the need for prudence and modesty in the way that government is composed, the size of government, and how public funds are utilized to cater for the needs of these appointees. So I wanted to set that record straight and debunk any notion that this government comes anywhere near what the MPP did when they were in power. Thank you very much. If you have any questions on the budget presentation made to Cabinet today and this subject relating to the number of ministers and the staff at the presidency, I'll be more than happy to take them. So there are opportunities for 3 questions, please. Yes, Kester.
So, I intended to ask the energy minister this, but I'm sure you could help us. What do I tell the public about the fears of an impending doomsday?
Well, the minister alleged that fear. There's no doomsday aspect. Doomsday means planned load shedding because generation capacity
the lights
has
off.
exercised. Yeah, there are sometimes the lights can go off and then they come on. Those are due to localized faults. Maybe a transformer has blown or said there's some problem with the distribution. But when you say doomsday, what we have come to know, it is just that, for instance, we need 4,000 megawatts of power to satisfy peak demand, but we are only able to produce, say, 2,800. So there's a shortfall of 1,200. And the way you make up for that is to switch off lights in certain parts of the country so that what you produce will suffice. The minister has made it clear that that is not happening at the moment.
Okay, and also with regards to September, I didn't get what we were going to do actually to for the shortfall that was going to come. He said
it was
if
the
nothing
subject.
is done,
It was the subject of the cabinet briefing, and adequate measures will be put in place to forestall that.
But for now, we don't know actually what we're going to do.
No, what will be done is exactly known.
Okay. So
what matters at the end of the day is that the lights do not go off. So government has to take some steps, just like we did when we came into power, and the MPP government failed to make provision for alternative fuel sources, given the routine maintenance that the WAPCO pipeline was going to undergo. We spent $175 million in 1 month to buy fuel in order to forestall those cuts. So we have the capacity to do what it takes to avert any difficulty. He only highlighted that as a manifestation of the poor management of the energy sector by the previous government. The reason why that has happened is that they failed to carry out some maintenance that needed to be done. And to be able to do that, you need to procure alternative sources of fuel. Because they were unable to do that, they have had to shift these maintenances to later dates. And as and when the time is due, you have these threats. But those threats will be met because government has what it takes to resolve them.
Okay, this is on the budget. Because we have aid supporting our budget, the president assured that they were going to have other means of supporting that. Has there been any aid cuts? Is this budget
beyond
being
the
affected by
the USAID,
what is
the shortfall in the USAID financing because of the policy by the Trump administration to scrap that agency or to defund that agency? The president issued a directive several weeks ago to the finance minister to ensure that he makes adequate provision in the budget to cover the shortfall. And indeed, the finance minister has given indication in his presentation today that that will be done, especially so that critical investments to areas such as health and education do not suffer. Yes. Yes, Max, and then...
Yes.
Seth.
Okay, so this budget actually sets the tone for the fulfillment of President Mahama's 120-day social contract with Ghanaians. I want to find out, at this cabinet meeting, were there discussions on the promise to scrap what has been described as a draconian, obnoxious taxes like the e-levy, the betting tax, the COVID-19 levy? Were there discussions on scrapping them? Will they find space in this particular budget? And also, is there going to be any funds allocated to some promises like the Ijumera, the 1 million coders program, the seed money for the Women's Development Bank? Because we're told that all of these would happen within the 120 days of President Mahama's government. Secondly, my second question, currency stability is crucial to the health of every economy. If mismanaged, things are likely to spiral out of control. You're likely to have increases in prices of fuel, petroleum products, and all of that. I want to find out what the John Mahama administration is going to do to keep a leash on the Ghanaian currency, the cedi, against major trading currencies. I'm saying this with the benefit of hindsight, with what we've seen, with what has happened, in the past. I don't know if I can ask a third one.
No, you can't. Okay. In terms of the 120-day social contract that President Mahama entered into with the people of Ghana, the finance minister has clearly indicated that we are on course to meeting those promises. So when on Tuesday he unveils the details of his budget, you will find that we have kept faith with the people of Ghana regarding the specific promises we made in the 120-day social contract. That is what I can say for now. In terms of managing the currency, yes, the finance minister will highlight measures, both within the medium and long term, aimed at addressing the fundamental weaknesses within our economy, one of which is rapid currency depreciation. And in concert with development partners and other stakeholders within the economy, appropriate responses will be prescribed for addressing this perennial challenge of currency depreciation. The final question. Okay, maybe let's make an exception for.
Okay.
Yes, last 2 years.
Mine still has to do.
No, Seth, you still have not asked your question, so you can. I'll make an exception for you. Oh, okay, all right. Thanks for not replicating the question. Yes. Which answer were you looking for? On what? But I have told you that the 120-day social contract will be kept. And I suppose that you can make your own deductions from it.
It's okay. Bear with me to take you back a little steps back. The energy minister, unfortunately, didn't stay to give us follow-up questions on the gas plant. It's a very, very critical sector. We know that Atuabo gas processing plant cost us $1 billion US dollars. Mm-hmm. How much will this cost? And then what will be the capacity of this one we are talking about?
Well, this question is a bit premature because discussions around it have not even been concluded, and therefore it will be improper at this stage to be bandying about figures. But when government is ready to roll it out, all the details surrounding it will be made public, just like we did with the Atuabo gas processing plant. At the end of the day, it is the money belonging to the people of Ghana that will be used. So nothing will be hidden in terms of fine details of this project regarding costs, capacity, and benefits thereof. Yes,
the brouhaha between you and the opposition regarding the staffing of the presidency can only be settled if you give to Parliament the number of staffers or staffs who work at the presidency. When would the government of your your administration be given the list to Parliament?
Well, the law is very clear on the timelines. We are nowhere near that timeline. We are at least 11 months or so from that timeline. And when the time comes, that will be done. In any event, as I've indicated, everybody who has been appointed as a staffer has been named publicly. And you agree, you have been in the media. No such thing happened under the MPP. You only found out when the list was presented to Parliament. But we have been proactive and more transparent, and we have done so. Yeah. All right, so thank you very much. Yes. Okay, all right. Last question. Okay, all right. Oh, you can come if it's a burning question, if it's different from what has been asked. Yeah.
What is the theme for this year's budget, and has it got an acronym?
Well, we are not big on sloganeering and empty catchphrases. What matters is that a budget that will meet the hopes and aspirations of the people of Ghana will be presented. And more importantly, it will address the problems facing the Ghanaian people in terms of the harsh economic climate that was bequeathed to us by the MPP administration. Thank you very much.
Government spokesperson, that is the Minister for Government spokesperson, Felix Kwasi Ofosu, bringing us up to speed on the cabinet meeting that was held between the president and then his cabinet with regards to the budget that is going to be read on Tuesday, that is the 11th of March 2025. The energy minister also addressed the press and said there is no ongoing load shedding, so there's no point for them to bring a timetable on that as well. This has been a live coverage. Thank you so much for staying with us. My name is Hawa Idrisi Mustafa. Good afternoon.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there?
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Minke man bi moni nyo Kofi Adam no mai kami. Matwale, man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe mo sha ko ba club fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday. On Footprints this Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Ifwa Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter because, the nuns are very strict.
Very protective
I mean, they come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely. And also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
feel bad, Mariama, Mariama. I feel bad, hear me, mama, hear me now. I feel bad, I feel bad, hear me, mama, hear me now. I feel bad. Brazil. You date a girl and find out later she smells like a percolator. Her perfume was made right on that way. We've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. So no tea, automatic juice, you see, no potato juice. So all the farmers in Africa say, hey, hey. A politician's daughter was accused of drinking water. Was signed at $50 bill. Hey. They've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. A whole lot of coffee in Brazil. Oh yeah. They've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. So no tea, automatic juice, you see, no potato juice. So all the farmers in Africa say, hey, hey. And when you have an extra savings coffee, get up, coffee, make a way outside the deal. They've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. Osa, are you ready now? Osa, a bright place and sitting on the sun. Oh, 10,000 men stand by on the hill. Oh, alarm silence and begin to steal. Oh, 10,000 men come over the kill. The voices fly. Oh, the wind is oh, the warrior fight. Oh, the battle. Oh, the savages wait. Oh, in fight they are oh, death is pain. Oh, the battle. Oh, Osa, 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 Osa. osa. 1, 2, 3, everybody. Osa, 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 osa. Your feet on the down. Osa, 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 osa. Your feet on the down. Osa, 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 osa. Your feet on the down. Osa, 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 osa. Are you feeling it? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the other hard dance man. Have a great time.
On Footprints this Friday, Professor A.C. Sutherland Addy shares her story about her life, her mother, Ifua Sutherland, and her role as Secretary of State under the PNDC.
Because my mother was a celebrity and the nuns were very proud of her and so on, it was a bit awkward, to be her daughter, because, the nuns are very strict.
Very protective of you.
They come around, everybody's on their bed and so on. Then, you alone, they are coming to ask about your mother.
How did you end up in PNDC?
I got appointed. It was a very disconcerting experience.
You were appointed on radio.
Yes, absolutely, and also disappointed on radio.
Footprints airs every Friday at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Number 10. Wash them under tea. Wash, wash. We dey wash them under tea. Wash, wash. We dey wash them under tea. Wash, wash. We dey wash them under tea.
Number 9.
Make it clap. Boom 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 bang. Make it clap. Boom 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 bang. Make it clap. Boom 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 bang 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 bang.
Bad girl splash. You do the plane drop with some ass.
Number 8.
I will get on and I'm on your side. Ojebo to the shower task. Master D with the and Woody 5. Okradabena Wobas. Otto Wobela Odo. Petronia Dia Bichima show. Okasa fly Nico Greece, first class of a champagne 12. Can of grey you the whole. Let me know it.
Number 7. Number 6.
When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 asoiko. Yeah, and so it goes. See, this life is a lonely lover.
Number 5.
Esse meu pema, caminho pertinho, plenty talking. Mi basica, iso ya fucking. Esse meu pema, caminho pertinho, plenty talking. Baby, baby, baluta, baby,
Number 4. See what my friend, and then my baby and the room. Ya bread, see my sabi, look up if you ball a so may ye hoofy. You're the media, baby, I will quench me fire no. I'm finding tree come my bosom, you'll be a chin messiah.
Telephone number to no banco, Mechamaco, Ujana so, Matan from Betty Dame from Bezaya, from Betty Dame from Bezaya.
Lord, I'm amazed, I look at this like my feelings. Give me all the love when I need it. Okay, if it's one more, could I ask for one? There's a way that you make me feel, I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more, could I ask for one? Lord, I'm amazed, I don't know if you describe my feelings. Give me all the love when I need it. Okay, name is one more, could I ask for one? There's a way that you make me feel, I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more, could I ask for one?
Number 1.
You know they play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly, but no bata me congo no. Baby congo so. You dey see me no fit kill am for my head. I need to know where you did. Oh yeah, send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh my nest are not dead. I need to know where you did. Send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh my nest are not dead. Oh, excellent, excellent, oh, excellent, excellent. You go put me for emergency.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown. This year, something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apopransa, Rare Quine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet.
To see my father again. I want to see my father again. I want to see my father again. I want to see my father again.
See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558 973 973 or 0205 973 973 to register. The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Gino.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the Premier League preview show on Channel One TV. I am Gabi Ofe. It's another Friday, and we are here again to talk about Premier League football. This is your home of Premier League football. This is where you get the preview, the review of the matches coming up. We have a big game on our hands today, Match Week 28. We'll take you to Old Trafford as Manchester United taking on Arsenal on Sunday. It's a lot to discuss. Today we'll talk about a certain Ghanaian player. I guess you're wondering who that is. I'll tell you that a bit later after the break. We're taking a quick break. When we come back, I'll introduce my two guests for today's conversation. This is a Premier League preview show on Channel One TV. We'll be back after this.
Menga bema opese oyeme huandie.
Congratulations.
Me are very okay.
Sophia cha.
Osidi.
Medibone.
Apata binya krasa fie fopo weningwa tie wate. Ate siripa ne koso aware no. Emma to snap socket. Trust by blood.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
He's a tool from down the Chiefs sit on it, so it's very special.
It would be nice to share a little bit of light from where I'm from, you know. They say I'm quiet, but I don't think so. I grew up in Nima. It's a slum area, we call it like a ghetto, you know. You have to be very tough to sustain yourself in an environment like that. The love for the game is very big. It's literally a pitch with sound, so obviously your control, your touch, everything has to be on point to be able to play on surfaces like that. One of the biggest challenges was leaving home. It makes you be a man quickly because you have to be responsible and start taking care of yourself at a very young age. To start all the way from Nima and then leave home very early, it takes a lot of discipline and sacrifices to stick on that path and then not lose yourself. To becoming a Premier League player, and it means a lot for me. But that also comes with responsibility on how I throw light on where I'm from, how I carry myself, and how I represent Ghana and Nima as a whole. My idea of greatness is using your God-given talent to have an impact on other people's lives and where you're coming from. So that's my definition of it.
Ghana's very own star boy, Mohamed Kudus, just walking us through his journey from where he started and where he is now, currently with West Ham United, the Hammers. This season is 22 appearances, or 25 in all competitions, 3 goals, 2 assists. It's not been like what we saw from him in the first season. We want to ask why. What is happening to Mohamed Kudus? The guys are here. Let me introduce them. I've got Yao Minta. As always, my leading striker today. You can liken his height to Peter Crouch, maybe. Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, but I prefer Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Oh, Zlatan?
Yeah, Zlatan.
Oh,
yeah. Peter Crouch is a bit on the high side because he was like
the height is insane.
He was like 6'8", 6'7", yeah.
Wow.
Zlatan is 6'5", yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's more closer to Zlatan than Peter Crouch.
Great stuff.
Besides, I like Zlatan's style
I'm a big
of play.
fan of him.
Yeah.
He had a brief stint in United, so I understand. Let's talk about another taller. Yeah, Kwame Amin Bafo. He's making his first appearance 2025. We've not abandoned you, Bravada. Welcome to the show. How you doing?
I wouldn't say what I said off air.
No, what you said off air should remain there.
Yeah, I would say
it should remain there. Well, how is it going?
I've been good.
You've been good, yeah?
I've been good.
Great stuff. It's good to have you guys.
Good to be back.
Let's start off the conversation. Just quick thoughts on Kudus. Let me start off with you, Kwame. On Kudus this season, I thought that given what he did last season, and I think he would, I wouldn't say replicate, but some way, somehow live up to that expectation a bit. I don't know what you make about him this season.
I mean, you have to situate the Kudus conversation within the context of the team West Ham.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't make an argument or you can't make a point about Kudus, the form that he had last season, and thinking that he's going to translate ante the form that he had last season into this season. The team West Ham have had their own set of difficulties.
Yeah.
So, and there is that thing. I mean, usually some will say, oh, when the team is struggling, there is sometimes one player or two players
that would
shine or try to, be the shining star, as you've seen in some teams. But there is also that possibility that when the team drops off generally, there is a tendency that even the key players are likely to drop off. And Kudus was one of the key players for West Ham last season. And he dropping off and a few other players also dropping off has had significant effect on the team as a whole. And it all starts from changing the manager. I mean, people seem to overlook this, but there is this thing about managers and the influence they have on players. And the kind of systems and structures that they set up around the team and the kind of influence he also has on the players. So there are so many factors coupled with his own set of issues with the Black Stars. So generally, the mindset hasn't been that, hasn't been there for him to be able to. Exactly. So I would want to think that, I won't shy away from the personal responsibility of the player doing what is necessary to be able to, put his form up there. But I would also want to look at the factors. That's why I am situating the Kudus conversation within the context of the teams that he plays for. The Black Stars, which isn't in a good place, West Ham, which isn't in a good place, definitely will have a toll on you. And he's still a young player trying to, and you wouldn't have that up seasons as a player. There are times where, there's a bit of a plateau or there's a bit of a decline, and that's where he is at the moment. So that's how generally I would look at the Kudus situation,
Well, I think there's some more games to play before the season ends. So just 3 goals this season, 22 appearances in the league, but 25 in all competitions. So maybe you want to look at the Carabao Cup and then the FA Cup. But talk to me. This season he's worked under 3 managers, right?
No, this is 2.
So
Lopetegui and then Graham Potter.
But there was a stopgap.
So if I want to look at that, just talk to me about the managerial change. Kwame highlights that. But just you would want to delve deeper because you did some
they report
on him. Kudus. Just talk to me about that briefly.
The managerial changes have been quite many when it comes to Mohamed Kudus, because between the time he left Nordsjælland to this present moment, he's had 7 managers, and he's not even played 7 seasons, and so that's a lot of changes. Personality-wise, dealing with the coach on the personal level, and also tactics, because every coach has his style. We know the general format of how football is supposed to be played. We know the general formations. Various variations come with it, but it's the way coaches or managers love to deploy their players to play in various roles within those formations, within those tactical setups or schemes. And so that's a lot of changes that he has to deal with, coupled with the fact that he is a player who is so good, so versatile that you can't really pinpoint his exact position.
Because, not to cut you, I've seen him, okay, let me say, is it 3 positions? In the last few games, even for West Ham United, we've seen him play up top with Jared Bowen. Someone playing like a number 9 sort of.
Yeah, we've seen him play as a false 9.
Yeah.
We've seen him split the striker's position or role with Jared Bowen. So it was more like 2 on 9.5 players, or 2 number 10s who are playing that role. We've seen him play on the left, we've seen him play on the right, we've seen him play in that hole behind the striker, we've seen him play a little bit deeper. So it's very difficult to pinpoint where exactly he excels, because he's so versatile and so talented that he can play across multiple positions and can play multiple roles. So even he as a player, he's not really formed, I would say, a specific identity, more or less.
Okay.
So for himself, so on a personal level, there's that. Then the managerial changes.
Yeah.
If you've played 5 seasons and you've had 7 managers, that's a lot of managers.
It will get you some ways
for you to adapt to, and that is just on the club side.
Yeah.
The 7 is just the 7 is just,
don't
it's
get
just on
into
the club side. So when you bring in the Black Stars, you had like 4 more. And because he played, I think 1 or 2 games under James Kwesi Appiah.
Yeah.
He played under Sike Akono. Yeah. He played under Milovan Rajevac. He played under Chris Hughton, and now he's played under Otuado. So if you add it up, that's a lot of managers. So yeah, I think it's just too much. And on top of that, third point, you have to look at expectations. There's a reason why Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi are considered the GOATs, because they set the expectation bar so high. Yeah. And for some strange reason, they kept on
every season.
They kept on either matching it or breaking it and setting the bar even higher. And they did it for like a decade. Cristiano Ronaldo is still doing it at a high clip. Messi not so much on a high clip, but you pretty much get the point. And they are so good. And so for Kudus to do what he did last year, perhaps even improve on it, it was always going to be tough. And we are seeing it that greatness is not easy. And these young ones are seeing it.
Yeah.
Chelsea is experiencing that with Cole Palmer. Mohamed Kudus is also experiencing it. So it just tells you how difficult it is to be that good and be consistent with it. So for Kudus, I think it's a learning process. It's really a learning process. And per the way he is talented, I think he's an A kind of talent.
Okay.
I think per the way he's talented, he will be able to come good. Okay. Because he's just that good. It's very difficult to see him continue down this road.
We'll get into the upcoming fixtures for the weekend, week 28. But just a quick one. This is off what we are discussing today. Your top 3 Ghanaian players in the Premier League who have performed this. Top 3, just quick one.
It's quite easy. Number 1, Semenyo. I think he's been good. Who else is available? I know there is Kudus, there is
Tariq
Lamptey.
Jordan is there.
Jordan. I know there is Jordan. But he's not having, like his team himself, they are not having a good season. Yeah. Tariq Lamptey. So I'll just place Kudus and then probably bring Tariq Lamptey in there.
Okay, so Semenyo, Kudus, Tariq. Yeah.
Semenyo, Tariq Lamptey, Kudus. Yeah.
Okay, great. Fair. I don't know what you think. We'll have to hear from you. It's an interactive show, like always. Just share your thoughts on what you think about the Ghanaian players, and then we'll build up to your favorite teams heading into the weekend, week 28. Speaking of that, let's get you the fixtures coming up. Week 28, starting off on Saturday. There you have it on your screen. It will start off at the City Ground as Nottingham Forest taking on Manchester City at 12:30. The 3 p.m. batch of matches. You've got Brighton up against Fulham. At the Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace up against Ipswich. Liverpool will take on Southampton at Anfield. And then Brentford at the JTech Community Stadium will welcome Aston Villa. Wolves up against Everton at 5 p.m. at the Molineux. And then on Sunday, we have 3 matches at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea taking on Leicester City. Spurs up against Bournemouth. And then Manchester United up against Arsenal. Then the final game for week 28 is on Monday Night Football at 8 p.m. West Ham United up against Newcastle United. Yeah, so that's it. All right, so that's the fixtures for you. Remember that the games are live on radio, 97.3 City FM. That is the only place that you can actually get all the live analysis, take you to the various grounds, bring you up to speed as and when the goals do get into the net. The place to listen to is 97.3. Let's start off the conversation. First off, looking at Manchester City's last game, and then we'll build up to the upcoming game against Forest.
Savinho, Haaland, and now Nico, and on to Doku.
Ago.
Against a side that I would want to say you're not too sure of what kind of Forest team will turn up against City. Just your expectations on these two clubs.
Third and fourth, like you rightly say, Forest, the last 3 games haven't had it easy. I think they've not won the last 3 games. So I think they are watching their backs now because they are running for any of the European slots, but I think they are eyeing the Champions League first before any other European slots come their way. So if you are looking at the points difference now, I think it's Chelsea who are fifth are just some 3 points or 2 points in between and are trying to catch up. Now City are just a point behind them, also running for third place and all of that. So it makes it very difficult for Forest. They were able to hold their own against us now when they came to the City ground. Man City themselves, we know their stories for this season. I mean, when we started the season, we sat here thinking there will be a turning point, but the turning point has never come. And I doubt whether there will be any turning point at this point in time of the season. So I still believe they are going to have that fluctuations in their form. A win here, a struggle here, a loss here, a draw there. I mean, they are still going to have that inconsistency that have uncharacteristically characterized their season. All right, so it's become a thing for them. But to the game itself, you look at the two teams and the way they play. One would love to hold the ball, possess. One is quite dynamic. They can be very direct. They can sit back, and they have enough men to do damage against you on the break. And they are very organized and compact, making it very difficult for you to break them down. Anytime such games come, you know what to expect. You know that City are going to work their way, try to possess the ball, push their men forward and all of that to see how best they can create opportunities to be able to win a game. The other team would also sit back, and that's exactly how I think is going to play out. Now, what will go for Forest? 1, home advantage. 2, City not being so good or not being themselves as we would have expected this season. So it makes it very difficult for you to expect that, City goes into this game confident of winning this game. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult for City. And this is how I expect it to play out. I expect City to find it very difficult to break them down. I expect Forest to be able to catch them on the break with the quality that they have in attack. In Elanga, very, very good. I mean, exploiting those spaces when the opportunity comes. Gibbs White and all of those guys, what's his name? Callum Hudson-Odoi. All of these guys are in there. And they've showed that against some of these big teams. You saw how they held their own against Liverpool at the City Ground. They did it against Arsenal at the City Ground. And Man City not being so vintage, the vintage City that you'd expect them, I think are going to find it very, very difficult at the City Ground against. And I don't expect City to win this game.
Oh.
I don't expect City to win this game.
So Forest to win this?
Either a Forest win or a draw.
Okay, great.
That's my expectation.
Yeah, the last time Nuno Espirito Santo played against a top team, quote unquote, or any of the teams in the top four was Arsenal.
Yeah.
And then he mentioned that they asked him why he played a certain way. He mentioned that Arsenal did not have a striker. This time around, he goes into a team that actually do have a potent striker in Haaland. And if you watch Forest against teams that like to have the ball to themselves, one thing I've realized from them is that they rather sit deep and rely on Elanga and Callum Hudson-Odoi. Do you think that's what we would see from Espirito again against this City side?
Oh yes, because they know that they are not going to outpossess Manchester City. They know that the quality that Man City have, despite the fact that the players have been hit with a little bit of a drop in confidence, they know that yes, these guys are still quality, and they can easily create space. They can easily outpossess them and be able to create chances from nowhere and pretty much open them up. And so they will revert to their if I can put it this way, default settings and sit deep and hit out on the counter attack.
They said they are very fast and direct.
Yes,
and you mentioned that in your submission.
Exactly.
Yes, because the thing is, fast and direct, and they can the worrying thing for Man City is that unlike other teams where Nottingham Forest have to concentrate on being fast and direct on the counter, particularly on the counter attack through the wings, for Man City it's more concerning because they can do that. Nottingham Forest can do all the attacking on the wings, and on top of that, they can go through the middle because the Man City middle is virtually as soft as they come. Yes, Nico Gonzalez has come in. He's mitigated the problem a little bit, but there are still gaping holes in that middle because the one that lines up next to Nico Gonzalez is always a problem and has been a problem this season. Even if you play Kevin De Bruyne, like we saw against Liverpool, he does not have the speed.
The legs are gone
like he used to. If you play Gundogan, it's too slow. If you play Rico Lewis, position-wise, his position awareness not the best, and on top of that, his size does not allow him to be able to battle with those other midfielders, particularly in this game where you are going to be playing against the likes of Elliot Anderson and company. You need to be that strong. And so if you play Mateo Kovacic, he brings his qualities, but like I initially said, position-wise, he's not the best
at that
level. And Nico Gonzalez is as great as he is. Even at this young age, he is not Rodri. Even Rodri, it took him a while before he grew into this.
You should see Pep's face when he was asked about already and said he'll be back soon. He's so excited already.
It took him a while. He didn't just come and get this good overnight. It took him a while, and so there's still issues to be fixed in that middle. And Morgan Gibbs White is quite fast. And so there are problems for Manchester City to think about. And so if I am Pep Guardiola, I'll be telling my boys, look, do what Newcastle did. Score as quickly as possible, score as many as possible, and as quickly as possible. Newcastle scored 3 goals in the space of 12 minutes in that first half where they won by 4 goals to 3. And it just rattled the Nottingham Forest players. So if you can get 2 quick goals in that first half, you pretty much rattle them. Then
and City have shown this season that they fall very early.
Yes.
In so many games, I can count as many as 6 games that.
I think they should put a premium in this game. put a premium on a quick start because, yeah, Nottingham Forest will start a bit slow as they always do. And by the time, if you prioritize a quick start, yeah, it gives you that chance to catch them a bit off guard early on in the game. Then you can settle, because if you can settle and sit deep and just possess the ball and wind down the time. Because if you say you are going to play with a high line constantly throughout the entire game, looking at the way City have been very uncharacteristic with the quality of their passing, which has been very suspect this season, very poor this season. Yes, they will give the ball away, and with the speed that these Nottingham Forest guys have, yeah, they will go ahead and get them.
Okay, great stuff. Great analysis from the guys.
But I'm still tipping Man City to win.
City to win this.
Yeah,
okay,
2-0.
so Forest win or draw for you. Mm-hmm. City to win.
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay, so I mean, you know what to do, the guys. If you are listening in terms of the numbers, you know what to do. They've given you very good analysis. Let's talk about the table toppers. Their last game was against Newcastle United. They beat them by 2-0. Next up for them is a very wicked side in the Premier League, that's Southampton, at Anfield as well. Let's check out that last highlight against Newcastle and then build up to their next game.
Szoboszlai, the one obvious target. It is Dominic Szoboszlai! He scored at the weekend, and Dominic Szoboszlai has scored again, and Liverpool hit the front. It's a good ball over the top there by Dan Burn to Callum Wilson. It's Callum Wilson! Miscues.
A lot of the times, politicians campaign on providing jobs, and these jobs a lot of the times are focused on the youth, being a huge chunk of our population. The NPP, when it campaigned in 2016, the motto or the manifesto was titled An Agenda for Jobs. And when he came into office, he introduced NAPCO among other interventions, and he said that it had helped fix the youth unemployment part. Even before then, I recall Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, when he was Deputy Minister for Information, saying that the Mills government, Mills Mahama at the time, had provided or created so many jobs. Now we have President Mahama leading the NDC back into government, and he appears to also have an agenda for youth. Aside the fact that a number of his ministers are youthful, he has created a ministry specially for empowering youth. What is that ministry going to do? What is the focus? And the man behind the ministry is my guest. We'll be asking him more about what exactly he plans to fix the youth unemployment agenda and the youth empowerment agenda. What does that even mean? My name is Omar Sandamato, and you're welcome to Face to Face, where I'm engaging the new minister for the youth sector. Please stay with us. My guest on Face to Face today is George Opare Addo. I think he has resigned now as a National Youth Organizer of the NDC, but ahead of the elections, he was the National Youth Organizer of the NDC, the commander of the Green Army. He's been named by President Mahama as a Minister for Youth Empowerment and, Youth Development and Empowerment. He has gone through vetting, he has been passed by Parliament, he has been sworn in, and we've come to his ministry to speak to him. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. Okay. Or you should rather welcome me.
I should be welcoming
yes,
you.
Yes.
Have come to my ministry.
Thank you so much. Give us water to drink. That's how we do in our tradition.
I gave you water.
Yes, you gave. So don't say other things again. You implicate.
I'll leave it here.
I don't want to self-incriminate. How are you doing?
Very well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Youth Development and Empowerment is a new ministry.
Entirely new.
So it means you have to have a new office place. You have to have, because there isn't a place where you would go and continue. You have to set up from scratch.
Let me correct an impression. I've not resigned as the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. I am still the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. We'll have Congress next year. And so once we go for Congress, what I've made my intentions known is that I don't intend to contest again at Congress. But I currently still serve as the National Youth Organizer of the NDC.
I see. What about your deputies?
They are all still at post. None of us, we are not the only people. Almost everybody is still at post. And so I believe at our next Congress, a lot of us who have moved from the party into government will now not contest, and then other people can take over our place. But so I still go to the party office.
There is a view that usually the governments that are formed by the parties end up killing the parties that form them. And the fact that
active national officers are given positions and they are going into government, the role that you would have played, because you're clearly a mobilizer, you will now stop doing that. You're going to be in government. Is that not going to weaken your party further?
I've always said that the NDC has a lot of intelligent people, well-meaning people, people with the right expertise and the right temperaments to lead in whatever field they choose to lead in. And so if Georgia Parado leaves, I know there are more competent people, more competent than I was, to take over from me. I took over from somebody and I did the job. Somebody else will also take over from me and get the job done. And so nothing is lost. And once we go through that transition, you'll find more capable hands taking over and also doing what we've done.
But if that's the case and you know that there are people who can replace you, why don't you resign now that you have been given a bigger job to do? Because one, people will start asking, you are youth organizer of the NDC, your priority is NDC, but you are also Minister of State. Your priority is supposed to be the state. How are you going to juggle through that? And also because you have a new ministry you have to run, why don't you leave that responsibility of youth organizer for someone who has time on their hands to do that?
Omaro, when I sit at the party office, I'm the national youth organizer of
But you
the
can
NDC.
sit at the party office.
I'm coming. But when I sit here as Minister of State. So I serve every Ghanaian who has needs and wants to be served. Once I get in here, I don't discriminate. And like I say, poverty does not know political color. Unemployment doesn't know NDC or NPP. And so my job here is to help develop young people, make them job ready, and also empower them. Any Ghanaian who comes in here, every policy I desire, whatever I decide to do, I am doing it for Ghana, not the NDC. When I close at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. and I choose to go to the party office, which I do very often, I go there in my capacity as national youth organizer. My job there is to mobilize my party's base. So there are two distinct roles I play.
But one side will suffer, definitely.
No, you see, that is why I'm saying that I try and make up. Do you know the time I get to work?
No.
When you are looking for me, 6:30 a.m. you find me at the youth office. And then I leave there at about 7:30. By 8 I'm here. Sometimes I leave here after 8, after 7 p.m. and then I go back to that office. Because I know the task I have accepted. Any day the president decides that I don't have to and I have to resign, I'll resign. But as it stands now, I'm not the first national officer who has been made a minister. When Honorable Aaron Idris was communication minister, he was still national youth organizer until we went to Congress in Tamale, and then somebody else was elected in his place.
But do you think that ought to be the case? Should you continue to play this dual role? For me, I hold the view, aside the fact that it is cumbersome, I also think there will be a split of allegiance, and also you should give chance to someone else to say. And this is not picking on you. I'm looking at officers who are giving
we all play double roles. One way or the other. We wear multiple caps. The ability or your strength as a leader is the ability to be able to multitask and manage your roles effectively. You're a father, you're a husband, you're a broadcast journalist, you're a student. You try and allocate times for all this.
I'm not minister for youth.
No, irrespective. So once you accept a certain role, there are people who have multiple jobs. They do all of it to the best of their ability. I believe I'm capable. If it becomes too much for me and I have to resign, I will do so. But as it stands now, I'm very much capable.
Let's talk about this, your ministry now. Let's talk about the broad concept of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Do we still have Ministry of Youth and Sports?
No.
So only sports now?
The EI that established this ministry established various other ministries. You know, at the beginning of every government state, it decides which ministries it's going to work with. So we have the Ministry of Sports, and we have the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment.
There used to be Ministry for Education with sports in there. Then later there was a decoupling where we had a Ministry of Sports and Youth. Yeah. There is a view as to why you put those together. Of course, youth and sports. So people thought that it's something that went together. Do you understand the president's reasoning for splitting it further?
No, yes, Omaro. I always situate it this way. You have 22 players who play football, and you have one leather ball. that becomes the center of attraction. All the 22 players chase after the ball, and then the one who plays well ends up scoring the goal. The Ministry of Youth and Sports was a lot of emphasis was placed on the leather ball, instead of placing emphasis on the 22 players that made the game exciting. And so the sports ministry took all the attention, and rightly so. Issues that affect young people vary, and they cut across. And so every ministry you go in, every ministry you go to, you'll find an issue that affects young people. Almost every agency has one program or the other that affects young people. And so if you become Minister for Youth and Sports, and you sit in that chair, you realize that sports is a bit concentrated, and the youth issues are all over. And sports itself is also cumbersome with all its challenges. And even sports, even football alone, the Black Stars alone, could make you lose your job if you don't focus on it well. And so they come and sit in there, and then the focus and concentration is on football, on Black Stars. And so it ends up neglecting all the youth-related issues. So over the years as a country, we've pretended to be doing something for youth development. A lot on paper has been done.
But the real beneficiary is the football.
Exactly, and a lot of things have been done on paper for youth development, but there is no social impact. You cannot feel it, you cannot even see it. But when you go to the various, we've done this, if you look at the number of interventions that the NPP government did for youth development, I have a report on my table I was just reading. So many programs. Yet unemployment moved from 8.7% to 14.9% or 14.8%. So there is that big gap. And within that 14.7%, about 38% are young people between the ages of 15 and 35 who can work and are ready to work. And so what President Mama seeks to do is trying to do is that instead of placing the emphasis on just the leather ball, let me separate it and put special emphasis on the 22 players so we can score more goals. And that is why he set up this youth ministry. And also to be able to coordinate. So this ministry more or less is a coordinating ministry. To be able to coordinate all the activities that other agencies and other ministries are doing in respect to youth development and empowerment, so that there is a central focus. And then to be able to align some of the things. Omaro, you'll be surprised to know that, for instance, there is a lot of duplicity. Agency A is doing youth entrepreneurship. Agency B is doing youth entrepreneurship. Agency C. So previously NIP, which is now at the youth ministry, was sitting at the Ministry of Finance. Then the YEA sits under the Ministry of Employment. Then the National Youth Authority sits at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And so the YEA is running a program for youth entrepreneurs. So Omaro knows George Opariado. I'm the Minister for Youth Employment. He comes to me with a proposal saying he's going to create 20 jobs. So he gets funded. Then Omaro leaves. Because he's in the political space, he gets a lot of information. He goes to another agency. He knows whoever the CEO is. It falls under another ministry. He goes to assess funds with the same program he brought to the Ministry of Employment. He takes that money too. Then he goes to the next agency, let's say NEP, with the same proposal, goes to take money. So on paper, NEP has created 20 jobs. YE has created 20 jobs. NYE has created 20 jobs. But in reality, so when you add it, it's 60 jobs. But in reality, it's just 20 jobs. Because there's one person who has gone around all these ministries, same proposal, and because the ministries were not talking to each other, the agencies, because there was no coordination, a lot of people exploited the system and then got away with a lot of things. Even some of them, and also one of the things the report I was reading talks about is that there was no monitoring, there was no evaluation. So we've not been able to even assess the impact of all these programs that we've done over the last 8 or so years. And that is why President Mama and his wisdom believe that issues that affect young people are many and varied. And so let's set up a ministry that coordinates it. And Omaro, we are sitting on a time bomb with young people. If we don't, because you see, we have an advantage of a very youthful population that can be put to work positively. If we don't turn those energies around positively, that energy becomes negative for all of us, and then we all suffer for it.
So let's talk about, so sports has been hived off, focus on sports. education, they deal with young people. What is the relationship between your ministry and education? Because again, like I said, education used to be education and sports, and which was again youth.
I told you that we are coordinating ministry. And so there are a lot of things that education has got to do for young people. Our job is to help coordinate and see to it that we derive the maximum benefits out of it. AGRIC, there are a lot of programs AGRIC does for young people. Our job is to go and coordinate and see what they are doing and then support it. And then make sure that the right people benefit from these programs. Almost every ministry has one program or the other that affects young people. Employment. There's a whole ministry that is responsible for employment. And employment, if you employ people, you are not only employing older folks. A lot of the workforce is young people. And so whatever they do, we must have an interest in. Communications. Whatever they do, because this AI technology is young people that are out there in that space, that ecosystem. It's young people you find. And so our job here is to coordinate all the activities, and then somebody to be able to say that this program has happened, these are the KPIs, these are the metrics we are looking at. We achieved this, we evaluated this program, it is not really working. Let's shelve it and bring on a new one. What have we been able to do? We did 10 this year. It went very well. Let's scale it up to 50. That is the job this ministry is supposed to do.
Let's talk about the agencies under your ministry. So, which are the existing agencies that are now moved onto your ministry?
The EI that established this ministry gave us 6 agencies.
6.
It gave us MASLOC. It gave us the National Service Authority. It gave us the Scholarship Secretariat. It gave us the NYA, that's the National Youth Authority, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovative Program, NIP, and then also the Youth Employment Agency. So 6 agencies.
Let's talk about the NSS, which you've mentioned. There's a brewing scandal there. As a minister, what briefing do you have? And we've heard this in the past. NSS people have been investigated in the past. Now we are seeing this investigation ongoing again. As minister, what do you think can be done to end it? The former vice president, when he was campaigning, said he had a different idea for NSS. It should not be compulsory. There are many people who think that NSS is a cash cow. Again, it's a place where people just go to make money. There's also another issue of why do you send people to go and work for 9 months, pay them so much money, and then they leave and go and do whatever they want to do anyway. What's your view on NSS vis-a-vis the current scandal that is rocking the institution?
Omar, we all went through national service. And for me, I am a supporter of national service.
Me too. I got my job through national service. But I'm asking the question.
I'm a supporter of national service because it prepares you for the job market. It prepares you for the task ahead. If not for national service, some of us would not have traveled outside Accra to go and work. We traveled out to go to school. I went to school in Cape Coast, but then I came to Legon and I didn't go anywhere again. But national service got some of us out of town. And it also helped us socialize in communities who never had opportunities of socializing. It also gave us that job experience. My first job experience was through national service. It opened my horizon and broadened my horizon and gave me different perspective to life. So I'm a full supporter of national service. I am not one who subscribes to the fact that because the water is bad, in throwing away the water, we should end up throwing the baby away. So no, there is a problem with national service. The manner in which the system has been run may have led to problems. Let us investigate thoroughly which is being done. And let's come out with recommendations that will not let us see what we've seen, what is happening again. And so I support the processes that are ongoing. I'm not going to speak to the details because the matters are still under investigation, and as a lawyer, I know what the lines are. But whatever processes that are under, we have so much confidence in the system. I believe strongly that once the investigations are done, anybody who is found culpable must be made to face the law. And I leave it there.
Yes, but in leaving it there, the institution itself, what reforms do you think are needed at NSS?
I have met with the Acting Director General and his deputy, and we've had a long conversation. We will reform national service. And you see, we need to first understand. Luckily, the Acting Director General has worked there for some time, so he's not new to national service. We need to understand what the problem is based on the investigative reports or the investigations that is being done by the NIB. Once that is done, we also want to do our own internal inquiries and find out what really went wrong or what has been wrong. And then we will introduce systems that are robust enough to be able to stop this.
You've talked about duplicity. There's NIP, which used to be YES, which was set up by President Mahama, with I think was $10 million seed capital or something like that. We have seen it go through transformation to now be called NIP. Do we need an agency like that with money to be supporting entrepreneurs when we already have Ghana Enterprise? There's
Ghana Enterprise Agency.
Ghana Enterprise Agency. Then we also have the YEA doing its own thing. Should we not ship all the money into these existing institutions and continue with NIP?
No, they all have their mandates. And you see, like I said, Omaro, to be able to be successful on issues that affect young people, you must be intentional. The mandate of the the Ghana Enterprise Agency, which used to be NBSSI, is for small and medium scale enterprises that are already in existence. They have their core mandate. Like I said, because things were not coordinated properly, you realize that people were shifting and doing things that was not part of their main objective. The NBSSI now, Ghana Enterprise Agency, has its core mandate of supporting small and medium scale enterprises. The rationale behind it was to start as an incubator, an incubation hub, where entrepreneurs will be groomed, mentored, prepared, and then startup capital is given to them. It is also a hub for innovation, where people with smart ideas can come and pitch. So it is like a theme, like a technological theme park where people come with all sorts of brilliant ideas, come and pitch, position themselves and get themselves ready for takeoff. And then investors, venture capitalists come around and listen to their pitches and then support them. And that is the main idea behind NIP. And that is the rationale why we started the YES. So it is for young entrepreneurs. The NBSSI, or the Ghana Enterprise Agency, is broad. Everybody can go in there and access it. But this one is for young entrepreneurs. That was the main idea. To support innovation, to support startups, to support mentorship.
But can Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, Innovations deal with those things in one part?
The ministries themselves are not implementing agencies. A lot of the things that ministries do are done by agencies under them. So policy direction comes from the ministry. Supervision comes from the ministry. Monitoring and evaluation comes from the ministry. Whilst the agencies, which become the implementing agencies, do the implementation. The core mandate of YEA is to provide young people with employment opportunities and create that avenue. So if the National Youth Authority, for instance, does all the trainings and what have you, and that is what I intend to do, to realign all of them to their core mandate so that they all stay within their lane. So NYA can be doing all the trainings and all the skills development. Once they finish, they offload them to the YEA to create and look for the job opportunities for them.